mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And Kevin Durant's return to the Valley. The Suns couldn't have had a better start to it, a 37-21 first quarter, and you could see the energy and effort. Unfortunately, that was as good as it was going to get. The Suns' fourth quarter struggles reared its ugly head, and the Rockets left with a 119-105 win. The Suns are on a back-to-back tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. That'll tip at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks struggled to close it out in New York yesterday in Game 1 against the Mets. A run in the 8th inning, forced extras, and the Mets walked it off Paul Sewald in the 10th, 4-3, and not the way you want to start a road trip. The Snakes are back out there today at 1:10 over on ESPN 620 as Ryan Nelson looks for his best start to this young season, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? Excellent. Glad we got that out of the way.
You didn't wait for my answer.
Well, I was talking to the collective, to the masses out there driving. How are you doing today, people?
We are one day closer to the beginning of the Masters, which means you're doing well.
Today is
Par
the
3 contest today.
Yeah, the one thing about the early rounds of the Masters that I don't necessarily love is you don't get as much over-air coverage. You can find it online. You can go to the Masters app. You can find what you want, but I like the all-day, wall-to-wall coverage on the television front.
Gotcha.
Let me tell you, though, the Masters app,
is the best app ever created.
it might be the best app on the entire app store.
I don't want to start talking about golf today. I'm actually going to start talking about hockey today because there have only been two times since the Coyotes left that I have been very, very wistful for the Coyotes to be back here.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago, I emceed a banquet. Shane Doan was the speaker. I introduced Shane. They played a video, and it was Shane just pummeling the hell out of everybody. It's like this nonstop compilation of Shane beating up people.
Did it have the one of him and Gambo?
No, I should have had that. Well, that was just too one-sided.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I came back on the mic and I said, "Man, for a guy that everyone says is the nicest guy in the history of the NHL, he sure beats the tar out of everybody." That was incident 1. Watching. Sorry.
With every punch he threw. Sorry.
That was number 1. Have you seen the Zamboni that the Mammoth have unveiled?
Oh, yeah.
I've not actually.
Oh, it is the coolest thing you've ever seen. Google it. They call it Zamoth.
I don't know. Can I Google Mammoth Zamboni at work?
No. Or are you just happy to see me?
It's only 6:03.
Does the word mammoth get you down to a bad line? Is that what happens?
I might be worried about Zamboni.
That's funny. You got to check it out. The Zamboni looks like a mammoth. They made it look like an actual woolly mammoth with tusks.
That's all right. That's pretty cool.
It is. It's pretty cool looking, but then like it's still just like a Dorcas driving it.
Right. There you go, Vinny.
They should make the guy driving it.
That's pretty awesome.
Isn't that pretty awesome?
Yeah.
It's really, really
They should make the guy driving it dressed like a caveman, though.
Or like Indiana Jones.
Or Indiana Jones.
Something like that.
Something rather than just like...
Right.
Guy in a loincloth. freezing.
Right. That would be
better,
legit.
right? Instead, it's just like
Some
Biff,
dude
the
with
union worker that's
right.
like, hey,
Right.
okay.
Hey, I gotta clean the ice and punch the clock and...
It's just a job, people.
Just a job, people.
And the Olympics. Hockey. The Olympics hockey, we're into that a little bit. That's the third time.
The Olympics hockey didn't make me wistful for the Coyotes.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
It is amazing how, like, unless you're like a hardcore hockey fan like lukewarm Lipinski, it is amazing how irrelevant a sport can feel when you don't have a local connection to it. Like, they're pretty much at the same point that the NBA is. They're about to start their playoffs. I really don't know much about what's happened this season.
I'm all about the Buffalo Sabres, man. I'm all about the Buffalo Sabres.
With their Arizona influence, Tage Thompson, Josh Doan, the Sabres, the moribund Buffalo Sabres.
Great word.
Could be.
Great word.
The Stanley Cup champions.
Define moribund, Jarrett. Come on, you know all these weird words. You should be able to define moribund.
Yeah, you soddle fop.
You mollywomped.
Moribund.
Moribund.
What a Italian says when you're missing the bread on a hamburger. It needs a moribund.
Start the show.
You pulled out of that one okay.
I guess you did.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another night, another supremely frustrating result for the Phoenix Suns. They dropped a 119-105 decision to the Houston Rockets at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns zoomed out of the gates. They built a 21-point first quarter lead. That was nearly completely melted away by halftime. Phoenix still led by 3 going into the fourth, but watch Houston, and I do mean watch, outscore them 38-21 in the final 12 minutes. Rockets absolutely dominated the glass. They snared 24 offensive rebounds, leading to 37 second chance points. Kevin Durant led a balanced attack with 24 in his return to Phoenix. Amen Thompson, 22. Jabari Smith Jr. added 20. Rockets finished the season sweep of the Suns, and the Suns have the back half of their 15th and final set of back-to-back games tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns looking for the 3-game series sweep of Dallas, a win they might need to have. Tip-off 7:10. Of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. Tuesday night in the NBA, Minnesota topped Indiana by 20, 124-104. Boston got by Chicago, 113-102 behind Jaylen Brown's 35. Thunder worked the Lakers, 123-87, and the Clippers rolled Dallas 116-103. Don't look now. The Clippers just 2 games behind the Suns for the 7th spot in the West with 3 games left to play.
Tonight kind of feels like a must-win for the Suns.
Kind of does.
Kind of does.
Only if they want a home play-in game.
Well, yeah, there is
in the
that.
7-8 matchup.
There is that.
You don't want to be the 8th, though. D-backs dropped the opener of a 3-game set to the Mets at Citi Field, 4 3 and 10 innings. Ronnie Mauricio single up Paul Sewald. In the bottom of the 10th, drove in Francisco Lindor with the game-winning run. The D-backs offense struggled again. They got all their runs in the top of the 5th. Outside of that inning, scattered just 6 singles over the rest of the game. Nolan Arenado led off the 10th with a runner at second, but popped up a 2-0 fastball from Luke Weaver. Failed to move the ghost runner, Jose Fernandez, to third base. You get the idea. They're struggling. Middle game of a 3-game set today in Queens with Ryan Nelson of the Diamondbacks facing New York lefty David Peterson. First pitch, 1:10. All the action on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage kicks things off at 12:30. The D-backs also called up first baseman Lucan Baker from AAA Reno on Tuesday, the same day they placed Carlos Santana on the 10-day injured list with a right adductor strain and shifted Jordan Lawler to the 60-day injured list. Baker, a power-hitting right-handed batter who has spent most of his pro career in the St. Louis organization. He was the International League most valuable player with Memphis in 2023. Listen to these numbers, by the way. 334, 33 home runs, 98 runs batted in. He did that in 84 games.
Big-time power numbers.
Yes. He'll see playing time against left-handed pitchers. Cardinals bringing back a couple players from the 2025 squad, inking defensive tackle P.J. Mustipher and kicker Joshua Carty to contracts. Both players were exclusive rights free agents and both signed their one-year tender offers. Mustipher, 32 tackles in 15 games last year. Carty was signed late in the season but was inactive in 2 games. He was a draft pick of the Rams in 2024, and he made 39 of 49 field goals in 25 games in L.A. before he was released last December. So we could see maybe a kicking battle. Carty and Ryland. Ryland against Carty. This time it's personal.
Oh, that'll get Cardinal fans back involved.
Oh, absolutely.
We got a kicking controversy.
Arizona Carty.
And one note from the WNBA as we near the beginning of free agency. Front office sports Annie Costabel reported Tuesday night that Satu Sabally not expected to return for a second season with the Phoenix Mercury. Sabally, an unrestricted free agent, set to have meetings with multiple teams starting today as the negotiation window opens. Sabally was an all-star, an important piece of last year's Mercury squad that advanced to the WNBA Finals before falling there to the Las Vegas Aces. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday morning, April 8th. Coming up next, last night the Suns took off like a rocket and then said, Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, boy.
Or more than one. We'll get into all of them next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
No time for Kleenex after that L. We're on to Dallas, and we preview that matchup on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports app, and on 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over a half century, and you probably know about Spinato's legendary happy hour. What you need to know about this month is their reverse happy hour is here. It runs every night in April from 8 to close, and then you can buy any Spinato's large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on them, pick up or delivery every night. Plus Spinato's fresh baked cookies, $2 off the half dozen during reverse happy hour. They're made fresh every morning and only available while supplies last. So that's right. All April long from 8 to close, buy a large pizza and get a large cheese pizza free and discounted fresh baked cookies. Sounds like a great deal. And here's more good news. You can join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. You can earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's has 6 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Tempe, North Phoenix, Central Phoenix, Ahwatukee, Gilbert, and of course, the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury, and also the Arizona Cardinals. Spinato's Pizzeria, your new nightly tradition, starts now.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Gambo. David and his wife finally wanted to be proactive about their health, so they got scanned at Lifeguard Imaging, and that scan found that an implanted medical device had failed, something that could have turned life-threatening fast. Early detection gave them the info they needed, and it saved his life. Start the same way I did, a heart scan for you and someone you love for only $69. Grab your phone and text SCAN to 620-620. They'll send you everything you need to book it. That's SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship, because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Luke. We're the Suns able to take down Kevin Durant and the Rockets. We're reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shot clock violation for the Suns, and the Rockets get it back. They inbound it to Josh Okogie, and that'll do it. Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
Bloomer. John Bloom on the final call last night. It was a quiet final call. There's not a whole lot of background noise, which was amazing because the atmosphere at Mortgage Matchup Center last night went over the course of 2.5 hours, Bick.
Yep.
Went from Mardi Gras to morgue. I don't know if we've seen a shift in the energy. It felt like playoff intensity and energy from the crowd in the first 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, there was nothing really to get excited about.
Well, they outscored the Rockets 37-21 in the first quarter. They were outscored 38-21 in the fourth quarter. You talk about a game that was a cruel tease. It seems we've seen this game quite frequently. We saw this game against the Spurs. We saw this game against Charlotte. We saw this game somewhere else where the Suns came out cooking with oil in the first quarter and then just could not sustain it.
Yeah. What happened after a great start, head coach Jordan Knott?
Yeah, I mean, we had the lead right there up into the fourth, so it wasn't just early. Our energy was great to start. Physicality, defensive intensity was high level. One-shot defense was great. Then it fell apart, so obviously the glass hurt us. Thought our first shot defense was pretty good. Just weren't able to come up with enough of those shots off the rim like we talked about. And they did a great job. Just that was when they were in that hole, we could tell that was their focal point. Even early in the first quarter, we talked about it, so just weren't able to come up with a rebound.
We've seen it 3 times going into this game. We saw it from the second quarter on last night. The Houston Rockets are an especially bad matchup from a physical description standpoint for the Suns. They are long, they are athletic, they are active, and they proved it for 3 quarters last night. 24 offensive rebounds. nothing will demoralize a basketball team more than that. When you do have that good first shot defense that Jordan Ott was talking about, and you give up a second chance, not only a second chance, but second chance points because the Rockets cashed those in. And let's be honest, too. The first quarter was great, and Jordan Ott is right. They were right in the game leading up into the fourth quarter, but only because of some, I thought, incredibly curious officiating that sent the Suns to the free throw line over and over and over again. They had 39 free throws last night. Without those, they lose by 35.
Yeah, and the cynic in me wonders. Let me rephrase this. In fact, I'm not even going to go down this lane right now because I even saw the Suns complaining about officiating last night in a game in which they shot 39 free throws.
Not in the first half, though.
Not in the first half,
In
no.
the second
in
half,
the second half.
it was business as usual.
It was business as usual. Yeah. And so it's very, very rare for a basketball team to shoot 39 free throws in a game and have a 24-0 run in that game and lose by double digits.
I guarantee you. Those two things have never occurred before in an NBA loss. Ever.
I bet you're right.
24-0. That's their longest run in that play-by-play era of the NBA.
Is that right?
Yes.
The game nearly started.
28-5.
It was.
28-5.
It was 26-5.
It was 26-5.
It was very close.
One more bucket.
I know. I was hoping.
Yeah.
It's not unbelievable. Like you said, it's happened before, and it's sort of like. It's almost like other teams now kind of know, just hang in there because this team will fade.
Yes.
This team is not strong-minded, strong-willed. It can't give you 48 minutes of effort anymore.
Yeah. I'm going to make a bold statement.
Oh, good. I like bold statements.
But wait for the end.
Okay.
The Phoenix Suns right now are built to win a championship. In a 6'6" league. 6'6" and under league.
6'6" and under. I
Because
wouldn't
they
argue with
played
that.
two players who were above 6'6" last night.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of options, but Rasheer Fleming not getting
7 minutes. Kaman Maluach only getting in when they wave the white flag. Basically, look, the rotations I think Jordan Ott is struggling right now. I really do. And it's not surprising. People will tell you who have followed the NBA for a long time that at ends of seasons, especially if you're going into some form of playoff, rookie coaches generally lean on veteran players. It's just sort of that whole idea that a rookie coach navigating a regular season is one thing, but then getting into playoff caliber basketball, it's a tough deal. And more often than not, they don't trust rookies.
And if you read Kellen very long, almost the Ringer long recap of the game there, he mentions that the Suns are sort of being exposed for the problems we all thought they were going to have.
Yes.
The roster construction that we all saw from day one that they were able to overcome for the first half of the season is now catching up to them.
Yep.
Here was Grayson Allen talking about what's happening on the rebounding front.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have a good answer. We just got to be a little bit stronger in our box outs. It feels like we're getting these teams that crash a lot, like 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 hits, and the 1 or 2 we don't get the board. So just having everybody on every possession.
Yeah, the boxing out certainly waned as the game went on too. But I think Jared hit the nail on the head. I think you hit the nail on the head. We've seen this before, and it was a couple months ago when these problems started to pop up, where it seemed like the formula was, okay, we're going to exert a little bit more effort now, and we're going to see how this team reacts. The Suns shot the ball incredibly well in the first quarter. Houston regrouped. They turned up the heat defensively. That's all she wrote.
And that's pretty much true.
There's no other counter for this team other than to hope shots go in right now.
Well, look, for a team that used to win the possession battle fairly regularly for the first 45 games of the season, the Rockets shot 100 field goal attempts last night. The Suns had 75. 25-shot difference.
Yeah.
That's a huge number. And it speaks to how they dominated the offensive glass, how they controlled both ends of the floor. Yeah, it's last night to me, it felt like a game that for the Rockets, it kind of reminded them how they have to play to be maybe a contending team in the Western Conference. And this is kind of a preview for the Suns of what's out there, where you really have to get better.
Can I say some things out of frustration
please
about
do.
last night's game?
Yeah.
I will preface this by saying Alperen Şengün is a very talented player.
All right.
He's also a dork.
Wow, what?
His
Why?
flopping is to a degree that is embarrassing for the league. He threw himself on the floor so hard I thought he was going to damage it last night.
Yes. I know the one you're talking about, but the one with Colin Gillespie, him adamantly appealing that was not a moving screen after we've seen the replay 15 times of him moving and him falling down to, let me just be honest, Colin Gillespie is a lot smaller than Alperen Şengün.
He doesn't just fall, he launches himself.
He's got a bad reputation for that.
Again,
last night wasn't the first time.
And it wasn't his best offensive game, but man, was he a bear on the boards. And when they started to exert themselves on the offensive glass, he was at the forefront of it. But man, that's the play with Oso was a total at the top of the key. They're just getting into their offense, and a hand gets extended, and he didn't get touched and launched himself at the floor.
There was a time. Now, Alperen Şengün is from Turkey. There was a time when most Euros who came to the NBA were very, very well schooled in the art of flopping, and it was really, really bad. It's gotten better because I think culturally it's a really big part of their game in Europe.
Yeah.
Alperen Şengün is really bad with that stuff.
If you ask me, that guy's a real turkey. Okay? That's what I have to say about that.
Uh-huh. I used to have a friend who was from Turkey. He taught me some great Turkish swear words.
Really?
Oh, man. So if I ever wanted to dress you down in Turkish, man, do I got the ammo. And there's a lot of gestures that go with it, too. You got to do this with what you say.
I can't wait to hear these during the commercial break. Oh, wait. The Rockets just got another offensive rebound. Oh.
You guys have a great Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble.
More turkey right there.
NFL Draft Day is Thursday, April 23rd. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live starting at 2 p.m. from Backyard Desert Ridge. Come hang with us for the NFL Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 unfold. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Coming up next, strong starting pitching, a shaky bullpen late, and little offense for the D-backs. It's lather, rinse, repeat. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a rifle shot into right. That's over the head of Carroll. It's off the warning track. And Lindor will score to win it for the Mets. It is a game-winning hit for Ronnie Mauricio, who is back with the big league club thanks to the cap straight to Soto. He's the hero. And the Mets take the series opener by a final score of 4-3.
The D-backs dropped Game 1 at the Mets. Game 2 this afternoon at 1 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're thinking about upgrading your entertainment system, know that Waltz TV has some ridiculous deals going on right now. I'm going to tell you about a couple of them. A 110-inch Hisense television. This is high-end stuff, folks. This is normally $15,000. Right now, you can get that television for $99.99. That's $5,000 off. An enormous, wonderful, awesome television for a limited time only. And if you want to go big without going that big, how about a 98-inch TCL television for $12.99. That is now $14.99 at all the big box stores. And that latter point proves what I've been saying all along about Waltz TV and Appliance. Their pricing is as competitive as the big box stores, and you get so much more from Waltz than you would from the big box stores. Talking about all the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of audio components, plus an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can get you right into the right combination combination of electronics that will give you that magic, that great immersive experience you are looking for. You can also get same-day delivery 7 days a week at Waltz, and you can enjoy your installation done by a pro, which is pretty important to guys like me who can barely get a remote control to work properly. Finally, when you visit Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You get added incentive, 10% off installation, or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. Waltz is off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC has some huge savings this month.
You got it, Dave. During our home run sales event, the deals on our 2026 GMC Terrains are a grand slam. You can lease for just $279 a month or take up to $57.50 off all month long. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $698 a month.
Step up to the plate and start your deal today. Visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, your lodge away from home, where you can catch all the action going on in the sports world right now in a high-energy, fun, and friendly atmosphere with the scenic views that make Twin Peaks famous. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, including burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, and happy hour deals. What more could you possibly ask for? Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The good, bad, and the ugly was on display last night for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks all up against their former teams last night, and the Suns jumped the Rockets early, including a 24-0 run in the first quarter, the longest in franchise history, but the Suns would fail to turn it into a win. The Rockets handled Phoenix after the first and grabbed a 119-105 win. The Suns now just 2 games up on the Clippers for the 7 seed, making tonight's game against the Mavericks a big one. That'll get going at 7 from downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks were on the other side of a walk-off yesterday. The Mets walked it off in the 10th off of Paul Sewald to win it 4-3. A game the Diamondbacks led heading into the 8th, but the offense couldn't get the big hit and the bullpen couldn't get the big out, but a chance to figure both out as they are right back at it at 1:10 in New York, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Here's the 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a rifle shot into right. That's over the head of Carroll. It's off the warning track, and Lindor will score to win it for the Mets. It is a game-winning hit for Ronnie Mauricio, who is back with the big league club thanks to the calf strain to Soto. He's the hero, and the Mets take the series opener by a final score of 4-3.
Chris Garagiola on the final call on the D-backs radio network. Well, Chris doesn't hide his disdain in his tone when he's not happy about things.
Oh, in fact, the best thing he's ever said is the "Good Lord."
I love when he says, because he uses the "Good Lord" both positively and negatively. Like if it's Ketel Marte hitting a 120-mile-an-hour shot off the bat, "Good Lord." But there's also the "Good Lord."
Yeah, right.
That was the bad "Good Lord" yesterday. Ronnie Mauricio with the walk-off single off of Paul Sewald in the 10th. It may be easy, convenient, or first for you to say, oh, Paul Sewald blew another game. I'm not putting this on Paul Sewald. I'm putting this on the offense. And I know the conditions were less than ideal. Those conditions were less than ideal for both teams. It looked like a miserable day.
Yeah.
Even though it was sunny, it looked like a miserable, cold day in New York. But man, every day my concern for this Diamondbacks offense grows a little bit more because not only are they not getting the raw production from their best hitters, they're not doing the little things they need to do to win baseball games.
Yeah, listen, I agree with you. I think last night, if you're a Valley sports fan, it was Groundhog Day all over again. In the afternoon, you had the Diamondbacks succumbing to the same things that always get them beat, and then you had the Suns doing exactly the same thing later on at night. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's exactly that. It's an offense that went into deep slumber late, couldn't generate anything, and then you give the bullpen no margin for error, and it's a bullpen that is not built to sustain. And I agree with you. I'm not putting this necessarily on Paul Sewald. When you flame out in the top of the 10th the way the Diamondbacks did, those games are already in the loss column.
Yeah. They had the lead. They give up the lead. You're going to extras. You're starting out the top of the 10th with a runner on second base, and you've got a veteran hitter up. And the veteran hitter in question is certainly not the hitter that he was 5 years ago, but you have to count on Nolan Arenado to do little things like move a runner over, and he pops up. And there was almost another pop-up that followed, and the Mets couldn't make the play on some sloppy defense, but the Diamondbacks couldn't even take advantage of that.
Yeah, listen, even Nolan Arenado's RBI double was nothing more than a bloop that just fell into the outfield.
68 miles per hour off the bat.
Yeah, so look, I've got real concerns about him offensively. And you know what?
You're not
he's
alone.
He's not the same guy defensively. There was a play last night that the old Nolan Arenado makes.
Yeah, the diving play that went off of his glove. Yeah.
And not the old Nolan.
Right.
The old Nolan Arenado, who was the young Nolan Arenado.
Right, who was the young Nolan Arenado.
Yeah.
And again, I think this is one of these things, and I mentioned this briefly yesterday, that you've got to give Torey Lovello just a little bit of grace, because when you bring in guys like Carlos Santana, when you bring in a guy like Nolan Arenado, especially Nolan Arenado, you get at such a bargain basement rate. There's this agreement in place that we're going to give you an opportunity. You're going to come play for us for peanuts. We're going to give you playing time to kind of reestablish your career or attempt to do so. And so you can't rip that out from underneath him until you have to. And I think we're getting to the have to part a lot sooner than we thought.
Yeah, but also not based solely on what he's doing. If Geraldo Perdomo was hitting and Ketel Marte was hitting to the degree that they can hit. I mean, again, Geraldo Perdomo was the second best offensive player in baseball after the All-Star break last year.
I know.
And the only guy ahead of him was some guy named Shohei. Maybe you've heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
He's hitting 162. So when those guys aren't hitting at the top, everything that Arenado is not doing is magnified.
Yeah.
It's all working together and not in a good way right now.
And it's not like there's a guy they could plug right in there every day to replace him. That's going to be a big upgrade.
No, not right now.
No, you wonder. I've already seen some people kind of say Mike Hazen messed this up. That you should have traded Ketel Marte when you had the chance. That you shouldn't have held on and tried to get more and more and more for him, because now he's a 10-5 guy who is not off to a good start. Again, that's not my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
they have
that
so little power
I'm
on
with
this
you,
team
man.
already.
Listen, but it wouldn't feel that way if Cattell was mashing, and he's not the only.
Which he will eventually.
Well,
over the course of a long season.
Is that how baseball works?
Yeah,
that eventually guys get going.
And again, we're kind of nitpicking with Cattell and Jerry because we expect them to be that much better. If we're talking about the worries of this Diamondback team, Perdomo and Marte are further down the list.
Look, Jordan Lawler was actually having a good year despite my prediction until he got hurt. Now he's out for at least 2 months. Jose Fernandez looked like a storybook hero. He has 1 hit since that amazing debut. Like, you're going to need everybody to contribute in a roster that already looked like it had a lot of holes in the lineup.
I know. And again, it's just, adjust the expectations meter. This team just needs to kind of hover around 500. Yesterday was frustrating because Zach Gallen was good enough to win that game.
The starting pitching has been so good this year.
See, I agree they've had some good outings, but they only have 2 quality starts in 11 games. And when you have a bullpen that's as shaky as we all can agree the Diamondbacks bullpen is, and it's early in the season, these guys are, stretching out, but they're going to have to go deeper in games.
But is that Torrey or is that them?
I honestly, I'm not making excuses for Torrey here. The pitch count was up there at 95 yesterday for Zach Gallen, but I think what you're bringing up, Sammy, is more a product of it being the beginning of the season.
I get it.
Well, listen, we talked about Brenly about this. Bob doesn't understand it either. Why do you need the regular season to stretch out your pitchers? Why can't they enter a season ready to roll?
We said that the first couple of weeks when they were taking out pitchers after 80 pitches.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same. Like,
why does that have to be the new standard in Major League Baseball? And you can get away with it when you've got a really deep bullpen, but this team doesn't. So you would have thought going into this season that might have been a strategic lane that they could have gotten in. Make sure that our starters are lengthened out to mitigate the damage and the exposure that we give our bullpen. Too late for it now. But look, I thought Zach Allen, he tap danced around landmines in that first inning. He got out relatively unscathed. But this team, they were 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, there you go. I think most of the problems are on that side.
Yeah,
right now. Diamondbacks.
Although I will say this, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I will say the one thing about Paul Sewald that I am a little bit worried about, because I think he has been relatively solid to start. His velocity is now ticking down. He barely got to 90 yesterday. He's been at 92.
Yeah, and you wonder if the conditions had something to do with it.
Maybe.
Because it was,
nasty.
Again, it was nasty. That series continues. Another day game today, 1:10 first pitch. You can hear it on ESPN 620. Coming up next, the NBA thought they could get away with tanking, but there's one problem. They forgot about Draymond. Why don't I proofread these? It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, you feel awful about it. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation, in that exact spot, but they need to know there's a way forward, and that way forward is called Y Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they do, and in the process, there's no judgment going on. They're not going to grill you with questions about why you didn't fix your situation sooner. Y Refi helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y Refi shines the brightest, because they build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They do not get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y Refi a call today if this is the situation you want to get out of. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Last night in the NBA, outside of Phoenix, Arizona, in San Francisco, the Golden State Warriors, they beat the Sacramento Kings 110-105. The Kings started a lineup of Neek Clifford, Precious Achiuwa, Daquan Plowden, Maxime Reynaud, and Devin Carter.
Whoa.
Which is actually, for a tanking lineup, that's pretty formidable. But the Golden State Warriors hung on. They got a 5-point win. The Warriors are going to be in the play-in. Of course, the Kings, one of those teams, although they have won more games after the All-Star break than other tanking teams. You know what's going on right now. It's tank season in the NBA. Draymond Green, after a win over the Sacramento Kings, shared his thoughts on what needs to happen. This was not on his podcast. This was at the podium following a game. Here's Draymond.
I get fined when I do wrong. Just fine the hell out of people. You know, we love taking money from players. Keep fining the teams. I've seen 2 fines. And we all know everybody tanking. But you've seen 2 fines. You know? If it was players, we snatched that money in a heartbeat. Why isn't it the same? Everybody love money. Well, so, you know, the punishment for players is always, let's take the money. Well, now it becomes time to punish teams, and all of a sudden, nobody will know what to do. Why not? We know exactly what to do when somebody gets a technical foul or suspended for a game. We know exactly what to do. All of a sudden, we got team issues, and we don't know what to do.
This is one of those issues where I reluctantly agree with Draymond Green. He is exactly right. The NBA has talked a lot about curtailing this tanking problem. Adam Silver got right to work and then unveiled this proposed plan that was very convoluted. It was very confusing.
Yeah.
And in the grand scheme of things, won't do anything to curb this problem.
No.
Draymond Green is right. There's two ways to get rid of tanking.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than two. Get rid of the draft. That ain't happening. The NBA draft's a moneymaker. We know that.
Right.
Then there's the Draymond Green plan. The Indiana Pacers and Utah Jazz have both been fined this year for basically these tanking violations. You know what the fine was? $500,000.
Okay.
Those
I got that on me. Come on.
Those team owners wrote that check with a smile on their face.
Uh-huh.
If you want to make it hurt, you want to stop these teams from doing this, make it exorbitant. $25 million, $50 million.
Ooh, wow.
They won't tank
Ooh.
anymore. That's the only way you do it. Money talks. Both ways.
I get it, but if you're going to institute that level of fines, how are you going to come to conclusive
How
evidence?
do you prove intent?
How do you prove intent?
How could you tell?
I'm not arguing what you're saying is accurate because I think it is accurate.
I'm going to read the beginning of Anthony Slater's article on ESPN.com this morning on tanking, okay?
Okay.
In early March, the Utah Jazz signed Anderson Garcia to a 10-day contract. Garcia was a college backup, an off-the-radar undrafted prospect, and a defensive-minded role player for the Mexico City Capitanes this season. The Jazz then played Garcia 25, 29, 43, 24, and 48 minutes in 5 games, sending him back to free agency a day after not subbing him out the entire night. The Jazz, trying to protect a top 8 protected pick they owe the Oklahoma City Thunder, were outscored by 69 points in Garcia's 169 minutes. They signed Bez Mbang on March 13th. Mbang is currently getting more minutes per game for Utah than he did for the Sioux Falls Skyforce. The team is minus 146 with him on the floor this month. You can have a committee at the NBA office that really dives into these issues and really works with team doctors, and maybe independent doctors have to get involved too, if you want to curb this.
Okay.
Even all you just said. What's to stop the Jazz from saying, like, look, we're not doing well this year.
Guys are injured, yeah.
We want to see what we have in these players for next year.
Yeah.
They might not be doing good now, but we're getting them experience. They'll be better next year. And look, okay, maybe your doctor says our guy is healthy enough to play, but we want to keep him healthy for when we're better, so we can't play him just in case.
And not only that, there's in the larger degree, everything you're saying is accurate, plus the fact that you can't do this. You as a league can't swoop in and tell us how to run our basketball team. We have got a plan. Who are you to step in and send doctors to examine us and what we're doing? While what you're saying is right and the problem is very, very odious, I don't know how it works. I don't know how you execute
the
it.
NBA has a history of telling teams how to run their franchises.
Okay.
The Ted Stepien? What they did with Ted Stepien, they had to come up with rules, the anti-Stepien rules. They kicked Donald Sterling out of the league. They basically kicked Robert Sarver out of the league.
They vetoed the Chris Paul trade years ago, very famously. Remember that? With the Lakers. Now, could you get rid of lottery-protected picks?
You could, but still, it's not going to matter as much.
Like, what if it's just a pick is a pick? Then the teams won't be having to tank more to protect them. I don't know.
In the case of the Utah Jazz, we've also got to be a little bit understanding here because we do now want Oklahoma City to get that pick from them. That's the last thing they need is another high-end draft
Big deal. They're good anyway.
Yeah, big deal. Big deal.
Last night, by the way, a Bez Mbang update. Last night for Utah,
okay.
He started and played all 48 minutes of the game that they played against New Orleans. Another team that's basically tanking at this point. By the way, the Jazz gave up 50 points in the third quarter and 45 in the fourth quarter, 156 points to a team of B players for the New Orleans Pelicans. What's happening in the NBA is gross.
It's filthy. It's disgusting.
But still, one of the easiest ways to instantly get better is to win the lottery. is to get a really high, good draft pick. Why are the Spurs all of a sudden contenders? Because they got a once-in-a-generation guy that is now carrying their team. Why did the Dallas Mavericks, after making the worst trade in sports history, why do their fans now have hope? Because they won the lottery and have a franchise-changing player.
They won the lottery. Wink, wink.
All right, but fair enough
to make
like,
a case that tanking is good.
I'm just saying
you're making a case that tanking is good.
I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying I understand why it happens. You understand why it happens? I agree with your very first thing that you said. The only way to get rid of this is to get rid of the draft.
Yeah.
If you don't give them any incentive to tank, then they won't tank.
Look, the draft affects 60 players. There's other ways for 60 players to make their way into the league than the NBA draft.
Also, how do you punish intent rather than just incompetence? What if it's just a really poorly run organization and they're losing a bunch of games?
Then run it better.
Yeah, but do you really think that's happening in these instances this year?
In most of them, no.
No. This is blatant. They're making it blatant. And that's what makes it so disgusting for the fans.
Yeah, listen, I totally agree with you. This has been quite the season. I know you've already brought this up, but last Friday night they had 9 basketball games settled by an average of 24.4 points. Yeah. It's a new record. For a night of games of at least 8 games, that's a new record of a lack of competitive integrity in the NBA. They've got all sorts of issues. And all these ideas that they floated out there, none of them are going to do a darn thing. So I do agree with you. I do think that there are that extraordinary measures are appropriate here. I just don't know what they are. I really like my plan. My plan was you get a top 5 or a top 10 pick in year 1. Now you're on a 3-year plan. You get this pick the following year and then this pick in year 3, and it just kind of inverts itself. I don't know if that works either. I really don't.
I mean, I think that would take a step in ensuring that Lauri Markkanen's not hurt every March.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what's happening in Utah
every
single year.
And I look at the Jazz, and it feels like they've been doing this it's like they're on the Cardinals rebuilding plan. They've been tanking for years. When does it stop? When do you have enough draft assets to go and enact your plan?
Well, again, that becomes the incompetence, where if you are tanking and it's not working. I don't know. The draft is invented to help bad teams get better.
Yes.
If you take away the worst teams get good draft picks, then how do the bad teams get better?
It's almost like you actually have to run a franchise then.
But that's easier said than done. If you're the Utah Jazz and you're bad, you can't just get free agents to come to you.
Well, look what they just did. They just traded for Jaren Jackson Jr. They have Lauri Markkanen, Keontae George, and a great young head coach.
And
they should be way better.
The Wizards just traded for Trae Young and Anthony Davis.
Yes, so exactly.
But go back to this is incredibly base what I'm about to say.
All right.
But go back when you started competing on the on the playground in school.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever an opportunity or ever a situation where you weren't trying to win?
No.
Everybody tried to win all the time. The bottom line is losing cannot be rewarded in any way, shape, or form because teams will find ways to game the system. That's what's happened. And when you have a third of your league not trying to compete on a nightly basis,
brutal.
It is awful.
It's absolutely brutal. Yeah.
Well, good thing they're expanding.
The NBA has killed its regular season.
It has. There's no doubt about it.
It's really a shame.
Coming up next, Suns, another frustrating loss, this time to Kevin Durant and the Rockets. We'll give you more thoughts on it in Vinny's View next. Bickley and Murata Mornings are Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And Kevin Durant's return to the Valley. The Suns couldn't have had a better start to it, a 37-21 first quarter. And you could see the effort and energy. Unfortunately, that was as good as it was going to get. The Suns' fourth quarter struggles reared its ugly head, and the Rockets left with a 119-105 win. The Suns are on a back-to-back tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. That'll tip at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks struggled to close it out in New York yesterday in Game 1 against the Mets. A run in the 8th eventually forced extras, and the Mets walked it off Paul Sewald in the 10th to win it 4-3. And that's not the way you want to start a road trip. The Snakes are back out there today at 1:10 over on ESPN 620 as Ryan Nelson looks for his best start of this young season. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. K2visionrle.com.
That boy is good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
The good. The Phoenix Suns played possibly their best and most inspired first quarter of the year. They built a 21-point lead over a shell-shocked Houston Rockets team. They outworked, outthought, and outplayed the visitors in every aspect. The energy inside Mortgage Matchup Center was as good as it's been in the last 3 years. The bad? Everything that happened after that. As they have quite regularly recently, the Suns looked positively pedestrian over the next 36 minutes in a telling 119-105 loss to the Rockets. It was Houston that was the aggressor from the second quarter on. Houston turned 24 offensive rebounds into 37 second chance points, exploiting the Suns' lack of size and diminished energy. How thorough was Houston's beatdown of the Suns on the offensive boards? Even Kevin Durant got an offensive rebound. What I couldn't understand was the Suns' rotation decisions in this game. The rebounding differential was pronounced, yet head coach Jordan Knott did not stray from his predetermined playing time rotation to get more size on the floor. Look, it's not like the Suns have 5 long, physical, 6'10" players hanging on the bench, but for Rasheer Fleming, Ryan Dunn, or Kaman Malawach not to take their sweats off until a we give up timeout with 64 seconds left in the game was puzzling. The Suns will need to do work over the final 3 games to hold on to their 7th seed and a home play-in game against the 8th seed. But then what? The current construction of this team does not lead to much optimism. The Suns used effort to stack wins prior to February, but the NBA is a much different animal after the All-Star break when postseason teams actually start trying. That's today's edition of Vinny's View.
First off, they're the elite of the elite offensive rebounding team. We have not been a good defensive rebounding team. We've been able to make up the possession game on the other end. We weren't able to get those tonight, offensive rebounds. And then in March, we have taken care of it. Their physicality and their pressure bothered us, so that's how we lost the possession game tonight. But these guys are good at doing it. They're playing 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", like they're big. We know it coming in, but we got to somehow find other ways to match that possession game.
That's Jordan Knott on the possession game, the offensive rebounding, the size differential. And when it's all said and done, which I don't think is going to be long from now, Bick, maybe we'll look back and we'll marvel at the fact that the Suns were in the position that they were in, because we've talked about it even when things were going well. One of the amazing parts about the Suns' start was it has been a flawed roster from day one. They don't have NBA size on their team.
No,
Jordan Goodwin started basically at the 4 last night.
Yeah.
He's 6'3".
Yes, and, at times you've seen Royce O'Neal play the 4 occasionally.
A lot. Or the 5.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So I agree with you. I think that Jordan Knott is kind of he's not plugging in the right pieces. He hasn't found what is going to work. I don't know what's stopping them from trying to see what Rasheer Fleming can do in a real high leverage situation. And maybe they know a lot more than we do, and maybe it's foolhardy to think that Rasheer Fleming can make a difference against an Amon Thompson or against really good teams. But here's the thing that I know bothered a lot of Suns fans. After the second and the third quarters in which the Suns started to lose their grip on the game, they were still leading by 3 points entering the fourth quarter. They began the fourth quarter with Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, Jalen Green, Royce O'Neal, and Oso Ighodaro. That's a very small lineup. And the Rockets immediately went on an 8-0 run. At the 9:48 mark, Dylan Brooks comes in, Devin Booker comes in, Mark Williams comes back in. So the question becomes, why wasn't that fourth quarter designed for Devin Booker to play the entire quarter? Isn't that going to be the case in the playoffs? Maybe, maybe not. And the idea of surviving with that small of a lineup, that ain't going to work against the Rockets.
No. It's not.
And I'm a big believer in the experience of Grayson Allen. I'm a big believer in the grit of Colin Gillespie. I love Jordan Goodwin. You've got to have some size on the floor.
Yeah, but here's something I looked up today, and stemming from Jordan Knott's quote about we're not a good defensive rebounding team. A lot of it has to do with size. This team is not flush with rebounders. In the NBA right now, to even it out, I did the search on rebounds per 48 minutes.
All
because per game, you're not getting equal minutes. Per 48 minutes, the rate is the same for everybody. The Suns have 2 players in the top 50 right now. And those players rank 35th and 49th in the league in rebounds per 48 minutes. Do you know who those players are?
Ooh. Jordan Goodwin?
No, surprisingly not.
No.
Colin Gillespie.
Colin Gillespie is 49th in the league.
Wow.
And Royce O'Neal is 35th in the league.
Okay. Mind blown. That's unbelievable.
But one of the frustrating parts, too, is, and again, you have to credit the opposition. Ime Udoka, after that first quarter, they were absolutely shocked with how the Suns came out. They looked completely defeated. But he made adjustments. They started making shots. They started exerting themselves. I mean, Mark Williams in the first quarter looked like late 90s Shaq. He was dominating.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And then it just like that, dries up. The Suns made 4 3-pointers in the first quarter. They finished with 7. They went 3 for 23 from 3-point range.
Yeah.
So going back, and this all works together for me. So you're smaller, you know that. Your shooters aren't hitting their shots. The frustrating thing for me was I don't think everything was thrown at the wall to see if it stuck.
I totally agree with that.
Because it was such a pronounced advantage on the glass. I'm trying everything at my disposal. Okay, we know we had this rotation. We know we're trying to tighten things up, to get it to 8 or 9 players for this postseason, however long it lasts. But damn it, I want to win this game.
Well,
and you shouldn't lose a game that you're up by 21 at any point.
No, I agree with that. And I think more to the point, to expand on this, I think that regardless of the outcome of last night's game, I think the Suns are going to end up with the 7th seed. I don't think they're going to lose it. I didn't think they were going to get above it. That being said, what better night to understand whether Kaman Maluach can give you big minutes, not like really important minutes, but minutes as a big on the floor, or a Rasheer Fleming, or if maybe you want to give Ryan Dunn another look-see. Who better to do it against than a team like the Rockets at home? It's information I think you could have used, and you could have seen, okay, you know what? Maybe this is an option for us. Yeah, there were a lot I didn't like about that. Is, like I said, the Suns had a ton of free throws. They had a 23 free throw advantage, and it's to have that game just yanked from them. It's disappointing.
Yeah, it was. And they got a back-to-back tonight, the 15th and final set of back-to-back games as the Dallas Mavericks are in town, and then final 2 regular season games on the road for the Suns. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will win the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. Coming up next here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals' offseason workouts and draft prep. It's all next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
More of our reaction to last night's L and KD's return to Phoenix, and playoff scenario talk is on the way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Sports fans know you need way more than goals to get where you're going. You need great teammates. You need a really good plan. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. And if you're feeling anxious about retirement, if you're worried that your money will not last, if you do not have the peace of mind you need, highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth. Because if you're like most people, you may not have the peace of mind you need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. That's That's the peace of mind I'm talking about. That's what you're going to get from Trajan Wealth. They're veteran-owned, they're locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. They'll review your current portfolio to see if there are any huge gaps. They'll give you personalized strategies, tailor-made plans that are built around your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships where they take the time to really get to know you, your goals, your dreams, and how you want to spend your retirement. Make sure you get that peace of mind. Call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
The Epson Tours Road to the LPGA comes to Arizona April 30th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic at the TPC Champions Course. Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, and Shady Rays are sending listeners to the event with daily tickets, and 2 lucky grand prize winners will walk with the pros with VIP hospitality and a brand new pair of Shady Rays golf sunglasses. Come watch the ladies chase their dreams. Enter to win today at bunkergolf.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Passionate guy, been around the league for quite a while. It's interesting to have, a head coach in the offensive meeting room. I had that for a while ago, but a lot of enthusiasm around there about the scheme, what we got to set up and stuff like that. But truly just basics today, simple stuff. You know, how do we set the huddle? You know, all the way down to the very, very simple things. So, but that's how you got to start. So it's good.
Yelda Froholt yesterday at the first day of the Cardinals voluntary off-season workout program, talking about starting very basic. It reminds me of the old stories about John Wooden when he was the head coach of UCLA. You know, the first thing they did every year practice was they learned how to put on their socks and shoes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Every single year. That was the first thing they did.
Not too bright, those players, is what you're trying to tell me?
Well, when it came to winning championships, they got they got pretty good at it. But what I take away from that, too, and Yelda Froholt's been here a little bit, starting over again. Here we are in 2026, the Arizona Cardinals, who were supposed to be past a 3-year rebuild at this point. This was supposed to be the year where we were talking about a team that had made progress and maybe come off a playoff spot, a playoff appearance, and instead they're starting over. And I don't know what this all means for Mike LaFleur or this team, what it becomes, but right now that is a bit demoralizing.
I take offense to the idea that they're starting over. If they've accomplished nothing, if they've accumulated so little talent over 28 draft picks and 3 forays into the free agency market, Monty Ossenfort should not have a job.
I don't think that's
I'll
unfair.
bottom line it for you.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying this as forcefully as I am is I do not want this to be okay. This is not normal.
Okay.
It's not normal for a football team to need a 4th year to rebuild.
Yes. Let me clarify. Starting over with a new coach.
Okay.
The roster turnover has not been as vast to indicate a total top-to-bottom teardown. But for another guy like Zaven Collins, who's been around for quite some time, he did talk about the subject of going through another big organizational change.
Yeah, going into, I believe this, I'm going in my 6th year, second longest tenured guy now. That's crazy. That's wild to think about, besides Buddha. I believe that's true. But yeah, I mean, meeting Mike, Coach LaFleur, and he's awesome. Meeting with him and just getting to talk about all the things, how he likes Arizona, stuff outside of football, but also football. Having our first team meeting today with him and like how he wants things, what he expects out of us. He's very clear on all that. There was no confusion whatsoever. So it's really nice, and you can tell like how he wants his ship ran and stuff like that. And it's really it was a really good starting point to see how it's all going to go.
That is pretty amazing that Zaven Collins is the second
longest tenured player
at this point.
Oh, what, behind Buddha?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, I do hope if there's anything to kind of pin your hopes to, it's that now Mike LaFleur's program is officially underway. And it will be with all the mini camps and the mandatory stuff and the training camp. And this is the time where if he's truly going to be an impact coach, then this is where it all starts. And hopefully he's got a gift, and a gift of communication and a gift of vision to put together an offense and to put people in the right positions. How many times have we heard that over the last 3 years? We're putting people in the right position to win.
No, putting people in positions to be successful.
Yeah, that's it.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves. That to me just screams 2018 Cardinals.
Very much so.
Because that was the Steve Wilkes fallback.
Very much so. So, look, everybody was present for the voluntary workout. That's a good sign. I mean, it's a sign of buy-in. I don't know why there wouldn't be, because, you've got a brand new head coach. Everybody wants to make a good impression.
Yeah. Well,
right?
Certainly, the Cardinals are not getting the most attention on this front, even though they do have a new head coach. They're one of the teams that gets this 2-week head start. But if everybody that is talking on that subject is talking about the Baltimore Ravens. Wow, Lamar Jackson showed up for the first day. What a great sign of a great leader. Well, again, what you just said should click into people. I'm the leader of this team, and we have a brand new coach and offensive coordinator. I damn well should be there, even though it's quote-unquote voluntary.
It's part of the benefit of the Cardinals. Part of the benefit of not having a lot of superstars on your team is nobody's holding out for bigger contracts. So you're going to have perfect attendance.
Well, you do remember when David Johnson did this, right? It was to Steve Wilkes, right?
I remember.
Oh, yeah. Of course you did.
36 songs later, I remember.
Right.
Can we just strike 2018 completely from our memories? Mostly for the song parody.
Yeah, which
right?
Which Cardinals year would you like to go back to?
And I
instead?
even did one of those song parodies.
So it's not unusual for a player that does want the money to use a situation like that to really embarrass the team, because the organization, there's nothing that looks worse than a key player on strike when a new head coach shows up and is trying to get everybody on a page together. And that's what happened with the David Johnson thing, even though it was about as half-hearted, half-assed of a holdout as you'd ever find.
Nobody really thought he'd actually miss any games or anything or be traded.
And nobody ever thought it was something he would ever think of doing by himself. Because I don't know if you heard this. He's a really nice guy.
A hell of a guy.
Hell of a guy.
Best guy.
Refresh my memory. He ended up getting $39 million over 3 years.
3 and 39.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
13 a year.
I think that's what it was.
And then after he got that, he played football like he was a really nice guy.
Whoops. Yeah, listen, there have been many football players who have fallen off the map, and few have fallen further or harder than David Johnson. Went from being a game-wrecking, Hall of Fame-like player to just, I'm going to head out of bounds.
Yeah. And yet, somehow, Steve Keim was still able to turn him into near-prime DeAndre Hopkins. How did that happen?
Yeah, how did that happen?
That was a miracle move.
Yeah, well, that was when the Texans were at peak absurdity, right?
Well, yeah.
And so, listen, I think there is one thing that Mike LaFleur has said that sort of is a guarantee of what they're going to look like this year. He told us on this radio program that operationally they want to be one of the best teams in the NFL in terms of getting plays in and getting plays off smoothly. Not dilly-dallying in the huddle, not scrambling to get the play off as the play clock's ticking down. None of the Three Stooges.
No wasted timeouts.
No wasted timeouts.
I mean, my
false
snarky
starts.
behind goes to, well, that's great. They don't keep score on that. You could have a very crisp play that loses 3 yards.
There is that.
All right, but at least
it's
no wasted timeouts,
Yeah.
no false starts.
It's faking it until you make it kind of thing. If you look like you know what you're doing, you might actually start doing things right.
Yeah. And I
No
think,
delay of games.
I think you want to talk about learning to tie your shoes and put your socks on.
Yeah.
That is a good place. What he told us about the operations is a good place to start.
Oh, it's a perfect. You brought that around so beautifully. That's like a perfect metaphor for exactly that.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's the football equivalent. Very good.
I impressed Jared.
You know what was great about John Wooden?
What?
He became very, very old. But as the human body is known to do, his ears kept growing as he got older. Remember how big his earlobes were? He could.
Most accomplished coach in the history of college
And
basketball.
all you were focusing on
you
is
know what
the-
was great about Wooden? His earlobes.
Man, if he lived in a windy place, he'd fly away.
Like the rhyme, you could throw him over his shoulder like a continental soldier.
Man, John Wooden's just catching strays on our show this morning.
It's hard to get out of the way with ears that big.
I wonder what players of that generation really thought. All right, boys, sit down. Today we're going to learn how to put on your socks and tie your shoelaces the proper way, the UCLA way.
Be quick, but don't hurry.
Is that on the pyramid of success?
The shoes?
Tying your shoes?
No, it's not. I've read that book twice.
Have you?
Yeah, I love it.
Really?
Yeah.
Twice.
Just refresh.
Well, you got to refresh every once in a while. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Let's pick the guy that everybody's looking back in 3 or 4 or 5 years and being like, man, we all wish we had him. To me, that guy is Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love has the potential to be Jahmyr Gibbs like he was in that draft capsule. We've heard we've heard the Christian McCaffrey comparisons. We've heard the Bijan Robinson comparisons. Doesn't mean he's going to be those guys. If you're waiting till 2027 to draft your quarterback anyway, why not get Jeremiah Love?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The good, bad, and the ugly was on display last night for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Jalen Green, and Dylan Brooks all up against their former teams last night, and the Suns jumped the Rockets early, including a 24-0 run in the first quarter, the longest run in franchise history, but the Suns would fail to turn it into a win. The Rockets handled the Phoenix Suns after the first quarter and grabbed a 119-105 win. The Suns now just 2 games up on the Clippers for the 7 seed, making tonight's game against the Mavericks a big one. That'll get going at 7 from downtown Phoenix, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks were on the other side of a walk-off yesterday. The Mets walked it off in the 10th off of Paul Sewald to win it 4-3. A game the Diamondbacks led heading into the 8th, but the offense couldn't get the big hit and the bullpen couldn't get the big out, but a chance to figure it all out today as they're right back at it at 1:10 in New York, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Suns fans, get $1,000 off LASIK at Schwartz Laser Eye Center when you book your exam by April 12th. Restrictions apply. Visit teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Baratta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Sepulka here to get you guys caught up on the big stories in the Rush Hour Reboot. And we're going to start with the basketball we saw last night from the Suns and Rockets. So the Suns, a 24-0 run, which was the largest in franchise history, and then they turn around and lose the game by double digits. And I saw this last night. The Suns are last in the NBA in points. They have 0 Sammys on the team, yes. But they are last in fourth quarter points per game. Why do you think they struggle so much to score in the fourth?
A couple different reasons. Number one, I don't think that they've got a ton of offensive options. I think that for a while teams kind of learned how to swarm Devin Booker when the ball would eventually find him and it would break that up. And then I just think that the lack of just a traditional half-court kind of game with bigs that you need in crunch time minutes.
Yeah, there was an interesting discussion last night on the post-game show between Kellen Olson and Mitch Veraldis, and Kellen was talking about how teams become very comfortable with the Suns in ISO situations. Yeah. That when the ball is moving and the Suns are sharing the ball, their offense is dynamic. Yep. When they're in ISO situations, obviously much easier to guard, and with their lack of size and really lack of consistent shot making, the offense is going to go south, which it does. I think that's the biggest reason right now is lack of real structure offensively in the fourth quarter.
All right.
But last night it was the second quarter as well.
It felt like after the first quarter it just went to that style of
basketball. In the second and third quarters of that game, and after 3 quarters it was still a game.
Yep.
The Suns had 27 made free throws and 10 baskets.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
That's insane.
Well, their 34 free throws was 6 more than their previous high. 6?
Yeah. And so last night, the return of Kevin Durant to Phoenix. Vinny, you were in the building, but you had mentioned no tribute video, no kind of welcome back. No. What was the vibe in the stadium in Bick? Were you surprised that he didn't get that kind of recognition?
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I think that it's not a celebratory thing. I think the relationship was it didn't produce the results and it ended poorly. And I think Kevin Durant's been a little bit loose with his comments about and how he's framed what went wrong and who's to blame for it. And I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah. I think had Durant been on the trip in November here, there would have been some sort of acknowledgement. Okay. Maybe not a video, but the Suns pretty consistently will welcome back former players. The fact that it's the last game of the season, or the last stretch of home games of the season, I think that had something to do with it. I don't know that for a fact. That's just me speculating. I think Kevin Durant's presence was one of the reasons why the crowd was just off the chain, as the kids say, in the first quarter of that game. Obviously, the Suns' play had a lot to do with it as well. I was expecting a much more uniformly negative response to Kevin Durant. It was mixed, but I wasn't overwhelmed either way by it. I thought the treatment of Bradley Beal was way more harsh earlier this season when the Clippers rolled through town.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate.
Yeah, and I didn't expect that.
And so yesterday, the Diamondbacks moved their game up to 110. They ended up blowing the game in the 10th inning. How much can you actually, though, blame the bullpen?
The Diamondbacks moved their game up. They're like, hey, Mets, we got something we got to do in the evening. Can we move?
It's going to be too cold, Mets. Can we move this to 110?
We've got a parent-teacher conference we got to go to.
Right.
But how much can you actually blame the bullpen for yesterday's loss?
Very little.
Okay.
Obviously, the Loisaga giving up the run in the 9th to tie it, certainly a thing, but they don't really have a closer right now. And they scored 3 runs, and they scored all of their runs in 1 inning.
And without an ABS challenge, maybe they don't even score those runs.
Yeah.
Without the
How about
ABS
that?
challenge, they don't score those runs.
Yes.
I'm convinced.
Yeah,
100%.
no, listen, props to Adrian Del Castillo for calling that, because, I mean, that was a real-life example of how major this ABS implementation has been.
Yep.
Because that would be called strike 3, you're out of the inning, you score no runs. Pitch later, he laces a single, and you've tied the game at 2.
Yep. And so, also in the MLB last night, some major punches were thrown. I don't know if you guys saw.
That was quite the brawl.
Angels-Twins brawl.
Yeah.
And so that brought this question of...
It was the Braves, wasn't it? Angels-Braves?
Angels-Braves.
Angels-Braves.
Yeah.
So what, in your mind, has been the best MLB fight you've ever seen?
Oh, my God.
Last night was pretty sick. Lopez threw a punch with the baseball
in his hand. I know, I saw
and
that.
clocked the guy in the side of the face.
Oof.
That's pretty dangerous.
That's going to leave a mark.
Oh, that will leave a mark.
My first real experience with baseball and falling in love with the sport was watching Yankees games in New York with my dad in the 70s. And they're all on YouTube. It seemed like the Yankees got into a brawl every single game, whether it was with the Red Sox or the Royals. But the one that stands out was much later, and it wasn't a great moment for baseball, I don't think. But when Pedro Martinez pushed Don Zimmer down by the face.
Yep.
That's the one that I think
That was pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I always liked the Diamondbacks-Dodgers one when Randy Johnson accidentally put the Dodgers hat on afterwards.
Yeah, that was a Donnybrook.
That was. Matt Williams lost his mind.
Padres Braves in the 80s. The one that spilled into the crowd.
Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty ugly.
Yeah, last night's was...
the Nolan Ryan Robin Ventura.
Yes.
Charging the mound. It wasn't a
That wasn't
brawl.
a great fight. It was memorable.
Memorable, though. Memorable.
More recently, the Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez, I think it was, on second base when Tim Anderson got dropped, almost knocked out.
No, that was...
it wasn't Jose Ramirez,
Bautista,
right?
Wasn't there one?
No, was it Elvis Andrus? No, Elvis Andrus was different.
I just remember it was Tim Anderson who got dropped.
Yeah.
But that was a good one. Okay, and
Yeah,
last...
the Bautista one in the yeah.
Bautista got socked in the bean, I remember.
And so it's the Wednesday before the Masters. So I got to ask one separate question for Bick and Vinny and Jarrett. So, Vinny and Jarrett, what would have to be happening on Sunday for you guys to tune in?
Ooh, good question.
Remote broke? No.
Tigers driving the Ubers to
You
get
guys
people
think
home.
that I just completely shun golf. I mean, when it's a big event, I am following it during the week. I'm not necessarily glued to my television, but I'm checking the leaderboard.
Okay.
And if it's an attractive leaderboard coming down the stretch, I'll definitely watch final round coverage of any major.
If it's close, I like any big event.
Okay.
So I'll watch on Sunday if it's close down the stretch for sure. The last few holes, see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, I've got a whole party on tap Sunday.
Oh,
in
you
my
do?
house.
A Masters party?
Absolutely.
We did that last year.
We'll
It was
not
fun.
miss a shot in the tournament.
So, Bick, for you, what are you most interested in this Masters week?
A lot of things. Rory McIlroy now has a green jacket. Does that mean he can play liberated and free? Is he going to tear it up because of that, or is he kind of sated? Is he fat and happy? You know what I mean? Because when he won the Masters, you can tell by the Champions Dinner he put together. He's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
In fact, he even put out a documentary.
Yeah.
Even though his career is only a little past the midway, you don't put out a document. What if he chokes 5 times more?
Yeah.
Okay,
true.
so that's the Rory question. Scotty Scheffler, is he going to get on track? And then the biggest thing, it's going to be a week of incredible weather in Augusta, Georgia.
Yes.
No rain. It's going to be warm and dry, which means guys are going to be pounding the ball a mile. Does that mean Bryson DeChambeau is going to have a great tournament? A lot of factors.
I think so.
Yeah, it was Jose Ramirez against Tim Anderson.
Okay, that's
good memory.
Thanks. Yeah.
And we got to wrap this up. I got to check my mailbox to see if Bickley's Masters party invitation arrived.
There we go. There we go.
I'm the guy who wanted the golf party.
I didn't say I was inviting anybody.
It's a one-man party.
I was just saying. Just saying there's going to be a party going on.
Dan Bickley, the one-man party. That's funny.
I had a guy come up to me in a restaurant, big listener of the show. I'd never met him before. He said, I make customized bottle openers. I need to get you one for your necklace. And I'm like, that's a good listener.
Yes.
A guy who knows about my tendency to wear a bottle opener around my neck for really big sporting
and
events.
that gives us free stuff.
That has not come up in a long time. That is a good listener.
That's a good listener.
Listeners that give us free stuff. Also
Jarrett,
great.
you knock. Stop the begging, ferret.
My goodness.
I have a follow-up question on the around the neck bottle opener.
Yeah.
Does that mean you have like a cooler
right next to me? Absolutely. Come on now.
You're a pro.
Of course I am.
See, I got to get up. I got to go to the fridge.
No.
I got the magnetic bottle opener on the fridge that I...
You want those beers ice cold.
All right, we're all rebooted here on this Wednesday. Coming up next, what did yesterday's loss tell us about big picture problems facing the Diamondbacks? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a rifle shot into right. That's over the head of Carroll. It's off the warning track, and Lindor will score to win it for the Mets. It is a game-winning hit for Ronnie Mauricio, who is back with the big league club thanks to the calf strain to Soto. He's the hero, and the Mets take the series opener by a final score of 4-3.
The D-backs dropped Game 1 at the Mets. Game 2 this afternoon at 1 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and buyer beware is great advice when making big purchases, as in beware the high price of mediocrity. It is everywhere in the automotive world, where the average new car payment, folks, in America is north of $700 a month. There is nothing mediocre at Chapman BMW. They are your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, and high-quality used cars. And as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. One of our listeners said it took him less time to buy a new BMW at Chapman BMW than it did to buy a suit on a Saturday afternoon. That is how efficient they are. That's the kind of red carpet treatment you get at Chapman BMW. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is incredible. Staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, they've also got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And if you're rolling your eyes, don't. Chapman BMW has never forgotten the average car buyer. And remember, you've got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Take a test drive, find what you like, ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery, Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3 fastballs right down the middle. Del Castillo strikes out, and that will do it for the Diamondbacks.
It's always easy to be concerned when you don't see what you expect to see. And there's a number of guys, like you said, in the lineup that just seem to be a little bit off right now. If it wasn't for Corbin Carroll and Ildemaro Vargas, I'd hate to think where our offense would be right now, because those two guys are basically carrying the team. I mean, there have been moments for some of the other players. There have been big hits at times, but as far as consistently giving you good at-bats, it's on Corbin Carroll and Ildemaro Vargas to carry this team right now.
Chris Garagiola with the play-by-play of Adrian Del Castillo's strikeout to end the top of the ninth. Bob Brenly, a guest of our show before yesterday's game in New York, talking about the concerns with the offense. and to paint the picture of that ninth inning, Bick, and again, conditions terrible for both teams. Diamondbacks in a tie game, top of the ninth, 3-3. Devin Williams coming on. He can be devastating as a reliever. So you tell me that Ketel Marte leads off the ninth inning against Devin Williams with a single, and you've got Carroll and Perdomo coming up. I feel great about the go-ahead run coming around for the Diamondbacks. Carroll strikes out. Perdomo flies out to right. Moreno actually works in that bat. Singles to left, runners on first and second. They got 2 hits off of Devin Williams.
Yeah.
And then you heard that, again, the tone of Chris Garagiola's voice. 3 fastballs down the middle. A swing and a miss by Del Castillo. Not pinning it on ADC. He's just back up to the major leagues.
Yep.
But this offense has a lot of challenges.
That was a wasted opportunity, quite obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, I think that this is a rinse repeat kind of baseball team when it comes to how they lose baseball games. And it's a little bit of offense early, and then they just go nighty-night. And then eventually the bullpen, one person fails, and it negates maybe a night where everybody who preceded him did their jobs fairly well.
Yeah. I just think the way things shook out yesterday, we talked a bit earlier about Zach Gallen's start. Decent. 5 innings. Pitch count was high, 95. 2 runs, only one of them earned. He did walk 4, but he wiggled out of trouble on a couple of occasions, including what could have been a huge first inning that would have put this game completely out of reach for the Diamondbacks. He navigated through that. But when your starter's going 5, that means your relievers have to combine for 12 outs. That's a lot of outs for this bullpen to get right now.
I said it a week ago. You are playing with fire with this bullpen when you are asking 4 guys every game to give you 1 clean inning of relief.
Yeah. And yesterday they used 5 guys out of the bullpen, and 3 of them were fantastic.
Yeah.
Thompson was great. Murillo was great. Ginkgo with a bounce-back inning, but Loaizaga gave up the tying run, and then Sewald got touched up in the 9th.
And Sewald, even though you're not wanting to pin much of this on him, he had Ronnie Mauricio right where he wanted him after the first 2 pitches in that at bat. He had him swinging wildly at balls well above the zone, and they threw a meatball right down the plate.
would have loved to see a 0-2 pitch maybe high
Yes.
or in the dirt.
Yes.
Yeah, he threw
right down the
6
middle.
pitches, all 4-seam fastballs. You brought this up. 89, 89, 89, 89, 90, 90.
Yep.
For a guy whose velocity had been on the uptick coming out of spring training.
Yeah. Well, what's also disappointing is the Diamondbacks have not been above 500 all year long.
Nope.
And they were 5 outs away from it yesterday.
You know what that means?
Back to the sounder.
We got to get the sounder.
Oh.
Did the Diamondbacks go over 500?
Good call. That's
No.
Here's Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, on what happened in the bottom of the 10th with Sewald.
I mean, it happened so fast, right? The first at bat with Bichette, he did a nice job of getting him over. We played great defense all day today. And then I think we just made a mistake to Mauricio. You know, we had him where we wanted him. He's a young player. Just made a mistake. He looked like he was in swing mode. I felt like if we made a pitch there, and Paul knows that, we could have had a different conclusion, but it's part of the game.
Yeah, and look, I'm glad you kind of called me out on the Sewald thing because, again, he's in a tough spot, but you look at the location of those pitches he threw to Mauricio, getting up 0-2.
Yeah.
Those were well located, slower fastballs. 90 down the middle when you're up 0-2 cannot happen, especially for a veteran.
No, that's terrible. Terrible.
And now
terrible.
it's time for Did the D-backs Get Over 500? No.
No.
What year was that from? Do we know?
I don't know because we switched things here.
Yeah.
On March 17th, 2018 was when we switched, and everything has that date. So I think it's older than that.
Here's the other thing too that and again, I know this is never going to change, but Major League Baseball, we are 10 games into the season, or 11 if you're the Diamondbacks. It's April 8th. It's really early to be this far to double-digit games into the season.
They started early.
March
26th.
If you saw some of the weather and some of the crowds yesterday, what was going on in Minnesota, it was there were like 9 people at the game. In New York, the Diamondbacks game, it was a disaster.
It looks so cold.
Oh, brutal.
And you see Zach Gallen out there with no long sleeves on or anything underneath the uniform. And then you see, like, by the end of the game, how some of the players, Vientos for the Mets, bundled up. Nolan Arenado was wearing like a beanie over his hat, I think.
Yeah, I know. This baseball is not meant to be played in this weather. This is like right now is when baseball season should be started. Baseball should have opened on Monday of this week.
It is. It does sometimes do that.
Yeah.
It does.
I'm not quite sure why they started so early this year.
You're gonna ask us to make sense of what baseball
I don't
decides to
know.
do on a day-to-day basis. Coming up next, we hit the halfway point of the Wednesday show. Bick's got your blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
So I've got a whole file of incredibly grateful clients who signed up with the Life Changer loan. Couldn't believe something so amazing exists. This is probably my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear because you always have access to your equity. The Life Changer loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. Most clients pay off their home. The average length of time is 5 years, which is pretty incredible. And what it does is it gives you decades to build personal wealth while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage. The other cool thing is you get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. So in times of financial instability, in times of trouble, having a Life Changer loan gives you a lot of ammunition to navigate troubled waters. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And Kevin Durant's return to the Valley. The Suns couldn't have had a better start to it. A 37-21 first quarter, and you could see the effort and energy. Unfortunately, that was as good as it was going to get for the Suns. The Suns' fourth quarter struggles reared its ugly head, and the Rockets left with a 119-105 win. The Suns are on a back-to-back tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. That'll tip at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks struggled to close it out in New York yesterday in Game 1 against the Mets. A run in the 8th eventually forced extras, and the Mets walked it off Paul Sewald in the 10th to win it 4-3, and not the way you want to start a road trip. But the Snakes are right back out there today at 1:10 over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing, experts in SEO, PPC, and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Dylan Brooks has written an essay for the Players Tribune, and in it he has said some very interesting things. He said the Suns are the NBA's worst nightmare. He called them the monster under your bed. He said they're the team that makes everyone else in the league stare at their shoes in fear, and he ended it with a question. Who in their right mind wants to see the Phoenix Suns right now? Now, if this essay was published in January, they are words that would be exciting the entire Valley, words you could pump right into my veins. Problem is, the Suns are no longer the team that Brooks describes. Like last night against the Rockets, they shot 39 free throws, enjoyed a 24-0 run, and still lost. They came out swinging like they frequently do, but then the Rockets punched back, and like Mike Tyson famously said, everybody has a plan until they're hit in the face. The Suns are now locked into the play-in tournament, and as expectations have grown, bringing along new frustrations and levels of unhappiness, it's important to remember where this team was and how far they have come, and how all that matters is finding a way to win one play-in game or watch this season become another shipwreck in the ocean of failure. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
All right, so yesterday during show prep, I get wind that Dylan Brooks had written this.
Yeah.
Or at least provided the words that were written by somebody else. Because you know my thought on
That's
the
how it
Players
goes.
Tribune.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I'm not pointing you out, Dylan. It was a great read. So I read this story, and you get to the end, and you get to the line about the monster still under the bed.
Yeah.
Who wants to play us? And you're like, all right, I'm a little re-energized right now.
Yeah.
And then the first quarter happened.
And now you're
like, wow, did he read this aloud? Did he pull a Sammy? And did he read this aloud in the locker room before the game? If so, it worked. And then by the end of the game, I was asking myself, how long has this been on the shelf at the Players Tribune? Because none of it really applies anymore.
That's it. It's funny because that's exactly clearly by my blast. That's exactly the reaction I had. There were any number of lines in it, and isn't it something that these NBA basketball players are at the very top of the athletic food chain, and yet they're also fantastic writers?
Yes.
How they pull that off?
And yet, Joe Schmo from regular society can't put together one 10-word tweet.
Right, exactly.
They're such excellent writers. It makes me. Why can't you dunk? Bickley?
Right, that's what I'm saying. They've got very good ghostwriters at the Player Tribune. Now, again, it's not that to say these aren't his thoughts, but they're packaged in a very good way.
Yes.
And again, the idea about the Suns being the monster under the bed, I love that analogy. The team that makes you stare at your shoes. I love that verbiage. They're not that team anymore.
No, and the last line that you mentioned in the blast, too. Honestly, answer me. Who in their right mind wants to see the Phoenix Suns right now?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of teams that are very willingly raising their hands, saying, "We'll take
we'll
it.
do it. We'll take them." Yeah.
And we saw that. We saw that last night.
Yep.
I think they'd rather play them than the Clippers right now.
There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
If you're one of the teams.
Yeah.
And the problem with a monster under your bed, it's imaginary.
I don't know. The one under my bed seemed really real when I was a kid.
My wife says there's a monster in her bed.
Yeah.
And she's not wrong. I had one under my bed and in my closet. I was more of a closet guy.
Yeah.
I remember being a kid, I could not sleep with the closet door open, even a crack.
Right.
Because, once that slides over and there's no crack, then you're safe.
That's right.
Just like the covers were going to protect you,
Yeah,
too.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, the best.
Man, kids are stupid.
Well, you live alone, Vince.
Yeah.
Do you sleep with your bedroom door closed?
No.
Okay. Never mind then.
He's got a shotgun by his bed, but hey.
No, baseball bat.
Baseball bat. Yeah. So it's an interesting read, and it talks about how when Dylan Brooks was younger, he was just different, like crazy pain tolerance. Talked about how he had separated his shoulder and went that way for months. Went to
thrown up into the ceiling by an uncle.
Yeah, thrown up into his ceiling by an uncle, came sprawling down to the floor, pretended he was dead, then broke out laughing. It's a good read. I just wish the Suns were the team that he describes in it.
Yeah, they were at one point, and it's just it doesn't look that way anymore. And last night too, with the extra energy with Kevin Durant playing his first game back in Phoenix, and I think Dillon Brooks certainly part of the Suns' start was Dillon Brooks getting the better of Kevin Durant. He was getting his shots. He wasn't hitting, but there was some heat between the two.
Yep.
And Kevin Durant asked, "Hey, if Dillon Brooks was that motivation for you?"
I think he needed it more than I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't feel like he was a part of the game. He didn't take a shot at that point. He was like 0 for 4, 0 for 5, and that gets him going. And I think that got him going. He made a couple shots after that, but I don't think about guys like Dillon Brooks when I'm out there playing. I mean, it's fun. It's cool to compete against guys that play hard, but I don't need him or anybody to give me extra motivation to play.
And Durant coming out on the top end. The Rockets have gone undefeated against the Suns too. He says he's satisfied with the win, but had nothing to do with beating the Suns.
No, not at all. I just, like I said, just how we started the game off. It is what it is. This is my 15. I ain't that sentimental about every team. You know what I'm saying? I think. For the most part, we just got down early, and I just love how we stuck with it.
A lack of editing and copy, a lack of editing and audio.
Yeah, that was my fault. Give me a heads up, Kellen. Come on.
So the loss does solidify the 6 playoff teams and the 4 play-in teams. Not the order, but it has locked in everything. So that is official. There might be big trouble for the Phoenix Suns if they lose tonight and if the Clippers beat the Thunder, but you would expect both outcomes to happen. You would expect the Suns to beat the Mavericks, although you never know. I mean, Cooper Flagg's on a bender. I don't know how he did last night.
He's been drinking? He's not even old enough.
He's not even old enough. But the Suns better beat the Mavericks tonight. You beat the Mavericks tonight, you're going to be the 7 seed.
Yeah, but then it's back-to-backs for everybody involved, so you don't know
that's true
who's going to play and who's not going to play because, again, it makes sense that you would play. The Mavericks did play last night in L.A. against the Clippers, flagged 25 points, 9 of 25 shooting.
Okay.
It's getting a little tight. But I want to go back to the Durant part of this whole thing.
All right.
And we talked about the reaction from the crowd. I think last night was sufficient enough on all fronts for Suns fans, and I'm throwing myself into this mix too, to put the whole Kevin Durant thing to bed. It's in the past, lamenting over what happened, what didn't happen. He said it yesterday before the game. This place doesn't really have that much significance to me.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, and I don't mean this as a knock. This is a reality. And he kind of said it by saying that. He's a mercenary. He puts the uniform on and he goes and he plays basketball. And he is, this far into his career, really a man without a city. It's a good thing he's got his band of traveling stands because he's not beloved anywhere.
That's a great point.
And he's moved on. Time for the Suns to move on too.
That is an unbelievable point you just made because Kevin Durant, unlike any other NBA top 20 player of all time, will have, depending on what happens with the Rockets. But as of now, he's got no place to call home. He's got no place that he could walk in and just be an eternal celebrity, never pay for dinner ever again.
No, if you look at it, I mean, if he goes back to Oklahoma City, to this day he gets booed, regardless of what uniform he's wearing. If he goes back to San Francisco now, I think there's a feeling of indifference. It's impossible not to acknowledge his greatness in that uniform.
Probably the closest thing to.
But they were winning those titles without him.
And
he literally joined the most dominant player.
So do you think? But I think that's maybe why the fan base doesn't hate him as much because they won before and after him.
Yes.
So maybe that's the closest thing to.
But I wouldn't say he's beloved.
No, you're right. Indifferent.
If he goes back to Brooklyn, they're like, we got. When did we get a basketball team?
Do you think?
I remember that.
2 quick ones on that. What team do you think he'll go into the Hall of Fame as? And
they do that in basketball.
They don't do that in basketball.
They
don't.
No. Okay, then no.
Only baseball.
Would OKC and Golden State? Do you think as time passes they'll retire his number?
Yes.
I think they'll get to that point. The Golden State's already made that known that they're.
I don't know about
that.
OKC, but
I think OKC would.
OKC. Well, if the new
he left them after they lost to the Warriors.
Time heals all wounds.
And if the new Sonics take all their history back, Oklahoma City's not going to have. They're going to have to have some stuff retired, and that was a part of their Oklahoma City history.
Vinny brought it up. He's like Bryson DeChambeau. His fan base is all this group of people online. For Bryson DeChambeau, it's his YouTube channel subscribers. For Kevin Durant, it's his stands on Twitter.
Yeah. The only place really he goes back to and gets any kind of reaction, Austin, Texas, a place where he spent 1 year.
Wow.
And they didn't win anything when he was there either.
Maybe the Olympic Village as well.
Oh, yeah.
You might be onto something there. Coming up next, with the Suns limping toward the finish line this season, we want to get your thoughts on the overall state of the team. It certainly has changed over time, but we're going to open up the phone lines, 602-260-9870, a little temperature check pre-postseason for the Phoenix Suns and their fans. Again, 602-260-9870. Your call's next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
No time for Kleenex after that L. We're on to Dallas, and we preview that matchup on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports app, and on 98.7.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and did you know more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances? But natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. In fact, many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operation into the valley are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Suns able to take down Kevin Durant and the Rockets? We're reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, the great part, we have 18 really good players. You know, throughout the season, we've seen glimpses of, almost all 18 of them. Now we got going into the playoffs, your rotation shrinks. We got to pick the right guys. So adding a person in is the easy part. We want to play 15. We want to play everyone that's active. The issue is you got to take someone out. So that's where we're at. And we're going to have to find it quick. Tomorrow night, back-to-back. That'll change some things, but we're going to find it quick.
Mr. Jordan, not on the rotation questions last night, which were questioned last night, but that's the key. Play 15, but play them all at the same time. That would have evened out the rebounding.
Now you're talking.
There you go.
15 on 5. They got a chance.
Can't block out with one, block out with 3. Tongue in cheek. Phone lines open at 602-260-9870. This was a season filled with optimism, excitement, pride, I think is a key word too.
Absolutely.
And look, the Suns are still going to be part of the postseason as one of the play-in teams, but the optimism has certainly dipped. Want to take the temperature of the room here heading into the postseason. Let's go out to Gilbert and talk to Jonesy up first here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's up, Jonesy?
And that is the full roller coaster of emotions in one night, right?
Yes.
I was at a peak, and I kind of feel like this is the season too. Really exciting early on, and just what happened late. And I was going back and forth with some people last night in my sickness of late night Twitter. But a lot of people saying, get rid of Jordan Ott. And I'm like, well, hold on. He's a rookie head coach. We came out the gates really hot. He looks like, he's just kind of a little bit of deer in the headlights at this point when people make adjustments, and he's sticking to his guns and saying, let's go with the veterans, and it just kind of feels like everything went sideways really quick when we let the rookies get out of the lineup.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonesy. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, listen, I had that similar thought watching Jordan Ott last night, and I'm wondering what's going through his mind. And it seems to me that he thinks the better bet is to go back to the crew that made this magic happen in the first place and hope they refined it, rather than to bring in new pieces and hope to create something different but better.
Yeah. I agree with that, and I've been critical this morning of Jordan Ott. Anybody who's on
That's okay.
They need to fire the head
That's
coach
ridiculous.
again. This is Phoenix, Arizona. You can't go through a head coach every single year. They tried for a while. He's done a really good job this year.
He's been a coach of the year candidate.
But let me ask you, I don't think he's going to get many votes.
Well, at this point. Not now.
But let me ask you this, before we want to chase him out of town. Who's playing consistently good basketball on an individual basis right now?
Ooh.
The guys that were great at the beginning of the year. Dylan Brooks, I know he's still getting his legs underneath him. He has not been the same player he was before the injury.
That's a good point.
Mark Williams working his way back. Grayson Allen is struggling. Colin Gillespie is struggling.
The Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie pieces, when those
Royce
two
O'Neal.
When those three were making shots, everything looks so much better.
Yes, the series of role players that were having career years all at the same time didn't last the whole year.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
unfortunately.
no, you're absolutely right.
Let's keep it going at 602-260-9870. Kiernan and Gilbert up next. Kiernan. Hey.
Hey, it's Wolf.
Wolf, what's
Medium to
happening?
low expectations, right? Medium to low expectations. I've been saying it for a while, guys. I can't do Wolf that long. You guys know that kills my throat. Okay, on the Dylan Brooks thing, well, obviously, the injury, yes. But he knows he can't play like he was because he's just going to get suspended another game. So in the back of his mind, we got to realize he can't be himself. And if he can't be himself, then what good is he putting in that long or that much time on the court? And so the Jordan Ott thing, please, for the love of God, do not get rid of another coach too soon, Arizona sports. Please. Can we just hold on to one for a little bit longer, give him the benefit of the doubt? What have you done for me lately is overkill in certain areas, and in certain other aspects of sports, I understand it's crucial. But come on, patience a little bit, people.
Yeah.
And he's got to work on the rotation. We all know that. Right, we're undersized. What are we going to do about it? Well, they can't. So let in the rookies. Play them more. Now that we know we're going to be playing, I agree with you guys earlier. Why couldn't we have put in Fleming? Why couldn't we put in the bigs? Get them a little bit more time, even if it was only 2 to 3 minutes to give the other guys a little rest. I don't understand the rotation. I'm a little questioning that. Just like we hear him admit he's still trying to figure it out. Okay, first year. But we all blown away from the expectations we all had going in. So having that in the back of my mind, medium to low expectations. That's it. All right.
Yep.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks for the call, Kieran. And look, that's what I was critical of was, okay, when it's that vast a difference in the rebounding, are you throwing everything you can out there? Here's another thing that wasn't tried last night. Why weren't Oso and Mark Williams ever on the floor together?
That's a question, too. Yeah, listen, I think Jordan Ott didn't push the right buttons last night. But for people to get hypercritical of that's just absurd. Yep. Absurd.
Let's keep it going. JC is in Phoenix up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's up, JC?
Good morning, guys. I'm going to chalk this up this whole season up to this point as a win. We're above the wins they expected us to win. I'm pretty sure on what Vegas set the line. The lunch bet got paid off where they matched the win total. So that aspect from Burns and Gambo. Everything looks good. For us to be in the play-in is just a win in itself, too. I don't know why everyone wants to set the world on fire and set dumpsters on fire. There's nothing to be worried about, in my opinion. You got a rookie head coach. You got all these injuries. I get it. Let's just go with the flow. And you know what? Year 1 looks great. Let's hope year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 looks amazing as well. Jared, please pay off that breakfast burrito debt.
Thank you, JC.
Hear about it.
Good job, JC. Good job.
I'm sorry the line dropped there.
Yeah.
No, I will.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I will. I'm sorry, the phone.
I'm sorry, the phone?
Got time for one more. Let's squeeze in Danny and Chandler here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Danny?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So I'm not a big fan. I used to be a huge NBA fan, but I'm not a big fan of these in-season tournaments, and certainly not a big fan of the play-in. That being said, it's kind of a gift, I guess, that the Suns are getting in even to the play-in, because I don't think a lot of us expected that. However, I'm not feeling too good about this team right now because I didn't even watch the first part of the game last night because I forgot about it being, the nationally televised and it was on extra late. But I had heard that they had like a 24-point lead because they went on a 24-point run or something like that, and they still can't finish the game. I mean, are you kidding me? They can't win that? It's ridiculous.
The problem was the 24-0 run came a little bit early. That's a long time to hold on against a team like the Rockets.
Yeah. And to be fair about being lucky to be in the play-in, if there was no such thing as the play-in, the Suns would be in the regular, real playoffs as the 7th seed. They would have a 7. If it was the old format, they would have a 7-game series to look forward to.
Yeah.
All morning long, I've got these ideas jumping through my head on how to curb tanking since we had that discussion.
It's all I think about.
How about this one?
8:45.
It's all you think about.
No, it's like
8:45.
Go back. Let's go back to it.
Okay.
We're fixing things.
Yeah.
And the listeners are going to give us their
But
answers.
Jerry, you don't know how
9.
anything works. How are you going to fix anything?
I'm not handy at all, but I'll fix this problem.
Oh, yeah.
I'll watch a YouTube video to fix it if I have to. Thanks for the phone calls. Coming up next, we will talk Cardinals football. Their offseason program is underway under new head coach Mike LaFleur. A.Q. Shipley joins us next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team.
At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The good, bad, and the ugly was on display last night for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks all up against their former teams last night. And the Suns jumped the Rockets early, including a 24-0 run in the first, but the Suns would fail to turn it into a win. The Rockets handled Phoenix after the first and grabbed a 119-105 win. The Suns now just 2 games up on the Clippers for the 7 seed, making tonight's game against the Mavericks a big one. That'll get going at 7 from downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks were on the other side of a walk-off yesterday. The Mets walked it off in the 10th off of Paul Sewald to win it 4-3. A game the Diamondbacks led in the 8th inning, but the offense couldn't get a big hit and the bullpen couldn't get a big out. But the chance to figure it out as they're right back at it at 1:10 in New York, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. UFC Fight Night is coming in hot, and the best place to catch the action is Twin Peaks. Ice cold beer at 29 degrees, scratch-made favorites, and wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
The Cardinals off-season program getting underway at their training facility in Tempe. We're getting closer to the draft. Good time to talk Cardinals football with their radio color commentator. You hear him and see him all the time on the Pat McAfee Show as well. AQ Shipley, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. AQ, it feels weird talking to you without getting to see your face on video, man.
I know. I hate that I had to do this morning. I love seeing the many different hairdos that I get to walk into every Monday morning from you guys. But here we are.
So the off-season program gets underway with a new head coach. Obviously, it's something that you went through a couple times with your time as an Arizona Cardinal. We were discussing it yesterday, and I kind of brought it up, and I want to know if this is true. Does it have a first day of school kind of feel to it?
It always does. Yeah, there's a sense of nerves. There's a sense of anxiousness, just getting back around it, especially when there's a new head coach. I think this is always a unique situation when you start 2 weeks early, you have a new head coach, there's no preconceived notion of how he views you. You got to go in and make an impression. And so I think a lot of these guys, they're going to go in and they're going to try and make their best first impression. Even with Budda Baker, who's been there forever, he's got a crazy good resume. But again, first day back at school, as we would say, and first day with a new head coach.
I don't know how much interfacing you've had with Mike LaFleur, but I'm curious your first impressions of him. What boxes does he check for you?
Yeah, so I loved him. I showed up at the very first introductory press conference, and I thought he nailed that press conference. I thought he said everything right, loved the family atmosphere, loved the grinding of him having to kind of grind through lower level and climb his way up, and obviously comes from a football family, football background with his brother and his dad and all the different things, and having his whole family be present that first day. I loved everything about that. And then, just watching his body of work and him being under Shanahan, being under McVay, I think that's become the cheat code. I think if you can find the guy that comes from Shanahan or McVay that is comfortable at calling plays. I mean, obviously I know he wasn't calling plays in L.A. with McVay, but he had a bird's eye view of two of the best to ever do it calling plays. So hopefully he can take everything he's learned, put it into his little notebook, and come up with one heck of a plan for this Cardinals team. AQ
Shipley, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Draft still about 2 weeks away. Cardinals still holding on to that number 3 pick. And, when you're at number 3 and the number 1 pick is pretty much determined, there's a lot of speculation on what teams might do. There are needs on this team. I want to focus on offensive line with you because it seemed, AQ, earlier in this process, there was a lot of linking the Cardinals to Mauanoa from Miami, maybe at number 3, or Spencer Fano. It looks like both of those players, for whatever reason, are dipping down the first round in recent mocks. Are they good enough in your mind for the Cardinals and Monty Ossenfort to consider trading down and maybe getting them in the teens as opposed to number 3?
I would love that move, honestly. I would love to see them trade back. I think 3, if you don't have a surefire Larry Fitzgerald type of player at 3, it's hard to make that pick and justify it at that value place at number 3. So for me, I think you look at those guys. I love both those guys you just mentioned, the kid from Utah, the kid from Miami. Maui Noah and Fano, I think, are awesome players. I think you could probably trade back, get great value, get those guys a little bit lower, and then pick up another pick, whether it's late first or early second or even mid-second, pick up another pick there and probably get another value player. They're probably going to take a quarterback at some point. Who knows where that falls in play. But there's so many players. I think it's just hard to justify. Listen, if those guys were left tackles, I think you could justify that at number 3. The fact that they're both right tackles, the fact that you already have your left tackle, I don't think you're going to sit here and try and move Paris back to the right and then make one of those guys a left. So it's tough to justify taking either one of those guys at number 3, being that they're both right tackles.
Why is it that, let's just put an arbitrary number on it, 3. Why is it that the top 3 offensive linemen in any given draft generally are safer bets than the top 3 edge rushers? Why is it that offensive linemen are easier to predict than edge rushers when it comes to making the transition from college to pros?
Well, I think it's far too often we sit there and base edge rushers off potential. We see speed, we see and also the level of talent that they're going against on the offensive lines in college isn't nearly. I mean, every week in the NFL, you're getting Trent Williams, you're getting Darisaw, you're getting every single left tackle in this league for the most part is a first-round pick, and if they're not a first-round pick, more often than not, they work themselves into a Pro Bowl type player, right? So you're getting the best of the best every single week. In college, you're not. You might get that in the Big Ten, you might get that for 2 or 3 weeks, right? But then you go play Northwestern and you have a 4-sack game. Well, how's that going to translate to the NFL? Like that doesn't translate because he just ran around them. Well, he's not going to be able to run around Trent Williams. He's not going to be able to run around these guys in the NFL. And so, you sit there and you look at it and then you see them run a 40 and you get enamored at the fact that, they ran a 4.4. And well, guess what? Like everybody runs a 4.4 at this level. So, and at the end of the day, now you're going against a guy who can get to a spot. He can anticipate, get to a spot with good technique, and he's got 36-inch arms. You can't just run around that guy anymore. And so now you have to have a first move. You have to have a secondary move. You have to have a counter move. You got to have a spin move. You got to have smarts. You got to have all these different things. Whereas offensive linemen, you can kind of just turn on the tape and say, okay, is he nasty? Does he finish? Does he have the traits? Does he play with good technique? Who is he coached by? So I think it's a little bit safer to see how they're going to translate.
That's a good point.
Hey, Q Shipley, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Generally speaking, I've wondered about this for a while. When it comes to the draft, and I think the NFL draft is the most fascinating sporting event, and I put event in quotes because it's not really an event. It's people getting jobs. But everybody that loves football becomes sort of a draft expert at this time of the year. Active players. How much do you do active players? How much did you follow the draft or get ready for the draft when you were an active player? Did you just worry about your own business?
Yeah, you worry about your own business, but also, I remember watching the first round every year. I felt like as if they, if I'm sitting there coming off a starting season here in, 16 as a starting center, the only thing I cared about was that they didn't draft a center in the first round. Once I got through the first round, they didn't draft a first-round center. I was like, okay, let's go have some beers. We're good. We can keep this thing moving for another year. I'll compete against anybody second round and on. I could care less. As long as it's not a first round and they got a guaranteed job. So I think that's kind of how everybody's kind of viewing it. I think you're sitting there, you're wondering if you're a starter, and then all of a sudden they draft a first-rounder in your position. You're like, oh, boy, I don't know where this is going to go. So I think that's pretty common. Obviously, second round still got a pretty good chance to, get thrown in the mix. But I think guys feel pretty good about competing as long as it's not a first rounder.
Hey, I think I agree with your plan. Take one of those tackles, move back if you can, get another draft pick if you can, and move from there. They also need a quarterback, and people have talked about Ty Simpson, and that has brought up the discussion of how much experience do you need in college to translate to the pros. What are your thoughts on drafting quarterbacks? Are there any that you like in this draft that maybe the Cardinals should take a flyer on?
Yeah, I mean, if you have the opportunity at some point and these guys start to fall, whether it's Ty Simpson, whether it's a Carson Beck, I saw him, I called the Fiesta Bowl with the McAfee show on the field. I saw him in person. He is huge. I mean, he looks like Carson Palmer size-wise out there. And I kind of love that style of that pro-style type quarterback. Now, I think he's got some work to do. I think he's got some accuracy stuff. I think there's a lot of things, but a lot of the intangibles he has, and can you develop them? I mean, I think that's part of the question mark. But that's part of the question mark any year anymore. I think coming out of college, I think these guys are not your prototypical, quarterbacks from 2000 to 2015 where you were getting a Carson Palmer, a Ben Roethlisberger, a Brady, a Breeze, a Rivers. Like those quarterbacks are of yesteryear, it seems. Now it's you see half the field, you come from an RPO-based system, mostly shotgun, and then you try and make these guys turn into pro style a little bit, or you build off of what their skill set is. And so, I think there's always a building curve. But yeah, I think for me, as you look and you get to the second round, or you get to the third round, and any of these guys start to slip or dip a little bit in where you maybe had them on your board, yeah, take a flyer on them. I mean, I think you're in a little bit of cap purgatory, I think, from the Kyler stuff, and you're going to kind of have to just grind through this year. But I think if we've watched Monty work the way he's worked, he loves to move and shake on draft day. So it'll be interesting to see if he falls back and moves back in and does some of the things he did a couple years ago.
AQ, great stuff. Thanks for the time today. We'll talk again soon, man.
Always a pleasure, boys.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. AQ Shipley, Cardinals radio analyst, part of the Pat McAfee Show. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, I can't fix anything when it comes to using a tool, but we'll give it a shot to fix tanking in the NBA. Why not? They need ideas, right, Bick? We'll do it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Suns are locked into the play-in tournament after a loss to the Rockets, but home court is still likely. ASU's Clayton Smith moves back to defensive end after learning the offense at wide receiver. And the Cardinals get back to the basics as life begins under Mike LaFleur. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you see his face everywhere on Valley billboards, on Valley buses, on commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name, it's a fun brand, but understand this, the work they do is very, very serious, and if you're ever injured in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Here's what you're going to get from Sweet James. You can expect maximum compensation, and that is because their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They have got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously, and their attorneys have extensive trial experience, and all that trial experience gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. Keep in mind now, we're talking about a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. You have access to the best and the brightest attorneys. They've got a full in-house trial team, and having the right attorney on your side literally can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Remember, big insurance companies, corporations, defendants always stacking the deck against everyday Americans, lowballing claims, delaying payments, denying justice. Sweet James fights back. They're the attorneys you need on your side if you're ever hurt in an accident. Call them at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. Markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns look against old friend Kevin Durant in the Houston Rockets? And how do they need to defend #1 overall pick Cooper Flagg tonight? We'll talk about it starting at 2. The Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Draymond, to that point, do you think the play-in is still good for the league as a whole? Or would you rather it just went back to 1 to 8?
I think it worked initially. And now, to have a team stuck in 10th, it ain't working. So, we could have lost our last 15 games and been stuck in 10th, it ain't working.
Draymond Green of the Warriors last night after his team beat the Sacramento Kings. It was an interesting game because the Kings, one of those tanking teams we're talking about, actually leading by a point with 3 minutes to go.
Wow, okay.
And their head coach, Doug Christie, in an offensive set that Golden State had the ball, instructed Doug McDermott to foul Seth Curry. Not Steph Curry, Seth Curry.
Okay.
Fouled him purposely to put him on the line. Curry ended up missing 1 of 2. The Warriors went on to miss to win the ball game. But how do you explain that? And that was part of Draymond Green's rant last night about the tanking that's going on. He's like, I watched a team foul Seth Curry for no reason with 3 minutes to go with the lead. Curry's an 86% foul shooter in his career. It's inexplicable what's happening, but they were in danger of winning a game, so they fouled a really good free throw shooter. Draymond Green was asked about, hey, one of these steps that the league took years ago to curb tanking was play-in tournament. 7 through 10, you get to compete for the last 2 seeds. He's exactly right. Sometimes it doesn't work. And this year, the Golden State Warriors are 10th in the Western Conference at 37-42. That's an 11.5 game lead over the 11th seed New Orleans Pelicans. In the Eastern Conference, Miami locked into 10th at 41-38. 10 games in front of the Milwaukee Bucks in the 11th seed. That doesn't work either. So I have an idea.
Okay.
It's open for shooting down. We saw this happen out of necessity in the 1981 baseball season. That was the strike year, right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Remember they had first half winner, second half winner, and that's how they determined. Instead of a long 82-game slog, why doesn't the NBA do 4 mini seasons of 20 games? My thinking behind this is if you're a team that, let's say you're a team.
What if the same team wins more than one? Or what would be the incentive of playing once you've won a quarter of the season?
Wait, let him finish the
Thank you,
thought.
Sammy.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
My thought is you're a team, you had a player, the Boston Celtics. Let's say things didn't go well for the Celtics this year. To their credit, they overcame a key injury to Jason Tatum. And they were in good shape when he came back from an Achilles tear. But, if they're 25 and 50, is there any impetus for Jason Tatum to come back? No. If the slate is being wiped clean after 20 games, after 40 games, he could come back, contribute to the team, actually improve the team, and they could clinch a postseason spot that way.
All right, but again, let's get back to Jared's question now. What do you do after 20 games? How are you rewarding the teams after each quadrant of 20 games?
It could be, I guess if it's 4 mini seasons, top 2 from each mini season. And if you win more than one or you qualify in more than one, you're rewarded with a playoff bye. I'm looking for anything to curb it.
How about maybe like a reverse luxury tax system where if you're an NBA franchise and you finish in last place, that's fine. But if you finish in last place again the next year, you get fined. And then if you finish in last place the third year, you get fined heavier.
Or by finishing position, because I don't think a last place finish is the problem. I think it's the last 10 teams. So if you finish in the last third of the league 3 straight years, you're financially penalized. Kind of to your point, not just last place, but for the Jazz.
Well, how about this?
Yeah.
How about this? How about you take the 4 worst teams and you slot them 5 through 8 in the NBA draft? You do not give them access to the top 4 picks.
I like that.
I like all of these.
So the one I always go back to, and I've thought this way since the tanking discussion has happened, and it's very possible that they could do this, but you just do away with lottery odds. And I know that'll cause a lot of people but OKC shouldn't be able to get the first pick. Well, then get better.
You need the draft to get better.
Do.
That's what the draft is for.
So if you're Utah, be better at picking 6th.
But that's not the same.
I'm sorry.
Who picked 6th the year that the Spurs got Victor Wembanyama?
Yes, but how often?
It's not fair. The point of the draft is to make the bad teams better.
But how often are there players like Victor Wembanyama?
Here's the point. I went and looked it up. Since 2000, so we're talking about 25 drafts to this point, 26 inclusive. I think there's 9 players that would qualify as franchise/sport-changing players that have been drafted number 1 overall, which is what everybody's trying to get, right? Tell me if you agree with this list. Starting in 2000, LeBron James, 2003.
Yep.
I'll throw Derrick Rose in the mix.
Yes. Before he got hurt, he was,
2008. Kyrie Irving, 2011. Anthony Davis, 2012. Anthony Edwards, 2020. Cade Cunningham, 2021. Victor Wembanyama, 2023.
DeAndre.
Cooper Flagg, 2025.
Right.
For all those guys, that's 9 out of 25. That's 16. For those guys, you also have Andrea Bargnani, Andrew Bogut, John Wall was decent.
But there isn't rapid tanking every single year.
Yes, there is.
It's years when there is either a franchise changer or a year like this year where there's a bunch of really good players in the top 5. The Zachary Risache year, do you remember us talking about tanking all year long? No.
No.
Because
but you know why?
Yes.
That's exactly why. It doesn't mean teams weren't tanking. It's but the prize wasn't shiny enough to attract people's attention outside the sport.
And teams shouldn't get the chance to pick when they lose. For example, like in the Victor Wembanyama draft, like they shouldn't have the opportunity to turn and be like, we're 15 games below 500 through the first 30. We're just going to go down the tank because Wemby's there. They shouldn't have that chance.
Look,
but there's no chance of them making the playoffs. So why shouldn't they try to set up themselves to be better next year?
Anytime you reward losing in any capacity, this is what happens.
The idea of abolishing the draft and making every college player a free agent sounds like a simple fix. How does it really play out? Does anybody go to Memphis? Does anybody go to Milwaukee?
But if they want,
no, they don't.
Potentially, if they want to play,
if there's like the implementation of a rookie salary cap.
Wow, that's an interesting idea. The other thought of the abolishing the draft is of the lottery teams or the teams that don't make the playoffs, they're put into groups. Say the worst 5 teams, whoever's the number 1 prospect gets to pick where they go of the 5 teams. So like Cooper Flagg, for example, last year, of the 5 worst teams, he would have been given his choice of where to go of the 5 worst teams. I've seen that tossed around.
What was the Shane Doan proposal that as soon as a team was eliminated from the playoffs,
then it's a point accumulation from that point.
And so the teams that are the best after being eliminated from the playoffs are the ones that get rewarded.
Cut the season to 70 games, and every team makes the playoffs.
But
every team makes the playoffs. Then you figure out the draft order afterwards. You cut the regular season down to 60 games, let's say.
We've thrown out roughly 150 ideas.
Yeah, they're all better than the actual ones the NBA came up with.
It's true.
It's a good point.
Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. As we hit the 9 o'clock hour next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select
40,000 people is bigger than just a crowd. That's the size of a small city. It also represents the number of people who chose the simple but life-changing treatments at QC Kinetics, people who chose pain relief without the surgery, people who said there's got to be another way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, getting their lives back. At QC Kinetics, you're going to find these treatments are all organic, all natural. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. No surgery, no steroids, no downtime, just real pain relief that lasts. You can find QC Kinetics right here in the Valley using these safe, natural treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice, folks, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith raves about QC Kinetics. In fact, QC Kinetics has a 92% patient satisfaction rate nationwide. That is a staggering number that proves this stuff works, and the sooner you start, the faster you will heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Chain Company.
Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And Kevin Durant's return to the Valley. The Suns couldn't have had a better start to it, a 37-21 first quarter, and you could see the effort and energy. Unfortunately, that was as good as it was going to get. The Suns' fourth quarter struggles reared its ugly head, and the Rockets left with a 119-105 win. The Suns are on a back-to-back tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. That'll tip at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks struggled to close it out in New York yesterday in Game 1 against the Mets. A run in the 8th inning eventually forced extras, and the Mets walked it off Paul Sewald in the 10th to win it 4-3, and not the way you wanted to start the road trip. The Snakes are back out there today at 1:10 over on ESPN 620 as Ryan Nelson looks for his best start to the young season. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, good morning. It is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and you can tune in and watch us live every single morning on YouTube. At Arizona Sports is what you'll type into the search bar there. But we've got some good questions, a lot of responses, so let's get to it. And we start with Phoenix Suns fans. What movie title or TV title or quote best represents the team right now?
And you could also go to Facebook and Instagram and respond to this question as well.
I didn't look at these ahead of time. I'm always caught off guard with the movie title.
What song would you pick?
No, this is a movie one.
Movie one.
Or we got some good answers if you want to think about it.
Yeah, why don't let's do that.
Yeah, Tracy said The Dark Knight when he says, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
I'll go to my old standby. The wisdom of Tom Cruise in Cocktail. Everything ends badly or else it wouldn't end.
True.
That is true. Let's see. Daryl Lee said, lost. They lost to Durant. They lost their identity. They look lost. Jordan Knott has lost the ability to adjust, and maybe Jordan Knott has lost his voice. They don't seem as tuned as they were in the first half of the season, which is fair. Beer Bob just sent the gif of, well, it's Groundhog Day again. And then Wookie said the quote of, we've got a pool and a pond. The pond would be good for you. And then he prefaced, the pool is the playoff berth. The pond is the play-in
That's
tournament.
good.
Yeah.
So
You're over there on Briar,
you got
right?
a pool over there?
Seabacher says the Suns' defense right now, he quotes Major League, don't give me this old A bull blank.
And then Brian Prescott, the Jackie Moon, everybody panic. I don't know if we shouldn't panic, you know. All right, and this question got a lot of responses. We were talking
beginning of the show.
Yes, beginning of the show. We led with hockey. And so it asked, do you miss the Arizona Coyotes and having hockey in the Valley? If so, what have you missed most? If not, why?
I made the point when I brought this up this morning that unfortunately there is not much I miss about the Coyotes, and that's on them, not me. That's a them problem, not a me problem. I said it before. If that franchise had treated us to a lot of playoff berths and great memories, of course we'd miss them. They were a train wreck for the better part of 20-plus years.
I agree with a lot of what Bick just put out there, but what I miss and how the Coyotes tie into it, I miss this being a four-sport city.
Yep.
Now, it was frustration and it was ineptitude a lot of the time that they were here, but being one of those cities and markets that had all four majors, that was cool.
Nearly 40 responses to this question, so a lot of people genuinely do miss the Coyotes. Ryan said, yes, just the chance to go to games. The NHL is the best live sporting event to go to. Ray said, I can't even watch hockey on TV anymore. My son was too small to appreciate the games that we went to, and now he's the perfect age for it, and we don't have that option. DPoke77 said, yes, youth programs were alive and well, too, when the Coyotes were here. We need another chance. Obviously, a solid ownership group and a central location this time. The time is ticking. And then Bob said, 1,000,000% I miss them. I was gutted for weeks. Being a four-sports team town is one of the reasons we moved here. Even had half-season tickets at one point. Now, I barely even pay attention to the NHL. So a lot of people still frustrated that the Coyotes are no longer in the Valley.
I liked Eddie V's response, too.
Yeah.
I do, but I don't miss the mediocrity, kind of what you brought up, Vic. Of course, that's better than no hockey at all. What I do miss are the days of Keith Tkachuk, Jeremy Roenick, Shane Doan, Rick Tocchet, Teppo Newman, and Dallas Drake. These guys were this town's gladiators. I miss them.
Fair. And something we just talked about during 8:45, but we can leave it to some of the listeners. But we asked, how would you fix the tanking problem in the NBA?
We just spent a whole segment on it. We still didn't come up with a viable answer.
I still think massive financial penalties for teams that are found to be tanking has to be or something else as harsh. All right, you don't get a draft pick this year. Your draft pick is frozen.
Yep.
Or, well, we're going down that road again. I don't want to keep.
Yeah, I like my idea at the end there. Cut the regular season down to 60 games. Every team makes the playoffs then, and then you determine the draft order after that.
There's just so many flaws in every idea.
Except for that one. Brilliant.
I mean, I don't necessarily see the point at all of having a regular season then.
22 games off the schedule, and no one will ever do that.
Yeah, you're right. Cut it down to 70 games. But they get playoff games, so you're not really.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. I agree with you, but they just never will.
Chalk Riley said, any team that is deemed to have tanked any specific game must refund all ticket proceeds of that game to their fans in attendance. It's an interesting.
I wonder why there hasn't been some sort of class action massive lawsuit, fan-driven, of teams that are just tired of this.
How about Robert's idea? He credits Shane Doan. If you don't make the playoffs, then you have a tournament. The teams that don't make the playoffs have a tournament. The winner gets the number one pick, and then you move back from there.
See, that's not a bad idea.
But then you end up rewarding the teams that are actually tanking because the teams that tank could be better if they tried.
Yeah. Oh,
and
wait.
then they try
It
and
also
they
would-
win.
To use Jarrett's terminology, oh no, the tournament is starting. Anthony Davis and Trae Young are healthy again.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Right.
And to be fair, if you're like the 10th seed in the play-in, what's to stop you from wanting to get into that rather the draft tournament instead rather than the regular playoffs? Yeah.
And then two, real quickly on the way out, PCA said, is tanking really a problem? Number one picks in the NBA don't seem to have particularly high hit rates compared to other sports, which we talked about. And then Milt said, tanking is far less important than foul baiting, whining, incessant whistles, and the gather step. Those are what make the NBA hard to watch.
NBA's got a lot of problems.
got a lot of issues. A lot of issues.
But there we go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And go watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Got a lot of issues with you people.
No doubt.
I don't disagree with it. I came to the conclusion yesterday, and I told Bick off the air, I'm starting to listen more to the people that say the NBA is becoming unwatchable. It is a hard watch sometimes.
You listen, they better have a good postseason. That's all I got to say.
Four Peaks wants to send you and three friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text seats to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. Coming up next, NBA's got issues. Our NBA team's got some issues right now, and they all came out last night against the Rockets. We'll get into some Suns talk straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a rifle shot into right. That's over the head of Carroll. It's off the warning track, and Lindor will score to win it for the Mets. It is a game-winning hit for Ronnie Mauricio, who is back with the big league club thanks to the calf strain to Soto. He's the hero, and the Mets take the series opener by a final score of 4-3.
The D-backs dropped Game 1 at the Mets. Game 2 this afternoon at 1 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, you feel awful about it. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation, in that exact spot. But they need to know there's a way forward, and that way forward is called Y Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they do. And in the process, there's no judgment going on. They're not going to grill you with questions about why you didn't fix your situation sooner. Y Refi helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y Refi shines the brightest, because they build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They do not get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y Refi a call today if this is the situation you want to get out of. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now, or go online at ariadentalimplant.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery,
and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Suns able to take down Kevin Durant and the Rockets? We're reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I guess just closing games. I feel like that's been the biggest thing since we all got healthy. Closing games. We got to be able to close the game and, get to our spots and get good shots. No matter what that looks like, whether it's Book, me, BB, he's got to be able to close that.
Jalen Green last night asked what the biggest problem has been, and he talked about closing games since I'm not going to use that phrase. I almost said the forbidden phrase. I almost said it. With Green, Booker, and Brooks being healthy, he thinks that's the biggest problem, closing games with that threesome. That was part of the problem last night.
Yeah.
Jordan Ott, the head coach, talked about that subject too, about not necessarily the issues in closing, but just getting as much time on the floor with those three together is the key.
Yeah, I mean, game reps are obviously the most important piece to it all. Thankfully, Dylan and Jalen have played together, and, at times, two of the three have played together. I think that's the unique challenge. You're right on the money, that all three of them out there at the same time. But we've talked about it. We've practiced as much as we can practice. We always try to keep those guys, even like their minutes right now wasn't probably how we expected to start the season, just to get the extra reps together. So we'll continue to look at it, and we got to speed it up.
Yeah, and even after a bad second quarter and a tread water kind of third quarter, where the Suns were even with Houston, but largely from what they were able to do at the free throw line. They shot 15 free throws in the third quarter alone, made 13 of them. They're up 3 going into the fourth. When we've seen the Suns struggle to close games, it's normally in those clutch time situations, Bick.
Yeah.
It didn't get to that last night.
No, it didn't.
Because the Rockets came out, started the fourth quarter on an 8-0 run, absolutely just sucked all of the energy out of the building.
Yeah.
And, the Suns still were lingering. I thought the Dylan Brooks foul on Jabari Smith Jr. on the corner 3 where there wasn't much contact and Brooks threw his hands back and kind of made contact with his chest. It was a huge call. Smith hit the free throws, and any chance that the Suns had at that point, I thought, was pulled away from them after that. And their play kind of indicated that.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I know a lot of people were wondering about the rotations to begin the fourth quarter. They went with a very, very small lineup on a night when they were getting hammered on the offensive glass, on a night where the Rockets had 25 more field goal attempts than the Suns. Big number. 100 field goal attempts for the Rockets, 75 for the Phoenix Suns. You get that kind of advantage in shots up at the rim. That means the other team is breaking down in one area of the game. Kellen Olson in his game story points out that even when the Suns had bigger lineups, it didn't solve the rebounding issues.
True.
I think the bigger question for me is, could last night have been a game where you put in a Kaman Malawach and maybe played Rasheer Fleming more than 7 minutes? And
he only played 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Oh, I thought he had one other stint in the game.
No, he didn't get until garbage time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So to me, that's my point.
We talked about this, though, in the middle of the season. We said, when Mark Williams comes back, when Dylan Brooks comes back, when Grayson Allen plays consistently, something's going to give. People are going to be pushed out of this rotation because you can't play. Jordan Knott said, I wish I could play all 15, but you can't realistically.
I pointed it out from a statistic standpoint of rebounds per 48 minutes. But when you look at this team, we know it's a small team.
Yeah.
First of all.
Right.
With the way that Jordan Knott is constructed and kind of put this rotation together right now, they're very, very small. But if you look at it player to player, there's only a couple of players on this team that I think you would say are above average to good rebounders for their position. Jordan Goodwin is one of the top rebounding guards in the league. We can agree on that, right?
Yes, we can.
Colin Gillespie is a great rebounder for the position that he plays and for his size. He's just got a knack for it.
Yeah.
I think Royce O'Neal, for being a 6'6" swing guy, is a good rebound. But I don't necessarily think anybody else is an outstanding rebounder. And that comes to mentality. Yes, it comes to technique, desire, blocking out. Certainly was not a strength last night. Once the Rockets got going on the offensive glass, they got hungrier and hungrier.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And even that 8-0 run to start the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's a good point.
2 of those were created on offensive rebounds that ended in dunks for Amen Thompson.
Yeah. And then there's the other factors that you can throw into the mix. The factors that earlier on in the season, the Suns, their try-hard factor was off the charts. You saw it on both ends of the floor. You saw it defensively. You saw it when it came to offensive rebounding. They were as tenacious of an offensive rebounding team as you'd see. Then you factor in the idea that the good NBA teams, they don't begin to lock in until February. And then, as Jared pointed out, you had a lot of guys having career years. I remember saying early in the season that the Suns had a staggering amount of things working in their favor. Yeah. Good things happening to them. Career years everywhere you pointed your finger. And it's not realistic to think that those guys having those career years were going to stretch it out another 2-3 months.
No, I didn't think Colin Gillespie, for example, would come crashing down this hard, where he's just really, really struggling to score anymore and turnovers and stuff like that. But overall, now, the bigger question to me is sort of what you were saying about the try-hard team. Do you think that in the first half of the season, they were trying really hard and other teams weren't, and now they're trying really hard and other teams are trying really hard?
I think that's part of it.
Or the Suns not trying as hard as they were, because they got burnt out after that first half of the season.
I think there might be a little of that as well.
I don't think that's the biggest factor, though.
I'm not sure there is a biggest factor.
But when you bring up a player like Colin Gillespie, the effort is there. He's never played this much basketball this season before. By far, the workload for him this year has just been a different world. And look, people want to poo-poo on that and say these are professional athletes. Fatigue is a thing. Fatigue hits everybody.
And he most seems... maybe since Jalen Green came back, the positional overlap maybe seems to be affecting him most, trying to fit him in with Booker and Green now.
But one of the things that I walked away with, and this is an extreme reaction, yes, and I'm prone to those from time to time. I walked out of that arena last night thinking, this version of the Suns could play that version of the Rockets 100 times. They wouldn't win very many of them.
No. I agree with that.
It's also just
It's a
a
bad
really, really horrible matchup for the Suns.
Not much bench production. The plus minuses for some of the bench guys are brutal from last night.
Yeah.
So,
but they got to bounce back. I mean, if they want to host that 7-8 play-in, they got to win this game tonight.
You better win tonight.
Have to win tonight.
Yeah,
Dallas
totally
Mavericks
agree.
in town. Also, want to remind you that if you want to see Daniel Tosh here in Arizona, don't miss your chance. He's live at Arizona Financial Theater Friday, November 6th. The Daniel Tosh My First Farewell Tour. For ticket information or to enter your name to win tickets, go to the contest page at arizonasports.com. We'll roll out this week's edition of Mock My World next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wonder if Jordan Ott's like, man, I could use a few more games to figure out these rotations now, but he doesn't have them. He's got 4 games.
Once again, too, I wonder about this, the whole Jalen Green thing. And can you imagine if you're the last 5 minutes of the play-in? Hey, everybody, you really need this game.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
Can you imagine if he's not? I'm just saying.
That starts
a possibility.
That starts to raise questions about the offseason.
I don't think it is. I'm going to stand here resolutely and say no. He's going to be out there on the floor. Isn't that right, Jordan? He's going to be out there on the floor.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, Vince Murata here, and shared my story with you 25 years ago. After years of wearing glasses and contacts, I did have LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but 25 years later, my vision has changed a little bit. I do squint from time to time. I do have to use readers on occasion as well. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision and what my options were. I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision, got a thorough exam, and he went over all the information and the findings with me. It turns out, like a lot of people who had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE. That is a permanent solution that takes care of your need for contacts or readers and also guarantees I'll never develop a cataract should I go down that road. If you're at all thinking about how you want to fix your vision permanently, I am urging you to hear from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures and join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. That's tomorrow at noon. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but it's just not just about him. It's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, or the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's roofing contractor of the year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible. and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Home buyers, hear this. Do not get a traditional mortgage. Did you know a $500,000 mortgage at 5.5% will still cost you over $1 million? That's insane. On a Life Changer loan, you can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off in just a few short years and keep access to your equity. It's faster, cheaper, smarter, more flexible, and totally addictive. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship, because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The good, bad, and the ugly was on display last night for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks all up against their former teams last night, and the Suns jumped the Rockets early, including a 24-0 run in the first, the longest in franchise history, but the Suns would fail to turn it into a win. The Rockets handled Phoenix after the first quarter and grabbed a 119-105 win. The Suns now just 2 games up on the Clippers for the 7 seed, making tonight's game against the Mavericks a big one. That'll get going at 7 from downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks were on the other side of a walk-off yesterday. The Mets walked it off in the 10th off of Paul Sewald to win it 4-3, a game the Diamondbacks led heading into the 8th inning, but the offense couldn't get the big hit and the bullpen couldn't get the big out, but a chance to bounce back today as they're right back at it at 1:10 in New York, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Baseball fans, meet Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez on April 16th at 5 p.m. at Casino Arizona. Just bring your Diamondback Salt River Rewards card and snag a photo with Gonzo.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is the Suns are close to clinching the number 7 seed, and with it, home court for the play-in tournament. What do you think will happen in the play-in? Win the first game against the number 9 seed and play the number 2 seed in the first round. Lose the first game but beat the winner of the 9-8 and play the 1 seed, or lose both play-in games.
I think the question is moot because those things can't happen.
What?
Wait, you read that differently than how it reads. You said beat the winner of the 8-9 game.
Win the first game against the 8, face the number 2 seed, or lose.
Maybe I'm just hearing things. I'm sorry.
I'm voting B. I'm voting losing to the Clippers but rallying to win the next game.
Okay.
Would that be against Portland or Golden State?
Yep. One of the two.
Yeah, B's fine.
All right, so that vote actually has 16%. Win the first game against the number 8 seed to face the 2 seed, 45%, and losing both playing games and missing the playoffs at 39%. Kind of all over the place.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
Mock My World is back last week in honor of the Final Four. We went down the road of the best famous foursomes of all time. And Dan Bickley's dominance, his stranglehold.
Unbelievable.
On Mock My World 2026 continued. His team of Mount Rushmore, the 4 friends from Seinfeld, the Wizard of Oz foursome and the foursome from South Park.
Putting him
43% of the vote.
Wow.
Is it that give him the solo lead for 2026?
No. Dan and I are tied.
I thought we were tied going into last week.
No, it was 3-4. We're tied now.
I demand a recount.
Okay, I can go recount it. But I think it's 4-4, Dan and I, and then Vinny has 1, Jarrett has 2, and Luke Lipinski has 1.
Boo! I was second place with 24.2% of the vote. Sammy, 22.4%. Jarrett, a distant fourth, but you cracked the double digits. 10.6%.
That's how you do it.
This week, we are, it's a bit of a thinker. I like it, though. We're going with iconic sports clothing items that are not uniforms. Does that description do it justice?
And like
accessories.
And accessories. Clothing and accessories.
Clothing and
Good.
accessories.
That is a very important delineation.
And it can be broad or a specific example, right? For example, I have the number 1 pick.
Yes.
I'm going with MJ's Air Jordans.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I had that written down too.
That's a great pick.
Yeah. And I have the second pick.
So before I could even set it up, you made
I'm
the pick.
sorry.
It's all right. You've jumped me a couple
Well,
times.
you gave the order last week, so I thought.
Yeah.
Reverse.
Yeah, so with my first pick, again, I will take Tiger Woods Sunday Red.
Tiger Woods Sunday Red. All right.
We're not talking about his eyes when he gets pulled over.
Correct.
Ooh.
No.
All of his car accidents happen on Fridays. Nah, that's just the last one. I'm gonna go with the Tour de France yellow leaders jersey.
Ooh, I like that. I didn't even think of that.
All right, Dan has 2 picks.
I'm going to go with Ken Griffey Jr.'s backward baseball hat.
Yep.
And Steph Curry's mouthpiece.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
It might be a divisive one, though.
Yes.
A lot of people hate that.
Grossed
I
out
can't
by
stand it. All right, Vinny.
I'm still typing. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
All right. Where am I going to go next? I'm going to go with Mike Tyson's black boxing trunks. Does that count as uniform?
Good. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Sammy?
He always
All right.
had that
That's
gladiator.
individualized.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar goggles.
Pretty
Great
iconic.
one. Yeah, that's a great one.
Jared,
Best
too.
sports clothing / accessories.
All right, I am going with Bear Bryant's houndstooth hat.
Okay.
I had that as the first thing on my list that I jotted down when I was
First thing you
brainstorming.
thought of.
Yeah.
And then, speaking of hats, I'm going with the Green Bay Packers fans' cheesehead hats.
Oh, okay.
Packers cheesehead hats.
All right.
That's good.
Back to me. Ooh. Oh, man. I have a couple. This is a tough one. I'll take the combo of Allen Iverson's headband and arm sleeve. Or do I can only pick one?
Yeah, just pick one.
Just one, yeah.
All right.
I think the arm sleeve.
The
is
arm
what-
sleeve is the first.
it's
I
okay.
had that on my list.
I'll scratch that. I'll take the Deion Sanders bandana.
Deion Sanders. I don't know, based on those commercials Deion's doing, I thought you were going to say that. An undergarment of some
Good
sort.
for him.
Yeah. Back to me. I'm going to go with a little local flavor. Bruce Arians. It wasn't a Kangol, but that style of hat.
Oh,
It was a Kangol, wasn't it?
It was a different brand name, but I forget what it was.
I think we
But
always called it a
Yeah,
Kangol.
we
Okay.
always
All
did.
right,
We
whatever.
always Bruce
Okay.
Arians
like
Kangol.
what Sam Jackson wears.
Yeah. All right, Bick, back to you for 2 picks.
Yeah. Give me John McEnroe's headband.
Ooh. Good
with
one.
his curly fro mullet.
And Devin Booker's sunglasses.
Ooh, yeah, he does wear sunglasses.
All the time.
All the time.
All right. Booker's shades. And I'm going to shock the heck out of Jarrett Carlin with my last pick.
Betty White?
It's going to be something. It must be something wrestling.
It is. I'm going with John Cena's denim shorts.
Wow. Wait, that's a great pick.
I am stunned by this.
All right. My last pick, it's a unit. I'll take the Fab 5 long shorts.
That's good.
That's a good one. But if you look back now, what a horrible look.
Terrible look.
It was great at the time. And I
Awful
remember
now.
playing a lot of pickup basketball, and the shorts were very long, and that's just the way it was. But, man, it looks so stupid now.
All right, Jared, wrap it up.
Well, nobody picked the thing that inspired this list. The Masters green jacket.
That is true.
But I'm not going to do that either.
Okay.
Because I'm going to go with Bill Walton's tie-dye shirt.
Oh, I like it.
Bill Walton's tie-dye.
Some good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a wide-ranging draft right
Yes.
there. We missed Bill Belichick's cutoff hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Payne Stewart's knickers.
Yep.
And hat.
Joe Namath's pantyhose.
Whoops.
Brandy Chastain's sports bra.
Oh, that was a good one.
The NFL hand warmer. I had that.
The Rock's fanny pack.
Elliot Perry's socks.
There you go. All right, the draft is done. Clothing and accessories in sports. Jarrett went with Air Jordan's, Bear Bryant's houndstooth hat, Packers cheesehead hat, and Bill Walton's tie-dye. Sammy's got Tiger Woods Sunday red, Kareem's goggles, Deion Sanders bandanas, and the Fab 5 long shorts. I've got the Tour de France yellow jersey, Mike Tyson's black trunks, Bruce Arians' hat, John Cena's denim shorts. Bick went with Ken Griffey Jr.'s backwards hat, Curry's mouthpiece, McEnroe's headband, and Devin Booker's sunglasses. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner of Mock My World each and every week. Coming up next, some final thoughts as we close things out on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
More of our reaction to last night's L and KD's return to Phoenix. And playoff scenario talk is on the way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot sun can do a lot of damage to our homes, particularly our windows. If you've been in your home about 15 years, chances are, like me, you need new windows. And if that's you, you need to know about my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, which guarantees faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. I had Advanced Window Products replace all of my windows, loved my experience, loved the finished product. When they were installing them, I looked out at them like, these guys really know what they're doing. I later found it out. There are no subcontractors at Advanced Window Products. All installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews. Like I said, never subcontractors, and the work shows for itself. The cleanup process was immaculate. They came back a second day, knocked on my door. I opened the door. I'm like, what are you guys doing back here? Oh, we want to make sure everything looks absolutely perfect. That's the kind of treatment you're going to get from Advanced Window Products. They're going to build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And right now, they have got a great special going on. My buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products here to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Not everybody's cup of tea. Yesterday, I did listen to the end of that song that we played yesterday from Turnstile and how it changes at the end. And it's a cool song. I really like it, actually. But the electronic thing. This is a Tour de France.
Oh.
By the German synthesizer band Kraftwerk in 1983. I never really got into this, but a lot of the music I listened to, a lot of the bands that I got into, this is like one of the most influential electronic bands of all time. And they released this in correlation with the 1983 Tour de France.
Oh,
doesn't have any words, obviously. Yeah. I just couldn't find any songs about Bear Bryant's Houndstooth. And certainly nothing on Steph Curry's mouthpiece. Tour de France, Kraftwerk, today's song of the day.
Oh, there's words.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I don't know if you saw this clip. There's a clip circulating from the new Oregon football quarterback coach, Koa Ka'ai. He's got a simple question for recruits that he uses to help in his evaluation process. And the question is, chocolate or vanilla ice cream? Here's the explanation.
Like, I ask them a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect. It's really what we're after.
What do you make of that?
Okay, that is very. I don't know what I think about that. To be
I like
honest.
vanilla and chocolate.
I knew it. I
knew that was coming up.
Yeah.
So Howie Roseman could never play for Koa Kai.
Those are some real heavy value judgments to make out of a very superfluous question.
Absolutely. Stuff like that is just so ridiculous. Come on.
I know.
First of all, just give people a break now and then. If they think about it for a second, you don't want them to play on your team. What if they don't like vanilla or chocolate?
Yeah, what
if they like strawberry? What then?
What then?
You know what, Coach? I'm lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
You insensitive jerk.
That's right. That's
I
right.
like vanilla and chocolate.
I still can't believe the best general manager in football sounds like that.
Hello.
That was like classic peak Howie Roseman voice, though, with that particular. I wish we had that whole press conference or whatever it was.
Carson Wentz or who was it that they were choosing between? That he said he likes both. That's what that was a reference to, wasn't
Nick
it?
Foles?
I can't remember. No, it was. I thought it was in the draft.
Oh, does it go back that far?
I think it was that old. Yeah.
Wow. But I mean, in the evaluation process, I mean, if you're sitting down in a recruiting visit and a question like that comes up, doesn't it trigger something like, okay, they're trying to play a little psychological game with me here?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, could you? I would love to know some of the recruits that he didn't take because they paused and thought about it.
What a joke.
What kind of pizza do you like?
It's like pepperoni pizza or sausage, you know?
Well, that to me is a no-brainer. That's sausage 10 times out of 10 for me.
You know what? I'm with you.
Are you?
Pepperoni is terrible on pizza.
I completely
What
agree.
are you talking about?
It's terrible.
No.
I think it makes a pizza too greasy.
Too greasy.
Oily, greasy. Agree.
Yes.
Agree. It's not my first choice, but it's certainly not terrible. With sausage pizza, do you like the sliced sausage or the crumble sausage?
Crumble.
What do you with this? Oh, you mean? Okay, I got
On a pizza. You know how sometimes
yeah,
it's
no,
like-
no. I like the sliced kind.
Sliced sausage.
I like sliced and crumble.
Right.
I recently,
But it's got to have a lot of garlic on it, Carlin.
Oh, I love it.
Sausage and garlic pizza, thin crust.
When they
Go ahead.
always at a pizzeria, they should put in the East Coast. They used to have the red pepper, oregano, and garlic powder on the table.
Yes.
Now here they have only crushed red pepper and the Parmesan cheese.
Yep.
Yes.
You have to ask for the garlic powder if you want it.
Yeah.
Which
I don't want
always
powder.
do.
I want minced garlic, real garlic on the pizza.
Jarrett, dare I ask, what is your first choice?
Uh-oh.
Have pizza topping?
Or just pizza?
Oh boy, that's a. I like regular.
I knew
I like regular cheese pizza.
You can't play for Oregon.
You can't.
That indecision you just showed.
You just
True.
said
You can't play. You'd be out there thinking on third down. You'd mess up.
The
I
Ducks
like-
just missed out on a blue chipper.
I really like onions on pizza,
onions.
but I do really like sausage on pizza also.
If I could go,
I like meatballs on pizza
Yeah,
too.
mushroom,
Yeah.
onion, and black olive.
Oh, that's like the worst.
Yeah.
I hate olives.
Black olives, olives, and mushrooms are two of the only things in the world I don't actually like.
You don't like mushrooms?
I
don't
do not
either.
like
Oh,
mushrooms.
delicious. You like mushrooms?
I like them. Don't love them.
I
like 'em.
recently, I had family in town, so I had the whole crew over on a Sunday. And, you know me, with my culinary skills,
Oh, yeah.
I'm ordering pizza. We watched the Oscars, and I was so disappointed because I brought the pizza back, and one of them was like sausage and onion, and they put pepperoni on instead of the sausage.
What?
Yeah.
I don't even want to
Did you
ask.
send it
I
back?
don't even want to ask a follow-up question. I'm so mad.
I didn't notice it until I got it home.
But did you call them and tell them?
No.
Of course not.
They could be sending us free pizzas right now because of it.
Everything. Why did you squander an opportunity at free food for the show? Damn it!
It's like pepperoni pizza or sausage,
This
you know?
coming from the guy who won't pay his burrito bet.
Yeah, how about it?
I will.
Thanks to AQ Shipley for joining us. We're back tomorrow. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm I'm Sammy Sabulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The good, bad, and the ugly was on display last night for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant, Jalen Green, and Dillon Brooks all up against their former teams last night, and the Suns jumped the Rockets early, including a 24-0 run in the first quarter, the longest in franchise history, but the Suns would fail to turn it into a win. The Rockets handled Phoenix after the first and grabbed a 119-105 win. The Suns now just 2 games up on the Clippers for the 7 seed, making tonight's game against the Mavericks a big one. That'll get going at 7 from downtown Phoenix, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks were on the other side of a walk-off yesterday. The Mets walked it off in the 10th off of Paul Sewald to win it 4-3. A game the D-backs led into the 8th, but the offense couldn't get the big hit, and the bullpen couldn't get the big out, but the chance to bounce back as they're right back at it today at 1:10 from New York, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at ReadyServices.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brother! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
All right, good. You're doing well. What about the
I didn't
bowl?
say well. I said all right.
Okay, yeah, you're doing okay. What about the bowl and the wedge? You doing all right, Sammy? Okay, great. That's nice. Command and control. You ready to broadcast?
I'm ready, Wolf. You got
go.
the whole hat over your eyes thing again
Yeah, as a
going
matter
on.
of fact, I'm going to pull it. I'm going to pull it low. As a matter of fact, I'm going to throw it back a couple of years based on earnings and broadcast with the hat pulled low. Okay, other than that,
you're good.
What is going on? You're doing well, right? Yes.
I said all right. I didn't say well.
That's right. You said okay.
You're rounding
right.
up. Well, because I have this
well, it's
theory
good.
now that the Diamondbacks and Suns, if they play on the same day, have to do the same thing.
Yes.
And it's legit. The last 3 times the Suns have played on the same day as the Diamondbacks, they've either both won or both lost.
You know, some winning would be nice around here.
I'm going to take some
as
winning
of late.
right now.
Yes.
We're going to talk to Tyler Drake in a little bit about the Cardinals. Draft coming up in just over 2 weeks. Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM, will join us at 11:45. We'll talk to K-Ray later in the show because the Suns do play again tonight. But let's start with the Suns last night, Wolf. And you know, the worst part about that game is, well, now I've lost my phone, so it's getting even worse. But I had, I was trying to send myself notes, like just take notes on the game, obviously, for the show today. And the notes function on my phone wasn't working, so I just have a bunch of angry texts to myself about the Suns last night. Like,
Okay.
Rebound. Like, just
Rebound.
like these shorthanded things. And it's like, hey, how about we stop letting Houston get the ball?
You know, it's called box out, okay? How about that?
How about we score in the fourth quarter of a game?
Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be nice if you scored in the fourth quarter of a game. It'd also be nice to actually put a body on a body and say you're not going to have an offensive rebound. We are not allowing that. And just allowing them to score, 54 points in the paint as well. I understand this is the Houston Rockets. This is what they do. Yet it was on display for all to see last night. The Rockets were much more physical. And what I hate about this game most of all is how the Suns came out and how they started based on earnings. They started this game. They went on a 24-0 run. Have you heard of a 24-0 run?
It's a good way. It's a great way to start a game.
Yes.
You would assume almost, I have to think you win 99.99% of the time.
I think Rick was actually saying before the broadcast in prehab based on earnings that there is one other team in the association that has lost the game after a 24-0 run.
Do we know
correct,
when that
Rick?
was,
Is that
Rick?
what you're saying?
Was that like in like the 20s or something, or was it fairly recent?
No, the one that I found was in 2021.
Okay.
May 14th of 2021.
Okay.
Do you know the teams? Do you know the date?
Yeah, it was Raptors and a Western Conference team because it was late. Because it was
this is like sports Mad Libs.
Because
it's
in,
like a riddle.
in 2021 you could still play. Like the season was extended, so they were playing regular season games in May. If you remember that.
Okay. Well, that doesn't count. That was back in the crazy times.
You know, the Rockets.
Now everything's normal.
They have won 7 games in a row now that they've beat the Phoenix Suns. Ron Wolfley reporting. And the Rockets are peaking at the
My
right
source
time. Yeah, well, they
says-
are, and they're peaking at the right time. And the Suns are not. They have hit a 500 wall as it is, based on it. 10-10 in their last 20 games, 4-9 in their last 13. They're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, last night was one of these games that really has driven this point home. And I don't know that this will, I don't know that this will show up necessarily in the play-in, but doesn't it feel like they've hit up against their ceiling? And it almost feels like they've hit their ceiling and they're kind of like not even hitting their ceiling anymore. But it feels like, I don't know, like that game last night could be a microcosm of the whole season. You just come out shocking everybody. Houston was like, what is happening? Like,
yes.
Houston was on their heels like, hold on, what's up with the Suns? And then all of a sudden, it starts to trail off. I don't know if you can suddenly trail off, but the game started to trail off, and unfortunately, that's kind of been their season. You just read off the stat, 4-9 in their last 13.
Yep.
Houston, it's not – I'm not saying this in a bad way. Like, the Suns are better than any of us expected this season, but we might have seen their best. Their best might be 7th seed in the Western Conference, hopefully a playoff spot. I mean, they're not beating Oklahoma City or San Antonio or Houston or Denver playing the way they've played lately.
You know, I actually have a digital download from my cloud account. I'm going to have Rick do that. Not now, based on needs, of course, not now. But I do want to riff on this a little bit. Just the fact that, once again, the Rockets, I think the Rockets came out, and it bums me out, based on needs, because I don't think the Rockets really respected the Suns in the beginning of the game. And it's one of the reasons why the Rockets got worked. And then all of a sudden, I think the Rockets and Ime, of course, Udoka, their coach, is looking at them saying, what are you doing? Who are you and what are you doing? Because this is not us, and we're letting the Phoenix Suns dog us. And, they closed the gap. There's no doubt about it. They closed the gap. It was a 3-point lead at the half for the Suns. And then all of a sudden they came out and they just put the hammer down and started attacking the offensive glass even more than they did in the first half. And the Suns had no answer for that. And that, to me, you know how I feel about that. That is an effort stat.
Thing, yeah.
It is. It's just working hard. Man, the fact the Suns just allowed the Rockets to dominate the offensive glass, it filled me with rage, frankly.
10:12 p.m. I have a text.
Anger.
I have a text to myself that says, where is everyone? And then I must have hit it twice, because then the next text is in the paint. But I woke up at 3 in the morning and saw a text on my phone that said, where is everyone? And then realized, wait, I sent this to myself out of anger in the fourth quarter of the Suns game because they couldn't rebound. So, yeah, that's not an enjoyable game. I don't even really care that they lost specifically to the Rockets, although I'm guessing a lot of people in the arena feel that way because there was great energy there last night, and I think it spurred the Suns to the start that they came out and played. I mean, that did not feel like a game that probably means nothing in the standings to the Suns. Now, they are only 2 games up on the Clippers, so, win one of these games coming up, but preferably tonight. Tonight's your easier one. But by and large, that game probably wasn't going to move them up to 6th or down to 8th.
Yes.
And yet they played like it meant a lot to them. It just, in the second half, got away from them. And, I mean, to go on a 24-0 run and lose by 14.
Yes. Yeah, once again, I just think it was a situation where the Rockets woke up and said, okay, here's a little bit of reality. Do we understand what is going on? Let's bring it against these guys and let's finish this. They got killed, absolutely killed on the boards. The Suns also couldn't shoot the 3. It's amazing. I think this team has become really dependent upon shooting the 3 well. And when they don't do it, they're in a whole lot of trouble. And I think the Rockets' defense as well locked it down in the fourth quarter. It was just a matter of will. I think the Rockets really, truly did not respect the Phoenix Suns very much. And this is something that, again, we've gone through the oscillation, the up and down, if you will, of the Phoenix Suns. And at the beginning of the season, I think they shocked everybody. It was like, their effort was so demonstrative. They shocked everybody, and they won games because nobody really took the Suns serious. Oh, there's a 30-win team we're playing tonight. And then the Suns got good and surprised nobody. And now they've got everyone's attention. And I think there are still some teams that don't respect him. And I think the Rockets really didn't respect him early on in the game last night.
Well, they haven't played well against the Rockets this year.
And I think the Rockets also woke up and said, what are we doing? And then we saw what happened.
Can I give you
rest of the game?
My stat that's the biggest issue? If I have to meld it all down to one stat.
Wow.
This is the stat for the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
And this is not last night. I mean, it was evident last night. Fourth quarter scoring this season. Have you seen this stat?
No.
Okay, so points per game in the fourth quarter this season. The list of teams that score less than the Suns in the fourth quarter all season. Here's the list of teams, okay?
Okay.
That's all of them.
Wow.
They are last in the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. That's the whole season. That accounts for when they were whatever, if they were surprising teams or just beating teams or outworking teams, whatever it was. Like, we watched this team be one of the better teams in the NBA for a good chunk of this season. And if they're in the Eastern Conference, they'd probably be a lot higher than 7th, honestly. But that stat right there incorporates all of the good times and the tough times. You can't not score in the fourth quarter.
Basinonians, the Houston Rockets had as many offensive rebounds as the Suns had defensive rebounds. Think about that for a minute.
How does that make you feel?
24. That, to me, that's the effort stat for me. It was brutal.
I never saw that show, 24. Is that what it's about?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I know I'm probably the only person in the world that hasn't seen that show. Rick, Jamal, you're my only hopes to have not seen 20. Jamal hasn't seen it. Jamal, have you seen 24?
I've seen like 3 episodes, like the first 3 episodes.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. Not much.
All right. Wolf has gone to break. He's over it with the offensive rebounding for Houston. All right, when we come back, here's some good news. What do we make of the Diamondbacks game yesterday? Oh, wait. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're late.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
No time for Kleenex after that L. We're on to Dallas, and we preview that matchup on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports app, and on 98.7.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of award-winning styles, from IPAs to dark brews to sours, you can sip and celebrate without the hangover. Find Athletic Brewing Company's great-tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you. Or you can order online at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Sit tight, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just snap, snap, snap your fingers for me.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks bounce back from their extra innings loss to the New York Mets? We'll discuss, provide you updates for Game 2, starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, Diamondbacks dropped the opener of their series with New York Mets yesterday, Wolf. There's a few different ways to look at this game, but the one that jumps out to me is that they're still struggling to really produce a whole lot of offense. I know one thing that's jumping out to a lot of other people is they're not closing out these games as consistently as you would like. To me, the bullpen stuff is more of a, we all have a little PTSD with the bullpen from last year.
No doubt about it, Luke.
That is, it's early. I would not say the bullpen has been great. I'm not trying to say that. Jonathan Loaisiga was the one guy I was kind of feeling good about, and he's the one that actually let the lead slip away yesterday. So I don't know, but I'm still. Gabby Moreno hit well yesterday. Nolan Arenado had a couple hits. Man, 3
You're
runs.
looking for the positives, aren't you?
No, I want more offense from this team.
Okay, you want more offense.
The 3 runs, and they would have had 0 of them if Adrian Del Castillo didn't challenge a strike call that would have ended the inning.
You know, for me, first of all, number one thing I thought of was how cold it was. It was like 45 degrees at the start of the game.
Didn't look fun. Has anybody checked in on Jody?
Exactly. I know it was windy. It was nasty in Queens, New York. That was my number one takeaway, base earnings, because context is everything. I want to know about context. Number 2 was the fact that Diamondbacks were involved in another one-run game. Another one-run game. They've played 11 games. Do you realize this, Luke Lipinski? They played 11 games so far this season, and 6 of them have been one-run games. Wow. 6 of them. They've won 3 of them, base earnings, and they've lost 3 of those games right now. It's great that you're playing and you're competitive against good teams. These are good teams that the Arizona Diamondbacks have been playing, base earnings. I mean, I'll put their schedule, their strength of schedule up against anybody in the first 4 series of this year.
It's got to be the hardest.
It's got to be. And having said that, once again, they're competitive and they're right there. It's just losing games late again.
Yeah, I mean, it is a combination of the bullpen not being able to close things out, and then again, they're not getting enough offense. I mean, to me, they're in a lot of these close games because of the starting pitching. And it's not like Zach Gallen was amazing yesterday. I get it. He walked 4 guys. He gave up 5 hits. So what is that's nine base runners over 5 innings. That's not an amazing whip right there. But he still only gave up 1 earned run. He still is giving you a chance not only to win. Like if your pitcher comes in and gives you 1 earned run, your starting pitcher over even 5 innings, he's not just giving you a chance to win. He's putting you in position to win. But they just are not scoring enough. And that is my biggest worry with this team, because it hasn't been an issue the last few years. I get people being concerned by the bullpen. That probably is the right answer. It's just, for me, I'm used to this team being able to put, like in a game like that yesterday, they let the lead slip away, but then they'll score 3 in the 9th. And maybe they let the lead slip away in the bottom of the 9th, but they win 7-6 or something. Now it's just, we got 3 runs in 1 inning. See you tomorrow.
Yes. For me, Luke, I thought Zach Gallen, I was fine with Zach Gallen. Absolutely love that, especially against this lineup as well and against this team. The fact that he only gave up 1 earned run in 5 innings pitched, I'll take that all day, every day, especially in those conditions. You could just see it. Zach Gallen's one of these guys, have you ever noticed? He doesn't wear anything underneath his jersey. He doesn't like to. He doesn't wear any...
Because he's from there.
Yeah, any type of sleeves or anything like that. He doesn't like to do that, no matter how cold it is. And there he was out there again. Cold and windy, and yet he was out there in short sleeves and went out there. I thought he pitched really, really well. He gave his team a chance to win the game. And for me, I'll take that all day, every day. Obviously the bullpen has done a very good job. I think the bullpen has exceeded my expectation. Would you say that right now? They've exceeded your expectation, even though they have. Yeah, I know. Even though
their ERA is way down, and they keep blowing games. So no, they've been exactly what I expected them to be.
I guess for me, once again, based on audience, I think for me, I expected the worst from the bullpen.
It's been better than last year.
They have been and that's where I'm. This is how I feel about this. The bullpen, to me, has been worse. The biggest disappointment for me right now is the lineup. Let's go.
Well, that's
let's go.
Saying. That's it, let's go, and I'm not sure it's going to. I think this team is intelligent enough and skilled enough to manufacture wins. And the question is, can you do it over 162 games? Can you play small ball when you do have Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo and Ketel Marte at the top of your lineup? A lot of teams that have to play small ball don't have hitters like that at the top of their lineup. I think they can find a way to win games this season and be competitive and maybe grab that 3rd wild card spot. I mean, we did our preseason predictions. I thought they would grab the 3rd wild card spot. But I just don't see them scoring a ton of runs if they're not getting much consistent production from your 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spots in the lineup. And that those guys may rotate over the course of the season quite a bit, but it's those spots in the lineup. You got to remember, a lot of times in years past, not only did they have a lot more established hitters and a lot more power in their lineup, they also had Perdomo batting like 9th. So he was getting on base all the time as your number 9 hitter, and then the top of your lineup was coming up. Now you're counting on him to be your number 3 hitter. That's the bigger concern to me, because the bullpen has been better this year than it was last year. It just hasn't been good enough yet.
And also, too, Basinonians, when the game went into extra innings, you just had this feeling, the Diamondbacks, when they stranded the runner and he didn't score, man, you just had this feeling the Mets were going to win this game. Period.
I still hate
We
that
see
rule.
this all the time, especially when Paul Sewald was in a non-save situation. Paul Sewald really appears to be, this is the weirdest thing to say, but it's the truth. It's not like he's not trying, Basinonians. Paul Sewald is a pro, and he is trying. There's no doubt about it. But in non-save situations, man, my antenna was up.
You said that the other day.
That's exactly right. Before this happened, Basinonians, that Paul Sewald in a non-safe situation does not appear to be the same guy when he's in a safe situation. And I know it's not through lack of effort. I know he's doing everything to prepare himself to go out there and pitch a clean inning. I know that. But for whatever reason, when he's not in a safe situation, his chances of being successful aren't nearly as high.
It was the first thing I thought because you had said that earlier this week, and then he came in that spot, and you're like, okay, well, let's see, because he's been really good in safe situations so far this year, and not so much in the non-safe situations. I hate that rule, though, because if you look at what Paul Sewald did, how do you really evaluate him? He came in, he got a ground out, and gave up a single. That's it. That's all he did. It's not like he was like putting guys on base and walking guys and gave up a home run. He got Bo Bichette to ground out, and he gave up a single. But that's not just for him. I mean, that's for every team. But and you're right. The Diamondbacks didn't score when they had a runner on second to start the 10th inning. And
Ronnie Mauricio, his first at-bat of the season. What?
It's always those guys, isn't it? All right, when we come back to basketball. Dylan Brooks pulled back the curtain on what makes him play the way he does. We'll get into what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2, the pitch. Swing and a rifle shot into right. That's over the head of Carroll. It's off the warning track. And Lindor will score to win it for the Mets. It is a game-winning hit for Ronnie Mauricio, who is back with the big league club thanks to the cap straight to Soto. He's the hero. And the Mets take the series opener by a final score of 4-3.
The D-backs dropped Game 1 at the Mets. Game 2 this afternoon at 1 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $15.19 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $18.41 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another day game today against the New York Mets. First pitch from Citi Field is at 1:10, with pregame coverage starting at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are also in action again tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns look against old friend Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets? And how do they need to defend number 1 overall pick Cooper Flagg tonight? We'll talk about it starting at 2. The Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, well, Suns back at it tonight. They would do well to win this game. So you don't want to run any sort of weird risk where the Clippers could catch you.
Yes.
I mean, they are only 2 games back now. Story on the Players Tribune by Dylan Brooks yesterday, Wolf. And as you would expect, some pretty good lines in this one. We talked to him we had him on the show at Media Day, and I thought we both remarked right after the interview, and we talked to a bunch of different Suns that day, and they were all pretty good. It was interesting. They hadn't played a game together yet, even in the preseason, and a lot of them were talking about how they've already kind of been trying to get to know each other, and that was back in late October, early October actually, I guess. But Dylan Brooks is the one that really stood out because he talked about kind of why he plays the game the way he does and what motivates him. But I thought there were a lot of great quotes from this story, and this is the first time, other than when we talked to him, where I've seen or heard him talk about, growing up in Canada and growing up in Mississauga and it just kind of being a different world. And at the time, not a lot of people taking Canadian basketball players seriously the way they do now, obviously. And he talked about in the story about playing basketball with, you say 12 cousins? He was one of 12 cousins. I mean, and their basketball games were just a brawl, and they just constantly were talking.
Hanging out at the Y, of course, the YMCA, and how difficult it was, actually, and the trash talking that would go on, even though your boys were out there on the court with you,
Which made it so you could talk even more deep-rooted trash that would hurt.
Yes. It was very, very enlightening. There's no doubt about it. Dylan Brooks is certainly fascinating. He really is. I remember that conversation that we had with him, and I was so impressed with him and how transparent he was, Basinonians, in regard to how he approaches the game and how he plays the game. I absolutely love how he competes, but he's got to be able to control himself. This is something that I've been on over the last few weeks now. Mm-hmm. Dylan Brooks has got to be able to control himself. He's got to be disciplined. And if you're not disciplined, you're undisciplined. Ron Wolfley reporting. And if you're undisciplined,
my source
you are going to cost your team at some point in time.
There's a quote in there. He says, you go to the Mississauga YMCA and everybody's talking trash. That's basic. What I learned to do is different. I call it the dark arts. It's not really about what I'm saying to you. It's about what I
got you saying to yourself?
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I mean, it's not like a long article, but it's longer than a lot of Players Tribune pieces. But so he talks about a few different things, but when he starts talking about how he would talk to his friends, because like you said, a lot of times it was friends that he was playing basketball with, but he also knew so much personal stuff about them that he would just throw out like a name or he'd say like one or two words, and then he could see it get in their head for the rest of the game. And he goes on later on, I'm skipping around the story, but he was talking about when he got to the NBA, how he kind of had like a little notebook on everybody, basically. And he says, quote, before the refs really knew me, everything was working. I had everybody tweaked out. Obviously, now the refs got me under the microscope, so I got to be really subtle with it. But back then, I was an artist. And then he says the only guy that never reacted was Kawhi. He was my white whale.
Yes,
unquote.
Kawhi. It just seems so, you know what, honestly.
That's so Kawhi,
if
right?
there was one guy in the NBA that you would pick to be the one guy that would not be impacted by something that somebody else was saying to him, it would be Kawhi Leonard.
I got to find the rest of that quote.
That's just, that blew
Oh, here
me
we go.
away.
This is just finishing up on the Kawhi part. Dylan Brooks says, nothing ever worked. He paid it no mind. I think I tried punching Kawhi one time for real. He just looked at you like, play basketball, bro. And finally I'd be thinking, all right, you might be right. What's the point?
Yes.
So you can't talk to Kawhi.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I love the fact when he first knew that he was coming to Phoenix, his first phone call was to Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And I asked him straight up, tell me what we got to do to flip this thing. How do we win? He was very complimentary once again on Devin Booker and who Devin Booker is, even though that they've gone at it in the past themselves.
Yeah.
Again, I get it. When you've got a guy that is not afraid and wants the opponent to understand this whole intimidation thing, LeBron. I'm sorry, LeBron. I don't care if you're the greatest player ever in the game. I'm sorry. You don't scare me. I'm not going to sit here. Intimidation, I don't care what sport you're playing. If it's physical at all, if it is, and this is one of the reasons why baseball used to be such a dangerous sport, because the pitcher would throw at you. Back then, you just know he's throwing at him, okay? You want to get more physical than that? You got a 90, 95 mile per hour fastball going by your head, maybe even more in today's game. But, it used to be a challenge. Physically, you would do it. Well, in basketball, can you physically challenge a guy out on the floor? Yeah. You could still physically challenge a guy.
I really want them to mic Dylan Brooks up.
I know. That would be awesome to see that. But, once again, these physical sports, it's okay. I love the guy that would do. Dude, I am going to compete. I don't care who you are and your reputation, where it is. I don't care. I'm going to compete against you and give you everything that you deserve because you are my opponent. And because of that, I'm going to compete as hard as I can. And if you're not ready for that, that's on you. I love guys that play the game like that. You just have to be under control when you do it. And this is where Dylan has got to get better. No exceptions.
Well, he also, I can't do the whole article justice here in one segment of the show. He talks about a time where he was worried maybe he crossed the line. Joe Dumars called and talked to him, and Joe Dumars is somebody he, grew up really respecting as a player. And Joe Dumars was basically like, dude, why are you minimizing yourself? I'm paraphrasing, but basically like, why are you making yourself just a villain? And so Dylan Brooks in the story talks about how he's not the same player he was in 2018 or 2023, like how he is evolving. But going back to your point on Booker real quick, this is one of my favorite lines of the story. Because you and I have talked about this a lot this season, especially when things were going really well. If Dylan Brooks got traded from the number 2 seed in the Western Conference last year to a Phoenix Suns team that was supposed to be rebuilding, and really the Suns were supposed to be a mess when he got traded here.
Yes.
If he didn't buy in, this wouldn't have worked. This could have gone really south. And there's a line in here where you were talking about where he said he immediately called Devin Booker. That was his first call.
Yes.
And there's a line from Dylan Brooks in here that says, quote, Book is not trying to lose. Book is way too good to be tanking. He's going to do whatever it takes, unquote. And that is when he knew that he was coming here to win. That's when Dylan Brooks made up his mind. Like, okay, even if people don't think we're going to win, talking to Devin Booker, I know he's not going to be out there pulling a Utah and just trying to get a higher draft pick.
Yeah, you know what, in regard to Book and Dylan Brooks' Basinonians, the thing that he wrote in the Tribune as well that I loved was this. He said, I just knew right away after talking to him, meaning Devin Booker, this can work. We can complement each other really well as leaders. He can be the stone cold killer, and I can bring the energy. Book is not trying to lose. Book is way too good to be tanking. That's what you read as well. But I love the fact that he, leading up to that, was talking about, hey, listen, he can be the stone cold killer, and he's got to be the leader of the team because he's the best player on the team, and I can just bring energy. Be that guy. You do need guys that are like that. And Dylan Brooks has done a great job being that guy. But, man, now it's about being more consistent in his approach and being disciplined as well.
There's good stuff on here about the Suns. He talks about how this year's team, like how they like playing on the road, how they like hearing the crowd and before the game, and how they get fired up. I love this line, too, where he's talking about how things have kind of trailed off a little bit, but he says, quote, but this season ain't over. We're still lurking. The monster's still under the bed, bro. Unquote. Is there a more Dylan Brooks line out there than that? We're still lurking. The monster is still under the bed, bro. It's a good read. It is a good read because it's all about Dylan Brooks, but it's also a lot of behind the scenes about this year's Phoenix Suns team and why. And I get it. Right now it's not working, but why it worked so well the first 50 or so games. And why it could very well work in the play-in at least. I don't know that they can motivate themselves to beat Oklahoma City or San Antonio in a best-of-7 series. But you read this story, and artificially or not, you feel better about their chances in a one-game series against the Clippers. Although now I just want to see Dylan Brooks trying to talk trash to Kawhi, which is who they're probably going to play in the play-in because apparently
going to watch him the whole time.
Apparently Kawhi's just like, whatever, dude. I'm just trying to play basketball. You saw him following KD around last night.
Yeah.
All game. I'm not sure if that was a good thing or not. All right, when we come back, Arizona Sports is giving you a chance to win a family 4-pack to the D-backs game on April 18th, plus the first 20,000 fans score a Cattell Marte t-shirt. Text Marte to 620-620 right now to enter. The NFL Draft is 2 weeks and 1 day away. How can the Cardinals use it to their advantage? Tyler Drake will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. How you doing right there, man? It's interesting. I knocked my own plug out. Okay, this is great. Ron Wolfley here for Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Do you have a back issue, maybe a neck issue, Basin audience? Well, if you do, you've got to go see my good brothers over at DISC. As a former professional football player, I can tell you, Basin audience, I suffered a lot of damage to the back, into the spine, of course, and the good doctor, Dr. Chris, little shout out at Dr. Chris over at DISC. He's helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation. Listen, DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. That's right, and the reputation for results. Reputation for results. People from all over the world come right here for DISC and to get treatment by DISC. It's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480
880-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, newacunit.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are just over 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. Tyler Drake, our Cardinals reporter here at
See
Arizona
the fist
Sports.
right there, YouTube. What up, YouTube?
He's joining us in studio. What's going on, Tyler?
What's up, guys? Yeah, 2 weeks left, and then all that speculation, all the mock drafts, all that, everything else gets thrown out the window, and we can actually start talking more about football.
Then we can stop speculating about that, and we can hear every GM say that the first player on their board was available where they picked, even in the second round.
Easily.
It's amazing how that always works out every year.
You're always going to say that. We took the best player available.
We always got our top choice.
What are you talking about? He was the highest rated guy on our board, and we took him.
We couldn't believe he was there at 65. He was our number 1 rated player, but, that's how it works.
That is how it goes, man. That is how it goes.
Nice. Well, let's start here. How do you feel about Ty Simpson? Would you feel better if you went by Tyler Simpson? Like, are you willing to trade?
That was funny.
Like, are you willing to share the Tyler spotlight with him if they take him?
Hey, it would be a rookie quarterback you bring in a year early before. I think a lot of people think 2027 is kind of that franchise quarterback fully go in on it. But again, you got to look at the experience side of it. Are you really comfortable with giving this guy potentially the keys to the franchise with only 15 starts? And obviously he's going to learn from Jacoby Brissett, learn from some other guys, but that stands out right away. So I don't like moving back into the first for him. I think if you can get him in the second round or later, great. Go take a flyer, take a chance. Let's see what happens. But I just can't see first round right now for me.
I'm even at that point, Ty, where a second round player.
It's still up.
Buda Baker was a second round player.
Yeah.
You can still get a guy
and
who's
he's your
a good
quarterback.
player.
If you draft him in the second round, you can't just then turn around and draft one the next year.
Even a third round guy, man, can be a guy that can make a difference to me. He's got the physical attribute. The closer I get to the draft right now, the more and more I'm like, please, Monty, can I talk to you for a minute? Just don't draft Ty Simpson, okay? Don't do it because, honestly, you either believe he's the guy or not. Now, listen, this is the one wild card, the caveat here, that I am willing to accept. If you tell me that Mike LaFleur absolutely falls in love with this guy, he's like, Monty, this kid has got everything, because this is what scouting is, Basinonians. It's seeing something that nobody else sees. It is. And it's the reason why there are good picks and bad picks, because you were able to actually see something that nobody else was. So, once again, to me, if you tell me Mike LaFleur is like, Monty, I'm telling you, this Ty Simpson kid is better than every kid who's coming out next year. And I'll tell you why. And Monty will say, well, there's only 15 games. Hey, I don't care. If you can do it once, you can do it again. And you can do it again.
Better be right.
But you better be right.
And I mean, Mike LaFleur, he's got a good track record of working with veterans. I mean, he knows a thing or two about what you can get out of the position with Matthew Stafford, who was, I mean, he's getting up there in age, but still dealing it.
I just don't want to see the Arizona Cardinals at this point in time say, you know, we're going to take a quarterback in the second round because we're going to take one in the first round next year.
Then you're just wasting your pick.
We'll just see if with this guy in the second round, he could actually develop into our – you're not going to know it. You make this point all the time. Unless he goes out there and he's Dan stinking Marino and goes out there and lights the lamp for his rookie year, you're just not going to know.
And you've got to weigh the options of, hey, if you don't get a guy, let's say if you don't go in the trenches for that second round pick, there's going to be a drop off after that. Like, you need to upgrade both sides still. Yeah. You've got to go get a right tackle. You've got to find another pass rusher opposite Josh Sweat. So there is just a lot of things that still need to happen. So, yeah, I think for me, mostly, like I said earlier, like first round, Nope, don't do it. Maybe work out something in the second round. But, yeah, I'm not fully on board with handing over the keys. Let's see what happens.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, I mean, look, you never want to be picking this high in the draft.
No.
But, and unfortunately, the Cardinals are back here after they just picked fourth a couple years ago. But when they picked fourth, by this point, it felt like you never know what a team's going to do when they get up there, but like the consensus, like it was like almost 100% every mock draft, all the speculation was, well, they're picking fourth, they're going to get Marv. If he's there, they're taking him. This year, you could pull up the 10 most recent mock drafts and probably get like 7 different things they do at the third pick. Why is that? Do you think that is just more reflective of the drafts or the position that they are in right now where they have so many needs? Or why do you think there's really not much of a consensus on what they would do picking that high in the draft?
I think it's a little bit of everything. I think one is, yes, there's multiple needs they can do. They can obviously go, like I said, right tackle, pass rusher are my 1A, 1B. Francis Mauanoa, David Bailey, Ruben Bain, Arvell Reese, like those guys stand out. Those are obviously going to be guys that could come in and potentially impact right away. But then, yeah, you also got to look at, I mean, one thing I'm noticing on a lot of these mock draft tracker that we have at Arizona Sports is the trade is starting to slowly move up a little bit more with more and more people talking trade. So that's the other thing you have to consider is, hey, we're talking about all these guys at 3. They might be there at 6 or 7 potentially if you can make a deal and come down a little bit. So I just think there's a lot of movement. And as we've seen back in 2023 in Monty's first year on the job, he likes wheeling and dealing. He likes going down and coming back up. That's how Paris got here. That's how Darius Robinson ended up here the next year. So that's something to really look at is I think just there's so many options that they can go, and really there's really not a bad one from at least the top 3 or 4 that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So, Ty, the top 30 stuff is fascinating to me. What do you think? How would you use the top 30 yourself?
Yeah,
I'm talking about your opinion.
I would be looking more at back of the round guys, like end of the draft guys that might be the diamond in the rough that maybe not everybody's talking about. But again, when you start talking top 30, everybody's going to know about them. They're going to be reported. So then more people are going to find out about those prospects. But I think for me, I'm looking more at the 5, 6, 7 round. Who can I get there that could maybe really stand out and do something? Because at this point in the draft cycle, I think a lot of people know what you're going to get with the first round, maybe even second round guys. But it's beyond that. It's getting into day 3 is when you really need to hammer home.
The Cardinals bringing in Reggie Virgil.
Yeah, there's a guy right there. There's a guy right there.
Who's going to be a 6th-round pick or something like that?
That would be that. Yeah, right there.
So what do you want? You know, to me, again, I look at that and I think, man, I'd want to know some of these guys who are going to go in the top 90, top 90 to 100 picks in the draft. I'd want to know who they are so that maybe when they come out in free agency, I'd have a clear understanding of who this person was so that I can watch the tape, of course, but then I can also see where has he grown? Where has he grown from when we first interviewed him when he came out? This is a different perspective. This is one of the reasons why I asked you this. It's very cool, and it's very possible as well. This is the reason why Reggie Virgil is going to come in on a top 30.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, when you look at Monty Austinfort's first 3 draft classes, it really does feel like it's just whatever your point of view is on it. Yeah. You can easily look and say, man, some of these guys have looked really good. It's not his fault they got hurt. And a lot of them weren't even like injury prone in college. So it's real. And you could also look and say, if just Marvin Harrison Jr. was playing to what everybody thought his potential was, people would think a lot more highly of what Monty's done. But you could also flip it and say, it's been 3 years and we're kind of back in the same spot that we were 3 years ago. So I only bring that up to ask specifically about the defense. Like, I think we all agree they need help on the pass rush. But how much talent do you think they have on defense that was just hurt last year? Like, how much do they have to prioritize that side of the ball over 7 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, one guy that stands out is Garrett Williams. I mean, if you can bring him back, and you're coming off the Achilles, but come back and play close to the level you were playing at, that's one of those where you look at the point of view of the drafts of they hit a home run with that guy. Yes, he's down with the injury. Walter Nolan looks the part. He looks good. He's got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
So you really, like you said, like you really do have to look at it with the lens, and it really comes down. It's like, on the flip side, there's no Pro Bowlers. Paris Johnson Jr. was close. And I think that's one thing, too, is like, yes, Paris Johnson, I think, has achieved or accomplished what the team has wanted him to do. But it's also offensive line. It's not going to be the flashiest position when you're looking at drafts. So, you've got to start hitting more on these guys. You've got to see Darius Robinson take that next step. I mean, you spent some high draft capital to get him. So, it's really going to be interesting how this all works out. But, defensively, Will Johnson, you come back and play healthy. You take that year 2 step. That could be a huge positive momentum for this team. But, you really are relying on those guys. Jalen Thompson not being on the team anymore. Rabbit, your time to shine, man. And you've got to stay healthy, too. Keaton Crawford as well. You got to stay healthy, too, and get in there and start getting some defensive reps. So there's a lot of potential there. But, they've got to work these guys into the right spot. And I think that's one positive to take away from Nick Rawls coming back is he kind of knows where these guys already fit.
Yeah, you don't have to
So
start
what's your
over there.
gut saying to you? They're going to pick at 3 or are they going to trade back?
My gut says they're going to stay at 3 just because I don't know if they're going to be finding a trade partner to come down. I would love to see them trade down to like 8 or 9 and still probably come away with one of those top guys that we mentioned.
Yeah.
Then you get a little bit more draft capital. I would like for it to be pushed into 2027, but I mean, I think you take whatever you can if you're going down and potentially coming back up if you needed to. But I think if you can land in the 7-8 range, you're still coming away with a really top tier player.
Yeah, when you start to put the list together of like 10 players, because you'll get one of them at 7, 8, 9, whatever, and maybe you'll have your choice of 3 or 4 of them, depending if receivers go or whatever. You start to feel good about it because it's a lot of the guys that are being mocked at the Cardinals at 3 that you would get at 8 or 9. Tyler, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
That's Tyler Drake joining us right there. When we come back over to baseball, who do you trust in the Diamondbacks bullpen right now? Anyone? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You may just want to jump in the vehicle, drive on over. That's right, the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Or as I said, you could go to santanford.com for more information right now. This is your green light. Maybe you need that green light on a newer pre-owned Ford. Well, Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, their inventory is full. That's right. Maybe you're driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or even a Toyota. Well, this is your moment right now. Time for you, America, to step up to the best-selling truck. That's right, the Ford F-150. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We drive the Ford F-150. Maybe you're downsizing. Well, Santan Ford is loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. You don't have to go with a Ford F-150. Green light means go. Go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC is hitting it out of the park.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our home run savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Canyon for just $279 a month, or take advantage of up to $37.50 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting as low as $698 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy, this is it.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another day game today against the New York Mets. First pitch from Citi Field is at 1:10, with pregame coverage starting at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are also in action again tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6. That one will be right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow at noon. Go to k2visionrle.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks bounce back from their extra innings loss to the New York Mets? We'll discuss, provide you updates for Game 2, starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
We are into hour 2. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. Thanks to Tyler Drake, who just joined us in here last segment to talk about the Cardinals draft. Well, obviously, we'll get back into that a lot as we are closing in on the actual draft. But Wolf, let's get back to the D-backs here, and we're going to talk to Mike Fitzgerald, D-backs assistant GM at 11:45. It'll be great. It's the first time we've talked to him this season.
Yeah, that's right. Fitzy.
We have some good conversations with him, so that'll be good to talk to him in just a little bit. But the question of the bullpen is inevitably going to come up after a game like yesterday, and it's not like the bullpen has been great this season by any means. When you look up and down the bullpen right now, Wolf, if you were Torey Lovello in a big situation in a game, who do you trust through the first 11 games in? And I bring this up because one of the guys at the top of my list would have been Jonathan Loáisiga, and I'm not like writing him off after one bad outing, but he's the one who let the lead slip away yesterday.
Yeah, no, Loáisiga, and I can say it, Basonians. Loáisiga, of course. I would not put him in my top 3 right now, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay.
For me, again, I think history and context, I need a little bit of that. I think Ginkel in the right situation, I'm still going to try to give him the ball late innings, leverage, high leverage situations. I still think, once again, Genk is going to develop into that guy. Ryan Thompson as well. I think Ryan Thompson is the guy that I'm going to point to and say, yep, he's doing what I expected him to do. Other than the first outing that he's had, he's been really, really good. Paul Sewald in a save situation, in a non-save situation, I'm not crazy about it.
Well, I think that was 2.5, which is a good answer, honestly, because I'm over here struggling, and I knew what this topic was. In fact, this is my idea, and I'm still having a hard time coming up with guys I trust in the bullpen. I think Ryan Thompson would have to be one of them. He has given up runs this season, but they've been unearned. He has a 0 ERA right now, but I also think more than that, it's the different look he gives you with just the arm angle. I mean, when you have a bullpen where everybody's right-handed, he at least gives a little bit of a different look, combined with the fact that he does have a 0 ERA, and he has been really effective for this team in the past. So that would be one of them. I kind of want to say Taylor Clark.
Yeah.
I know his ERA on the season is not great, but all those runs came in one game against the Dodgers in the opener. Since then, he's given them 4 scoreless appearances. And I'm just looking at what he did last year, not here, obviously, with Kansas City, but last year he had a 1.61 ERA. That was 2 years ago. He had a 0.85. That's the whip last year, and an ERA right around 3. But this year, maybe Taylor Clark.
Yes.
And then I think I'm with you on Sewald if it's a save situation.
Yeah.
You never know with closers, though. That could flip so quickly. So I guess I'd probably still say Loáisiga, but knowing that if he has another performance like yesterday, I don't know how much, he's got to move down the list then at that point, too.
Yeah, you know what is so weird about this, man? It says so much about the closer position. The fact that you would have Paul Sewald and say, in a save situation.
Yeah.
Not
if it's tied.
If it's tied, though, you know what? Torey, can I talk to you for just a minute over here? Paul, can I have a conversation? It's crazy. It speaks to the position and the mentality of the position and also the difficulty of the position. You've got to have a brain that is built differently. All these baseball players that I know, and I know you talk to them as well, Luke, they always say, that closer is a little bit different.
Yeah.
He's a different dude.
It's like a goalie in hockey.
Not just a different player, but a different dude.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's actually, he's not like a goalie in hockey, because I throw that out there, and goalies in hockey are typically so weird, and if they're not weird, you're like, what's up with this guy? But you don't go from being like a forward to a defenseman to a goalie. You just are a goalie, whereas in baseball, it's like Paul Sewald might be a middle reliever this year, and now next year he's a closer, and if he can't hold on to that, then he's pitching in the 6th inning. We've seen it all with Paul Sewald. We've seen him lose the closing job here. We've seen him be an outstanding closer here and be one of the main reasons they made it to the World Series just a couple years ago. And right now, you're right. We're seeing him. He's got 3 saves. He's been good in those situations. You bring him in when it's tied, he's probably giving up a run. And I'm not even leaning so much into yesterday because, again, you start with a runner on second in extra innings.
Yes.
But, the game a couple days ago against Atlanta was that Friday night where he comes in, okay, it's tied, nobody's scoring. Okay, well, then here's a home run and here's another home run.
Yes.
So, yeah, you're right. Seawald, if it's a save situation, but knowing full well the second Paul Seawald blows a save, everybody's going to freak out.
You know, and this is, it's really interesting because as I was talking about earlier, Basinonians, they've played 11 games, Ron Wolfley reporting, and 6 of those games have been one-run games decided by one run. They have 3 wins and 3 losses in those 6 games. And I think a lot of it, too, we could point to the bullpen, especially in those losses. We could point to the bullpen and say, what are you doing?
Well,
okay, you know, you cost the Diamondbacks that game. But for the most part, they have exceeded my expectation. I thought the bullpen, which tells you something about how bad I thought the bullpen was truly going to be. And that, you know, I expect Torrey at some point in time. Obviously, Torrey, and I would say that Mike Hazen is going to be a big part of that at some point in time to get on the same page, and they're going to do something. Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing, because right now they're in trouble, I think.
Gray Mantle just wrote in and said, I don't trust any of them. So I'm assuming he's talking about the bullpen. I guess he could just be talking about society. But no, I think
Gray
that
Mantle.
Look, it's
what up, Gray?
It's a weird spot to be in because you're right. It's the bullpen's probably been a little bit better than people expected, but it's not like it's been great by any means. I'm not even sure it's been good. But the problem is it goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the show. If you are a team that can score 6, 7, 8, 9 runs most games, then you feel like, okay, I mean, we saw it last year. The Diamondbacks, the bullpen last year was terrible, but their offense was so good that they were still hanging around. Now it's like, okay, if you're going to try to play small ball to win games and you're really going to lean like so heavily on Corbin Carroll to produce like 50% of your offense and then Perdomo and Cattell to combine to produce the other 40% and leave like 10% to whoever or whatever. If you're going to play that way, then you have to have a great bullpen. That's my concern here. It's like, okay, well, we're not going to score a ton of runs. We're going to win these close games. Okay, well, then your bullpen can't give up any runs.
Yeah, coming into this season, though, didn't you think the Diamondbacks were going to be a good offensive team? I did. I know I did. I know that most publications out there thought they were going to be a good offensive team as well.
I'm not saying they're not going to be, but it's just you could see a way where they're leaning on those top 3 hitters too much all year. You really could. You start to look up and down the lineup, and you're like, okay, well, who do you expect a breakout year from? Santana? No. Arenado's maybe hitting the ball a little bit harder now. Okay, so, give him a little more time.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Hit the ball harder. I'll take that.
I will.
Hopefully that's going to progress in the right direction.
And if it's going to be you're leaning on those top 3 hitters and then 1 or 2 other guys to come through each day, that's fine. Baseball teams win that way. But then your bullpen's got to be really good for that to work over 162 games. The Wolf and Luke Show will be live at Mountain America Stadium for Pat's Run registration pickup Friday, brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company. Great tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beer. Find it at a store near you or at athleticbrewing.com. All right, when we come back, we got another mock draft. This one's a little bit different. This is just the quarterbacks, and it might illustrate exactly why the Cardinals should not be trading up for Ty Simpson. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-360-7900. Yeah, that's right. Listen, got some spring cleaning to do? Well, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details into one clear plan. One of the reasons why you should call today and let them organize your wealth management strategy. That's right, Trajan Wealth. Your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around, Basinonians. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. That's right. Pick up the phone. Give them a call, 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Wealth, Estate and Trajan Tax. An actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, Gambo here. Tom felt totally fine, no symptoms, but his lifeguard imaging scan showed a high calcium score. He goes to see a cardiologist and finds he's got an 80% blockage. That scan saved his life. Don't wait for symptoms. Get a heart scan for you and someone you love for just $69. Do it now. All you have to do is text SCAN to 620-620, and they'll send the link to schedule. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, this one comes from the world of the producer Wolf. You pulled this up earlier, right before the show, in prehab, Wolf. And Ben Solak put out. I don't even know if you would call this a mock draft. I don't know how you would describe it, but it's Ben Solak just projecting the quarterback landing spots. So it's like a mock draft, but it's 7 rounds and it's just the quarterbacks. Actually,
Yes.
That's probably how you would describe it.
Yes.
So
it's a quarterback mock draft.
Yeah.
Where he thinks Fernando Mendoza's guy. Oh.
All of your favorite things rolled into one.
Yes.
Quarterbacks and mock drafts. He just needs to grade it, and then you're all set.
He's going to the Raiders. That's the first quarterback off the board, base audience. And then where's the second quarterback off the board, Luke?
Well, I'm trying to see how many he has on this list. And he's got 8,
Yes.
9. He's got 9 quarterbacks in this thing. The second quarterback he has going late first round because the Arizona Cardinals trade back in and take Ty Simpson.
Ah, there it is. The projected trade. The Arizona Cardinals move back into the back end of the first round to get that 5th year, of course, and they draft Ty Simpson. And if they do that, Basinonians, they're not going to draft a quarterback next year. That's not going to happen.
That's what you got to wrap your head around. That's the part, and I don't know why I'm not seeing that addressed in any of these national publications. That's I've told you this. I keep trying to figure out if they're doing this, if everybody's linking Ty Simpson to the Cardinals because they are hearing things that Mike LaFleur likes Ty Simpson, or that Monty Ossenfort needs to find a quarterback this year, or whatever it is, or if it is simply, well, he's got to go somewhere. Now, the Cardinals need a quarterback. Let's just put him there. But now it's happening so consistently that I almost think it's not option 2, where it's just everybody linking him to the Cardinals just because he's got to go somewhere. Because of what you just said is the most important thing to remember, and it never gets brought up. If you draft Ty Simpson, if you trade back in the first round to get him, then forget about the 2027 class. Yes. You're not wasting a first-round pick this year, assuming you're going to do it again next year.
You know what is kind of cool, Basinonians, and this is one of the things that I loved about the Phoenix Suns when they moved back up to get Rasheer Fleming, okay?
I like that.
Brian Gregory, okay? It shows intent. It shows, conviction. This guy is going to be a player. Well, you know what? The only caveat that I think is really kind of cool, if in fact this does happen, where the Arizona Cardinals move up into the back of the first round and draft Ty Simpson, is Mike LaFleur must love this kid. Seriously. He must know something about this kid that would force Monty Ossenfort to look at him and say, Mike, is this really your guy? Is this it? Do you feel like he's your guy? Because we can see he's got talent. We know he's got talent. We're just worried about maybe the sample size and the fact that he faded a little bit at the end. But you feel like you know him, Mike. I honestly feel like if, in fact, the Arizona Cardinals do move up into the back of the first round, it is all Mike LaFleur saying, this guy, I can make this guy. That, to me, is kind of intriguing. I will admit that.
Look, if it's that and it's not just, we got to find a quarterback, and this is all that's out there this year.
Right.
If it's LaFleur being like, this is our guy, well, then again, he better be right. And also, with 15 college games, I don't know that there's anybody I trust to know definitively this is my guy. I really don't. That's not a knock on Mike LaFleur. Pick whoever you think is the best quarterback evaluator out there. I'm not sure I trust them to know definitively after 15 college games.
Right.
Again, the 2027 class, most of these guys we've already seen play more than 15 games, and they're about to play a whole nother college season. So it's not just that there's more talent in 2027. Everybody's going to have a better read on what's out there. But either way, if it's that, that's better than just we have to find a quarterback. And I'm saying this, it's like, look, we're all sick of the Cardinals not making the playoffs. They've made the playoffs, 2-3 times since 2009?
Yes.
You know, they've won one playoff game since 2009. We're all sick of it. But at this point, I'd rather just make sure I get the right quarterback in one of the next 2 drafts. And the odds are heavily favored that you're going to get that right quarterback in 2027, not 2026, because there's just so many more names. But the interesting part of what you found here is not that they have Ty Simpson going to the Cardinals in the first round, I don't think. It's where they have some of these other quarterbacks going. You agree?
Yes. Carson Beck is a guy that we have talked an awful lot about. Where do they have Carson Beck?
They have Carson Beck going in the 5th round.
In the
152 to Dallas.
Okay, in the 5th round. See, that to me, if you told me that the Arizona Cardinals might go ahead and say, you know what, we got a 5th round pick coming up here, and man, Carson Beck is still out there. You know, I think I'd be okay there.
And there's no risk.
I don't want it at the back of the end. You know, if you just said, well, we're going to give it a go with this young guy, Carson Beck, and maybe he's going to be a future backup for us, I'd be all on board with that. But I will admit that if they do move back into the first round, that it's all Mike LaFleur. There's no way in the world Monty Ossenfort or anyone else within that organization is going to say, hey, Mike, I'm just telling you, this is the guy. We're going to move back up. We're going to do it. And without him saying, this is the guy that I want. Honestly, there's no way you're going to do that.
I 95% agree with you.
This rookie coach, you're going to force him. This is going to be your quarterback going forward, and you better develop him into the guy that we expect him to be. There's no way you're going to do that. Mike LaFleur has got to, if they move up into the back of the first round, it's because Mike LaFleur is spearheading that charge. Or what are you doing?
Well, you just said it right there. It's got to be because your new coach, who is an offensive mind, who has been training alongside Sean McVay, is that convinced. But we've seen teams fall into this trap of like, dude, we haven't been in the playoffs enough. Find the quarterback this year. Find him. Now, going back to some of these deeper round guys, like you said about Carson Beck, you take him in the 5th round. They have him going 152 to the Cowboys. That's great. Take him, play him this year, have him learn under Jacoby Brissett. If he's not the guy, who cares? In the 5th round, yeah, you're going to need a backup going forward. And maybe you find Brock Purdy there, and then you don't. But again, you're not going to probably know by the time the 2027 class rolls around. But what's the worst thing in the world if you took Carson Beck in the 5th round and you took Arch Manning in the 1st round next year? Okay. If you somehow have a good quarterback in Beck too, then you have a really good backup that can step in if you need to. What about this name? We haven't talked about him a ton. 6'5", 228, and was supposed to be a really good quarterback going into this past season and got hurt. But what about Solak has the Dolphins in the 4th round at 130 taking Drew Aller.
Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State.
If you tell AI, hey, build me the perfect NFL quarterback, AI would give you Drew Aller. Probably. At 6'5" and a slingshot for an arm, Drew Aller possesses all of the physical qualities you look for in an ideal quarterback. There is not a throw that Aller can't make, and he has the ability to climb the pocket when he senses edge pressure. As physically appealing as Drew Aller is, he does tend to struggle with the mental game from time to time, whether it's processing coverages or adapting during the play if the pre-snap ideas don't go according to plan. But when he is able to adapt and make something happen off script, he is capable of stacking more yardage off of his scrambles once he voids. NFL comp, Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Flacco. Thought I was going to say Joe Burrow, didn't you?
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
That was kind of a drop-off there.
Okay, so once again, if
Whoa.
in fact Drew Aller.
Rick, are you going to make the argument that Joe Flacco is as good as Joe Burrow?
No, but I'm going to make the argument that I think that Joe Flacco potentially has a Hall of Fame case if you're looking at the fact that Eli Manning's probably going to get in. Similar careers.
This is a different argument.
Yeah. Totally different argument. Drew Aller,
definitely is.
Onions right now. If he does struggle with the mental side of playing quarterback, run. Because it's not going to get any better at the NFL level.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm not saying Drew Aller is the answer, but again, that's a 4th round pick. And let me ask you this. What's the difference between Ty Simpson right now and Drew Aller a year ago, as far as what we know? Drew Aller a year ago coming off 24 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. What about Drew Aller in 2023? 25 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Yes.
How is that? And they're different quarterbacks, different builds. I get all that. But what's the difference? I'm not saying that as an argument.
The difference was based on our report, him saying he struggles with the mental side of it sometimes. It's going to get 10 times worse at the NFL level playing quarterback.
Fine, but I'm not saying
that's true.
I'm not saying that to draft Drew Aller. I'm saying 2 years ago you would have said, dude, Drew Aller's on his way. You said 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Okay, and even last year, 24 touchdowns, 8 interceptions before this past season. How is that any different than Ty Simpson right now? Like, you don't totally know what Ty Simpson is because he's played in 15 college games.
Right, exactly. Well, for me right now, why would somebody have a guy that is as prolific as Drew Aller is going 130 overall?
Because he trailed off.
Okay.
So what if Ty Simpson trails off?
Why did he trail off? He doesn't understand the game.
Well, he got hurt too.
Okay, yeah.
Don't put me in the position of arguing for Drew Aller.
I'm just telling you.
All right, when we come back, what exactly is going on with the Phoenix Suns? We'll get into that next. Well, that's a broad conversation. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dylan Brooks had some of his best basketball in the last 5 minutes. They finished that game with a flex and with a strength that they just haven't been able to show a whole lot the last month and a half.
But that's one less game off the schedule in which you got a chance to get right.
And I still don't feel like they're right.
And you didn't get right.
Yeah, that's so well said. Like one more game for you to make us all feel better about your ability to flip that switch going into the playoffs. I don't feel that way after yesterday's game. You don't either.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons Afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another day game today against the New York Mets. First pitch from Citi Field is at 1:10, with pregame coverage starting at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are also back in action tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th D-backs home game versus the Toronto Blue Jays, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns look against old friend Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets? And how do they need to defend number 1 overall pick Cooper Flagg tonight? We'll talk about it starting at 2. The Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, kind of need a win tonight against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. The Suns' lead over the Clippers is just 2 games. Now, there are only 3 games left, so 1 win should do it. But you don't want to mess around dropping down into the 8th seed and not even hosting that game next Tuesday.
Man, no, you don't want to do that. And once again, man, if they can just hold on to the 7th seed and secure the 7th seed and finish this season, I'm going to be really, really happy, Basinonians. I am. And I know there are others out there that are saying, Wolf, are you kidding me? Okay, you wanted more. Maybe you expected more. Maybe the fact that the Phoenix Suns look like they could be a team that could mess with winning 50 games. Maybe that's what you expected. But for me, for the most part, it's an 82-game season, and that's a lot of games. And over the course of a season, you're going to have your peaks and your valleys, and you're going to balance out for the most part. And I think that's what we have seen. We've seen the Suns level off.
I'm trying to get to where you are with that. For me, I want them to get through the play-in, because if they don't get through the play-in, it's going to feel like kind of like the 2021 Cardinals season. You know, maybe not as extreme. The Cardinals would look like they were unstoppable for the first half of the season, then really trailed off in the second half and were gone so quickly in the playoffs. I just don't want this season to feel like that. If you make it through the play-in, then that shows some resilience at the end of the year. You got into a series, and I think there's some value, even if you got swept by San Antonio, playing 4 playoff games against San Antonio and getting that experience with your younger players. It's still a success. You're right. I mean, ultimately, it's just not going to feel like it. Like it would. Let's say they beat Dallas and lose the last 2 games, and they finish 44-38. To me, it would feel so different if they started slow and then got stronger as the season went on and finished 44-38 than the way they've done it. But whatever, it's still 44 wins.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Listen, the Phoenix Suns were nobodies at the beginning of the season, Basinonians. They also didn't have Jalen Green, and yet they were better when they didn't have Jalen Green. They were winning more games. It's amazing. Why is that? I really don't know, Basinonians, but I do have a digital download, as a matter of fact. Rick, what do you say? Oh, you're going right for it. I see what we're doing here. Gather on the transistor and press the ear, Basinonians. The Suns were nobody when the season started. They'll win 30 games. Remember that? Oh, they're going to win 30 games. The Suns didn't have Jalen Green. So the Suns had to play like dogs, because even when Jalen Green was ready, they knew they weren't talented enough to beat other teams. They just weren't. So guess what had to happen? The dog had to come out, Basinonians, and the teeth had to shine as well. Other teams weren't afraid of playing the Suns when the season started. And the Suns knew they had to play like animals just to be competitive, let alone beat people. And yet, that's exactly what they did. Oh, they beat people. Surprise! The Phoenix Suns aren't the doormat everyone thought they were going to be. And now, Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks is back, and Devin Booker is their team leader. Why are they not a better team, Basinonians? Well, teams get up to play the Suns. Did you hear me? I said teams get up to play the Suns. Unless you're Houston, you get up when you realize you're down by 21. Then you start playing. The Suns aren't as desperate on the defensive end of the floor as they were earlier in the season. And you can see it. Can you not, Basinonians? Do you see the difference watching it? They're not nearly as desperate. They are not trying hard enough. Block out. Block out, please. Something doesn't appear to be working with Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker all in the lineup. And the record backs that up, does it not? So what is the problem? All of this has combined to bring the Suns back to earth. Reality has settled in, and it's okay. We knew they weren't going to win the championship this year to begin with. Why does it feel so dark down here? Why does it feel so glum down here in this hole? But it does.
Trying to find the stat to back up what you were saying, and it does back it up, but I don't think it fully tells the whole story. They're 16-15 when Jalen Green plays this year, 27-21 when he doesn't. And in fact, here's Jalen Green after the game yesterday talking about closing out games with him and Booker and now everybody back there.
I guess just closing games. I feel like that's been the biggest thing since we all got healthy. Yeah, closing games. We gotta be able to close the game and, get to our spots and get good shots. No matter what that looks like, whether it's Book, me, BB, we just gotta be able to close that.
Now, to be fair, like Mark Williams wasn't playing as well, got hurt. It's not like he has been the same guy he was in the first half of the season, the second half of the season. Colin Gillespie has trailed off in a lot of ways. Like, it is easy to just put it all on Jalen Green. The Suns collectively have not been as good the last 20, 30 games as they were at the first part of the season. But it has coincided with Jalen Green coming back joining the team.
I could just go ahead and expand out. Don't even focus on one guy specifically. Just look at their activity on the defensive end of the floor. Their intensity level is not there the way that it was earlier in the season.
There's no way to argue with that. NFL Draft Day is Thursday, April 23rd. Arizona Sports is going to broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. from Backyard Desert Ridge. So come hang with us for the NFL Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 unfold. It's brought to you by Bud Light. When we come back, let's talk some D-backs with the assistant GM of the D-backs. How confident is Mike Fitzgerald that Arizona's going to turn around their early season offensive struggles? So we're going to talk to the D-backs assistant general manager next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If you're looking for somewhere to watch all this baseball that's going on now, or the hockey playoffs or the basketball playoffs, they're going to be starting up here in just over a week. You just found your place. You can stop looking because you're not going to beat Twin Peaks for that. With all of these games going on and a football draft coming up, you really can't afford to miss any of the action. Twin Peaks has the answer, and that answer is wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, and perfect sight lines, so you will be sure to catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. It's why Twin Peaks is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. And then while you're there, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. Look, they've got loaded fries, burgers, chips and queso. I would add the brisket chili if you're going chips and queso, but they got ribs, flatbreads. They've got quesadilla tacos, cheesesteak, and cheesecake. And, of course, the wings. You can't go wrong with wings. Plus, you're going to get the great atmosphere and great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for. And it's not like you even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern. But there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.1% per year. The best part is, you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, we got D-backs Mets coming up here in just a little bit. First pitch at 1:10. Remember, that's an earlier start than it was originally expected to be when the schedule first came out, but it's been moved up for a couple days now. So the D-backs trying to get even with the Mets after that extra inning loss yesterday. We are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line right now by Diamondbacks Assistant General Manager Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, thank you for the time, man. It's the first time we get to talk to you this season. What's going on?
You got it. I know, guys. First time this season. Watching the guys take BP at Citi Field. There's not a cloud in the sky, which makes it feel like home. The temperature does not make it feel like home. It's a little chilly out here.
Yeah, that's. It looked like it was pretty cold there.
It was,
yesterday,
no doubt.
All right, it's early. We're 11 games in. You got 151 left to do whatever you plan on doing this season. But from your perspective in the front office, how deep into the season do you need to be before you start to believe some of the trends that you see in front of you?
I think it depends on the specific trend and then also the position group you're focusing on. You know, are the 11 games or however many games indicative of the group that we're going to have for the bulk of that 151, or is it a different group that we're battling with right now? There's some things that we're really encouraged by. I think the starting pitching's been really solid these first 11 games. I think the defense on the whole for what we're playing behind them has been really solid and obviously helping and contributing to that. And then offensively, that's kind of been an area of strength for ours for the last couple of years, and we're getting out to the gate a little bit slower than we'd like. But we think that there's some good behaviors under the hood, and we also think there's some things that we can address, and our coaches are working every day to clean those things up. So, yeah, I think in some ways the 11 games are somewhat indicative of what we're going to do over the next 151, and in other ways I think we should see a positive regression back to the skill level that we think we have in a lot of these guys, and we'll play a little differently through the next 151 than we did the first 11.
Fitzy, you started talking about starting pitching, and when I think of starting pitching, and there have been some really good performances, of course, and I like what I'm seeing, but, man, the one guy that stands out to me is Eduardo Rodriguez and what he has done now. What has changed for Eduardo?
Yeah, it's been awesome, the start that he's gotten off to. We've always had debates and questions on whether the WBC, does it help guys? Is it an obstacle for guys to overcome? It seems like it's helped him really get into a nice rhythm here and continue a lot of the positive momentum that he started last year. His last, handful of starts last year, we saw the velocity tick up. He started mixing a little bit better. I think he continued that into spring, into the WBC this year, and then he hasn't missed a beat in transferring that into his big league starts and helping us win some games. So, yeah, that's been really encouraging, and we think that there's some under-the-hood stuff there that's going to make it sustainable, and we can continue to see this version of Eduardo hopefully for another 30 starts this year, plus into what we get after that.
We're talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Mike, I just want to get your thoughts on Jordan Lawler. Obviously now out for a little while, but what you saw from him leading in before the injury. Obviously that game he got his first career home run, but he was hitting for a good average before that as well.
Yeah, the hand injury sucks. We talk a lot about being a 9-on-1 mentality and a collective approach, and it's 9 guys trying to knock out one pitcher. And Jordan was a big piece of that for us, specifically in the bottom of the lineup, where that's where we do a lot of our damage. Is we don't give opponents a chance to catch their breath and kind of relax a little bit in that lower half, because we want our 6 through 9 guys in the lineup to be just as big of a threat as our top guys in the lineup. And Jordan was really buying into that, not just with the hits, but even the approach, I think, was really encouraging from what guys were seeing here, and the different pitches he was checking off. And even though he was carrying a strong average, he wasn't going up there trying to force hits, and he's still letting the game come to him, make a good decision pitch to pitch, and take what the at-bat gives you, but know that when you get a mistake, you're going to be able to find the barrel on it. He was doing that at a great clip. It sucks with the hand injury, but we're hopeful that he heals up well, and we're able to get him in the back half of the season.
Fitzy, offense seems to be a problem in terms of scoring runs, obviously. What has to happen for this team to be able to score more runs?
I think we got to build more innings, and I think we started doing that in the last couple games. The last 2 games, yes, they were extra innings, so you end up getting a couple extra of these runners in scoring position plate appearances from that. But even through the first 9 innings of the game, I think we had 22 plate appearances as runners in scoring position. The last 2 days, we had 17 in the 4 games before that. So we started a little bit yesterday. We build innings in the first and second inning. We don't end up getting guys touching home plate, but the more traffic we can put on the bases, the more we can lean into our collective identity. And if we continue to rinse and repeat on that, we're going to get guys touching home plate, and we're going to get back to scoring runs at the clip that we have become accustomed to and we expect ourselves to.
Talking to Mike Fitzgerald. Michael Soroka's not going to pitch in this series, but his first 2 starts have been outstanding. And this is a guy who had a lot of success earlier in his career, and he's still young. So what was the mindset when you guys brought him in? What were you looking for from him?
Yeah, it's remarkable. He's still only 28 years old. I feel like he's been around for a decade.
Yeah.
And he has close to it. I think he was an all-star at 20 years old. So we met with Michael in the offseason. I can still get back to the lunch that we had with him, and he was kind of talking through his whole journey. And he just seemed like an extremely mature 28-year-old who was honest about some of the struggles that he's had, and was really transparent and vulnerable and talking through the lessons he's learned from it and how he's really confident in his ability to apply those to his career moving forward. And he's walking the walk that he talked in that lunch meeting, because he told us, he's like, I feel like I'm on the verge of really getting into the best parts of my career here. Even though, I was an all-star so young, I think my best years are yet to come. And so far, so good. He's put that statement to the test, and has done a really nice job for us coming out, mixing, throwing strikes. Strike throwing has been a huge, huge priority for us on that side of the ball this offseason and heading into the start of the season. And it's been really cool to see, guys taking that to heart. And some of our best performers thus far off of the bump are guys that are really filling up the strike zone, winning count leverage, and making that a priority. And similarly to how we were talking about on the offensive side of things, if you're filling up the zone and getting count leverage, you're probably going to put yourself in a pretty good spot to find success, the same way that if you're putting traffic on the bases and creating opportunities to score runs there, you're going to put yourself in a good chance to have success. So it's been really good to see that happening.
Fitzy, what would you guys like to see more from Corbin Carroll? I mean, this guy seems like he's doing everything and really developing into being one of simply the best players in the baseball universe. But where do you think he still can get better?
I don't know. That's a tough question. I don't even know that we want necessarily more. If we're waking up and we just get the best version of him every day, I think that's plenty damn good. And if we can rinse and repeat on that for 6 months, I think we'll be in a good spot. He's playing tremendously on defense. He's a stud on offense. I know there was a lot of dialogue around the handmade and what that might do, and is that going to sap some early season power? And I think he quieted all that noise pretty quickly. He's been an absolute stud on both sides of the ball, and we're really glad that he wears the jersey that says Arizona on the front of it.
Mike, you mentioned the emphasis on guys throwing more strikes this year. How much of that is based on last year, and also how much of it is based on, it seems like you guys feel better about your defense this year, and that was a point of emphasis in the offense as well. So if you feel good about your defense, your pitchers can throw more strikes.
Absolutely. We think all that is connected. Defense was definitely a huge priority for us going into the offseason. We feel like we did a solid job addressing that. And then also had some internal gains with guys that weren't necessarily new to the organization, but guys like Marte are playing some of the best second base defense that he's played in a while. I think it makes it easier for your pitchers to buy into, okay, I can be aggressive in the zone, because when I do give up a ball in play, I got 8 guys behind me, 9, including the guys up behind the dish. Like I got a good group here to be able to put some balls in the glove and make sure we're getting out to first base. So I think that's been a nice little symbiotic relationship there, where the defense is helping the pitchers gain some more confidence. And if you talk to our pitching guys, they still feel like there's more meat on the bone in terms of our ability to win count leverage and make sure that we are pounding guys and putting them on their heels and dictating the pace of the game in ways that we want to see it played, versus feeling like we're nibbling and trying to pick spots. We want to be the aggressor when the ball's in our hands.
Fitzy, what kind of future do you see for Jose Fernandez? This guy is a fascinating guy. Where do you expect to see him get the at-bats when he plays?
He really is. I think I think the answer to that question truly is unknown. At the end of the day, this is a meritocracy, and his play is going to dictate the opportunity that he creates and carves out for himself. We really buy into the athlete. We really buy into the baseball IQ. His track record here is atypical. He didn't get a normal DSL season because of COVID. His player development experience had been hampered based on different the 2021 season not really being a typical year as well, his first year out in the States. And with guys that have atypical player development paths, we tend to think that they have an opportunity to do some surprising things in the big leagues, because they're not going to take that normal trajectory that you see your average player take. So, yeah, from a skill standpoint, we buy into the defender. We buy into what he's got between the ears. We think the baseball IQ is really high. We've seen that play out already. The speed at which he made that double-up throw and Gallons start at home to help us win that 1-0 game. There's just some things that he does from an intellectual standpoint that he can obviously pair with some pretty loud baseball tools. And as far as he can go out and earn playing time every day and show us that he's going to help us win games on both sides of the ball and on the bases when he's getting on there as well, I think he's going to carve himself out a nice little role on this team to help us do that.
Mike, we appreciate the time as always. Good luck today.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. That's Assistant General Manager Mike Fitzgerald joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, he always. Cool. I mean, the whole front office. They always give you pretty real answers, which you don't always get from a front office, but we obviously expect it from them now because we've been doing this with them for a few years. All right, when we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
On Arizona Sports, we're proud to once again stand with a run that means so much to the Valley. Athletic Brewing Company is honored to sponsor Pat's Run, supporting the Pat Tillman Foundation and celebrating Pat Tillman's life, legacy, and unwavering commitment to service. From the starting line to the finish, it's about purpose, perseverance, and giving back. Brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer. Great taste, no hangover. Find it near you or at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another game today against the New York Mets. First pitch from Citi Field is in just about an hour, with pregame coverage starting at 12:30 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are also in action tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Wednesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and Rick is here. Rick?
The Phoenix Suns lost 119-105 to the Houston Rockets yesterday, despite going on a 24-0 run in the first quarter. This brings us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, Suns are close to clinching the number 7 seed, and with it, home court for the play-in tournament. What do you guys think will happen? They win the first round game against the number 8 seed and face the number 2 in the first round. They lose the first game but beat the winner of the 9-10 game and face the number 1 in the first round. Or they lose both play-in games and miss the playoffs.
Well, I mean, we don't even know who they're going to play in the first game because it could be the Clippers or the Blazers.
Yeah.
I think they'll get it together in that first game. I think they'll pull it all together and they'll look around and they'll be like, all the good things we did this season, we should be able to beat whoever they play in the first play-in game. And then, I mean, I don't have super high hopes in the best of 7 against San Antonio if Wembanyama's healthy, but I mean, they beat the Spurs twice this year at least.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I feel as well, Luke. I think they're going to win that home game, that first game. I think that's going to be a massive victory for them. I really do. And after that, of course, the San Antonio Spurs, and that's where I think they're going to make their exit from the postseason. Yet at the same time, again, I think it's been an incredible year for the Phoenix Suns. I'd just like to see them finish this season as a 7 seed, win that game, and then go out there and compete against the Spurs, even though I think the Spurs are going to beat them, obviously, maybe in 5.
All right, I'll go with that answer. Win the first game against the number 8 and face the number 2 seed as the 7 seed in the first round. That is currently the leader, 46%. Lose both play-in games and miss the playoffs is actually in second, 38%.
No thanks.
And then lose the first game but beat winner of 9-10 game, face number 1 in the first round. That is in last at 16%. We'll stick with the Suns. They host the Dallas Mavericks tonight in downtown Phoenix. Mavericks rookie Cooper Flagg has been on a tear. Should he be Rookie of the Year, or should it be his college teammate, Con Knippel, of the Charlotte Hornets?
I mean,
he's got the best name ever, Con Knippel.
Yeah, I actually haven't looked at the Rookie of the Year odds lately, but I know Cooper Flagg was such an overwhelming favorite before the start of the season, and he really hasn't done much to say he doesn't deserve to win it. Knippel's had an amazing rookie season.
No
I mean,
doubt.
he's sort of the catalyst for that turnaround in Charlotte, but I'm still giving it to Cooper Flagg. He basically has lived up to expectations. I know his team hasn't, but that's because they gave their best player to the Lakers last year.
He is, Cooper Flagg is my answer on this. He's a much more athletic version, in my opinion, of Larry Bird, period. Now, I'm not saying he's Larry Bird. Not saying he's going to go and have the kind of success in career that Larry Bird had, but Cooper Flagg thinks his way through so much of what he does, and Bird was the same way.
I know it's early, but he's only averaging 40 points a game this month.
Cheapers.
That's good.
Jamal, what do you think?
I think Con, just because he's been more consistent throughout the year. Cooper Flagg is the better player and will have the better career, but this year.
Okay.
I just appreciate you not saying he puts the con in consistent, because that feels like the joke that Wolf made yesterday, and we immediately just had to go to break.
What was the joke
that was,
I made yesterday?
That was my high school yearbook quote.
That's something about Alex Caravan. I don't know.
Yeah, get on the caravan or something instead of the caravan.
And then you got Caravan from the show.
Yeah, we should have carabanned him from the show.
Awful.
The Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen blew another game yesterday, and the Snakes fell 4-3 to the New York Mets. What has been more concerning to you guys so far this season? The struggling offense or the struggling bullpen?
The struggling offense.
Yeah, why do you say that?
I'm just going to jump in and say that.
Do it.
Yeah, you know what? I know you answer all the time first, and that's the way I prefer it, by the way.
Seems like it.
But I just have to feel the offense right now is You've been talking about it. If it's not Corbin Carroll for the most part, nobody is actually getting the thing done. Ketel Marte shows a little bit of signs of coming around. Jerry, Geraldo Perdomo, of course, those three guys have got to carry the load right now for the most part. But, man, I'm disappointed in literally almost everyone else not named Jose Fernandez.
Yeah. I'm going to say the offense, too, because if you're asking disappointment, I had higher hopes for the offense. But at the same time, I look at it and I'm like, okay, are they just too reliant on those top three guys? They score 3.45 runs per game, which is the same as the Chicago White Sox this year. Okay, well, now, whatever. We're 11 games in. But I look at some of the teams around them, and those teams are either like the White Sox or Cleveland, who weren't expected to score runs, or it's like Toronto and Seattle, who it's very easy to see how those teams are going to start scoring runs. Like Josh Naylor really hasn't hit for Seattle. He's going to start hitting. Toronto's going to get those teams are going to score runs. With Arizona, it's like, yeah, they're scoring 3.45 runs per game, and you just asked Mike Fitzgerald this. Can you really ask any more of Corbin Carroll?
Yeah.
He's doing everything you could ask. So where is the offense going to come from? That's why the Jordan Lawler injury hurts, because Fitz just said it. He was batting at the bottom of the order, too, which is when the Diamondbacks have had their most success as an offense lately, is when they have a guy at the bottom of the order just quietly getting on base consistently.
3.45, you say?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like 2.45.
It feels like a lot less than that, yeah. I agree.
Over to the NFL, projected top pick Fernando Mendoza is reportedly not going to attend the NFL draft. According to ESPN, he wants to spend draft night with his family in Miami. What do you guys make of his decision to not attend the draft?
Yeah, I mean, it's his choice. I know he's really close with his family. You can only be in one spot. Is there not a way he could spend that night? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's one of those things where if you have to choose, no matter what, you're going to be like, man, maybe I should have been there for the draft. But then if you go, you're going to be like, I should have been with my family for that draft. So, look, he's going to have a lot of great moments, you would assume, in the NFL, unless the Raiders ruin him. So I think, just you got to trust your instinct on this one.
Every human being that is drafted into the National Football League has the right to pick how he wants to receive the news that he's been drafted into the National Football League. I know that it's a fait accompli that Fernando Mendoza is going to be drafted number 1 overall, and everybody knows it. Man, if he wants to sit there and be with his family, so be it.
No commissioner's hug for Fernando Mendoza, who I feel like would give the most enthusiastic commissioner's hug of all time.
That is true. He'd pick Goodell up and swing him around or something. Yeah.
So excited to be drafted. So excited, Roger. Mr. Goodell.
We're starting the era of the Rick Mendoza impression here. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, can the Diamondbacks even their series with the Mets here in just about an hour? We're going to preview that game with D-backs on deck next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick,
though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty gonna do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wow.
Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
To hydrate or caffeinate. Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic. You wanna live free?
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We are knocking it out of the park with service. This is the largest tire sales event we have ever had in history. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
Did I hear you right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 36 months. So schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, should be a good one this afternoon. Probably another one-run game. Wolf, that's kind of the way things have been going, right?
There's been 6 of them so far this year. 1-run games for the Diamondbacks.
There really hasn't been any, outside of the 17-2 loss, there really haven't been any lopsided games. All of their wins have been really close. Their losses have been 4-3 in 10 innings, 2-0, 3-2, 5-4, and the one other
Opening
lopsided,
day.
it was 8-2, but they were up 2-0 in that game for a while, and that was against the Dodgers.
Yes.
So, so probably expect another close game today, which now that we've said that, it'll be like 11-3. The Diamondbacks and the Mets. Let's get you the pitching matchup because I would say that's especially important today. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? They have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flowers. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. All right, Ryan Nelson against David Peterson. Ryan Nelson, Wolf, a 5.79 ERA. 0-1 record through his first 2 starts.
Yeah, this is going to be a big start, I think, for Ryan Nelson. Hopefully he's going to get a little bit more consistent with his fastball. That has been the bread and butter, if you will, for Ryan Nelson for the most part, especially up in the zone. A guy that throws it and throws it very, very well and challenges hitters. I think Ryan Nelson has got to get back to being who he is for the most part. I want to see that competitive fire that he typically brings to the hill. And at the same time, the matchup here, I think, really favors the Arizona Diamondbacks. David Peterson is the left-hand pitcher that is going to go for the New York Mets. And honestly, he has struggled. So I'd love to see him continue to struggle and maybe fire up this offense a little bit.
This, you talk about, a pitcher giving you a chance to win. Ryan Nelson's ERA last year was 3.38, which is really good.
Yes.
It was even better in the games he started. He started 23 of the 33 games, and the games where he started, it was even better than 3.38. I believe it was sub-3. This is a guy that gave you a chance to win almost every time out. It felt like the last couple years, really. And so far this season, he has struggled. It was easy to write off the first one. Okay, 4 earned runs and 4 2/3 against the Dodgers. Fine, whatever. It's the second game of the season. It's in L.A. They just got their rings. They have an all-star. Fine. 7 runs allowed against the Braves last Thursday. Only 2 of them earned, but the score, the winner, is based on actual runs allowed. And so he did give up 7 runs.
Yes.
And so, he just they need number 2 worthy stuff from Ryan Nelson. I do tend to believe they're going to get it, but he's got, tough opponents here. This is going to be his 3rd tough lineup he's faced right out of the gate. So, the good thing about him is he never really seems to lack for confidence. But if you have 2 or 3 rough starts in the middle of the season, it's easier to just kind of, work through it. If they're your first 2 or 3 starts, you start to get that weight on your shoulders of when's my, quality start here, win, shutout, whatever. So I think it's big that he pitches well today.
Yeah, in terms of the pitching matchup, of course, today, Basin Reigns, Ryan Nelson, too. The thing that really jumps out, he's given up 4 home runs.
Yeah.
4 home runs.
We have 6 walks, too.
Yeah, 4 home runs, 6 base on balls. That's something that David Peterson has not. When you flip it over and look at the left-hand pitcher for the Mets, again, he has not given up a home run yet. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Yet at the same time, he gives up a ton of base runners. There's a small village on the base paths every time David Peterson has pitched for the Mets. 1.97 whip. And that is something that, oddly enough, Ryan Nelson is still a very respectable 1.18.
Yeah, because he's not giving up a ton of hits. It's just walking guys, and when he gives up a hit, it's a home run.
Yes.
There's a couple infield hits in there, but we'll see where this goes. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. This is one to keep an eye on because Merrill Kelly is expected to make another rehab start tomorrow, and it'll be an extended spring training game. And then, Wolf, if all goes well, they are hoping to have him back next week for the series against the Orioles.
Man,
so
how big would that be, honestly?
That would be huge, and it would also it'd be huge for a lot of reasons. One, you just want him back in the rotation because he's been so steady really the entire time he's been a Diamondback starter. Two, it didn't look great when that injury first came out. It was like, okay, so when's he pitching again? If he's back there in the rotation by mid-April, I think that's fantastic news. And then 3, somebody's got to leave the rotation if Merrill's getting into the rotation. And that series against the Orioles starts Monday. It's not like it's that far away.
You're not ready for the 6-man rotation? You're not ready for that?
They don't like that.
I'm just saying, that has been the rumor. Remember that. Last year, the year before that as well. Torrey and the yeah.
They'll do it for one time through sometimes. That's about it.
Yeah, they did it extensively for the most part. I'm trying to remember one that was 2 years ago. Was it? More on this as the show unfolds.
I don't know. I know that they've had to go to it a little bit over the last couple of years,
yeah,
but they seem to not like it.
Yeah, it was longer than one time, and I'm trying to remember when that was. Oh my goodness!
Well, they've got a stretch coming up here. I mean, if you are talking about that Orioles series, they do play games 6 straight days. Counting that Orioles series, so maybe they would do it the first time through. I mean, if you're Brandon Pfaadt, if you're Michael Soroka, you probably want a couple more times. I guess even Ryan Nelson. I can't. Would they really put Ryan Nelson back in the bullpen if he keeps struggling?
I don't think so.
Okay,
not this early.
I don't think so either. So the fact that Merrill's coming back this early would help him in that sense. All right, let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Well, you just said it with David Peterson. He'll give you a chance to score runs. You got to capitalize. The Diamondbacks, and I'm just going back a week. Let's go to last Tuesday. So starting last Wednesday, in their last 6 games, in the last week, they have only scored 3 or more runs twice, and they've only scored more than 3 runs once. Their run totals starting with last Wednesday are 0-2, 0-2, 6-3.
Yeah.
Got to score some runs.
Yeah, remember when Torrey was talking about, man, I'm really focused on the first 5 innings. Remember when Torrey said that right now? I forget what game that was.
The home opener.
There you go, the home opener base earnings. But for me, can I tell you right now, the first 5 innings and getting to David Peterson is on my list. This is what I am going to check the box that I'm looking at because this guy gives up a ton of hits. He has 9 2/3 innings pitched, of course, and he's given up 15 hits. I mean, that is a lot The Diamondbacks have to hit this guy and get to him early.
It's time for the MLB standings, brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. So the Dodgers did win again yesterday. Boy, they are just handling the Blue Jays in that World Series rematch. The Dodgers are 9-2. D-backs still in second at 5-6 because the Padres bullpen is a mess, even though it was supposed to be amazing. The Rockies are 5-6. What's going on with the Rockies? Wolf, 3 straight wins.
Yeah, man. How about that? It'd be nice if somehow, some way, the Arizona Diamondbacks had the success the Rockies had.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm willing to stay.
No, I'm feeling pretty good. I said that as a joke.
This TJ Rumfield guy coming out of nowhere, just hitting home runs, and yeah, I don't know. The Rockies are 5-6. The Padres are 5-6. The D-backs are 5-6, and then San Francisco is 4-8 on the season. So. Dodgers are already starting to put some distance between themselves and everybody else in the division right now. A 4-game lead over Arizona, Colorado, and San Diego. All right, so back to just the bigger picture on this game and what it means for the Diamondbacks. They have done a good job so far this season at bouncing back pretty quickly. You know, you lose the 3 to the Dodgers, so you bounce back and sweep the Tigers. You lose the first 2 to the Braves, you bounce back and win the next 2. You know, this is, if you lose this game, you lose the series, obviously. And I think on paper, this is a pitching matchup between Ryan Nelson and David Peterson that should be decidedly in your advantage.
Yeah, you know what I love so far? The number one thing that I love that we're seeing from the Diamondbacks brothers is just their toughness, the resiliency that they have shown so far. When you think of losing the first 3 games and then coming back and winning the next 3 games, and then you think of losing the first 2 games with the Atlanta Braves, and then you come back and you actually win the last 2 games. It over and over and over. When you think of all the one-run games that they've played, 6 of them out of their 11 games have been one-run games that decided the game. They've won 3 and they've lost 3. This is a resilient bunch. This is a team that has to stay alive until they start getting healthy again somewhere in the mid-season around June, July.
Yeah. And they're staying alive right now, right around 500.
Their resiliency, I think, so far through 11 games has been really special.
Here's the lineup, too, real quick. I'm just going in order. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Gabby Moreno. That's your top 4. Nolan Arenado batting 5th. Ildemaro Vargas is playing 2nd and batting 6th. Ketel's DHing today. Jose Fernandez is at 1st and batting 7th. Tim Tawa in left batting 8th. Jorge Barosa in center batting 9th. So that's the lineup they're running out there against the Mets today, and that game starts in about 45 minutes from New York. When we come back, what specifically, or who specifically, are we watching when the Suns take on the Mavericks tonight? It's the final home game of the regular season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
More of our reaction to last night's L and KD's return to Phoenix. And playoff scenario talk is on the way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Right now, when you order in the Sonic app, you get a $0 delivery fee. So you can try the new Sonic All-American Smasher or the Sonic All-American Bacon Smasher with 0 delivery fee, 0 leaving the house, 0 interacting with strangers, and 0 changing out of sweatpants. Get $0 delivery fee in the Sonic app, only for a limited time. Live free, eat Sonic.
Exclusions apply. Taxes and service fees extra. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a traumatic brain injury or stroke, the road back can feel long. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute, where your neurorehabilitation care matters. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another day game today against the New York Mets. First pitch from Citi Field is at 1:10, and pregame coverage has already started over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are also in action again tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And sticking with the Suns, guard Jordan Goodwin is this season's recipient of the Marley Hustle Award. And that is what is trending now.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we just started right there. Jordan Goodwin winning the 2026 Marley Hustle Award for the Phoenix Suns. Staring at the Suns tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. Wolf, usually I go with a player here. I'm going to go Dylan Brooks tonight. Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
How about just Dylan Brooks? I don't have to give you any reasons. Dylan Brooks. He was following KD around last night, talking. You could tell KD usually doesn't show a ton of emotion. You could tell he was kind of getting a little irritated. I mean, I'm sure you know when you're playing the Suns that you're going to be dealing with Dylan Brooks. It seemed like when KD got irritated, he started hitting a lot more shots. So maybe that wasn't the best thing last night. But yeah, Dylan Brooks, how does he impact the Dallas Mavericks tonight, and maybe specifically Cooper Flagg?
You know, honestly, after watching last night's game, I just want to see the Phoenix Suns box out. Just box out.
Anybody.
You got to be kidding me. I just want to see them get a body on a body and not give up 24 offensive rebounds. You want to talk about a recipe to lose any game, no matter how well you're playing in other areas. You give up 24 offensive rebounds. I mean, just think about that for a minute.
That erases your 24-0 run in the first quarter?
Yes. You give up 24 offensive rebounds to the Houston Rockets, you are done. I don't care who you're playing at that point in time, let alone the Rockets who have a Kevin Durant. Yeah, you know what? I just want to see the effort increase on the defensive end of the floor for the Phoenix Suns. Fundamentally sound on the defensive end of the floor. That's what I'm looking for tonight.
What did you think of Jordan Ott? Took some criticism for not necessarily adjusting as the game went on, and it was clear they could not rebound or stop Houston from rebounding. And so Mark Williams played his 28 minutes, but Oso played 19. It's not a ton. Malwatch played 1. You know, it's not – I don't know that the Suns have the options there yet against a team like Houston. So I don't know that I'm necessarily blaming Jordan Ott for that. Also because you were trying to get your actual rotation right for the playoffs, and he hasn't had 79 games to do it. He's only had a few, and there's only 3 left. But in a vacuum, watching that game last night, I was like, okay, well, maybe we go a little bit bigger. Maybe?
Yeah, you see a little bit bigger, I think. That is the key. And, you know, speaking of bigger, let's talk about some bigs, because the most frustrating thing about last night's game was the ease in which the Rockets scored points in the paint, and in particular, Şengün. Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. That dude, whenever they needed a bucket, they went to him. And guess what? It didn't matter if it was Mark Williams, Oso Ighodaro. He got to the rim whenever he wanted to get to the rim. And that, to me, was also, man, it was deflating to watch it. I mean, the Rockets overall, as I said, they scored 54 points in the paint. You know, and even though the Houston Rockets are a team that scores an awful lot of points in the paint, they're number 6 in the association. They were actually on pace to be number 3 if, in fact, they scored that many points. So, to me, again, it's a situation where you've got to be tougher. You've got to be more physical. I know that I'm talking about the defensive end generally that I'm looking for tonight, but specifically in the paint, tougher, more physical. Mark Williams needs to be that.
Yeah, and this goes back to our conversation to start the show. I don't know if we're asking them to be better in certain areas than they are, you know. And I just mean at this point in the season, okay, you're playing Houston, you're 0-4 against Houston. Yeah, Houston scores a lot of points in the paint. Well, they're probably going to score against the Suns then. You know, you get into the playoffs, you're going to play San Antonio in the first round. Do you have an answer for Wembanyama? I mean, the Suns, to be fair, in that one game earlier in the season were one of the few teams that did have an answer for one game. But you don't have an answer. And maybe he's not a great example because nobody really seems to have an answer for him. But do you have an answer for Jokic? I mean, you just – are we asking Mark Williams to be on their level? Like, they just yeah, I don't know. It's disheartening when you go on a 24-0 run in the first quarter and lose the game. It's disheartening when you're just getting destroyed on the glass. Or how about this, Wolf? And this went from encouraging to, like, what just happened? The Suns shot 39 free throws last night. The Suns it feels like they go a month without shooting 39 free throws. They shot 39 free throws. Houston shot 16. They were making their free throws, 34 of 39.
Yeah.
And they still lost.
Yeah, they still lost. But, for me, too, I felt like that was kind of the strategy coming from Houston. That's what they wanted. They wanted the Suns to go ahead and shoot free throws. They played an awful lot of one-on-one on the defensive end of the floor, and I think they wanted to hack a Sun, basically, for the most part, because they weren't making their threes. Think about it. It seems like the Phoenix Suns now, if they don't shoot the three, they're not going to win a game. Right now, if you look at the 4 and 9 over the last 13, this is a team that was shooting the three really, really well, and I don't think they're really shooting the three that well, certainly not against the Rockets.
Yeah, you don't want to be a team that has to live and die by the three unless you're a bad team. Sure, Golden State won titles because Steph could hit every three. Well, they don't have Steph. Nobody has Steph. But generally speaking, the Suns have been a pretty good team this year. So you want it to be more than just, hey, if we hit our threes tonight, we'll win, and if we don't, we'll lose. That's usually what the underdog wants. They want to equalize things of, hey, we can make this a 50-50 game. Like tonight, the Suns should beat Dallas. We agree? They should beat the Dallas Mavericks. But you're right. If they're not hitting their threes, does this become a losable game? Here's Jordan Ott after the game yesterday talking about the rotation.
Yeah, the great part, we have 18 really good players. Throughout the season, we've seen glimpses of, almost all 18 of them. Now we got going into the playoffs, your rotation shrinks. We got to pick the right guys. So adding a person in is the easy part. We want to play 15. We want to play everyone that's active. The issue is you got to take someone out. So that's where we're at. And we're going to have to find it quick. Tomorrow night, back-to-back. That'll change some things, but we're going to find it quick.
Got to find it quick, no doubt. At the end of the third quarter, the Suns were shooting 27% from three. 27%, and it got worse by the end of the game. 27, it didn't get better. By the end of the game, it got worse. They finished at 23% on the night. I don't want to see them be reliant on shooting the three. Earlier in the season, it seemed like this was part of who they were, and they were developing that part of it. I just don't want to see it become the only way they can win a game.
I gave you the stat earlier, but it was 2.5 hours ago, so I'll give it again for anybody that just jumped in the car or whatever. I think this is one of the more concerning stats for the Phoenix Suns right now. They are last in the NBA in fourth quarter scoring this season. That's last.
Yes.
Like, take the worst teams in the NBA overall. Yes. They score more points than the Suns do in the fourth quarter. Where are these postseason games going to be won? They're going to be won in the fourth quarter. And, they got outscored by 14 in the fourth quarter last night, and that was that. No, actually, they got outscored by 17 in the fourth quarter last night, and that was that. All right, tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. All right, when we come back, what do you make of the list of draft prospects who have visited the Cardinals so far? What does it mean? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Wolf, we were talking about this earlier with Tyler Drake when he was in here. How much do you read into the names on the Cardinals' top 30 visit list? How would you use those visits?
I know. It's really fascinating to me because, you know, I'm sure there are teams that approach it differently. You've got 30 visits, 30 dudes you can actually bring in. How do you pick them? I mean, how do you choose what 30 guys it is you want to talk to? I'm sure there are many factors that would go into that decision, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even just hearing you say it, like you probably you're going to want to spread them out over where you're going to take guys in the draft, right? A guy you might get in the third or fourth round. The really good teams are hitting on those picks in the third and fourth round. The Philadelphias, the Seattles, like the reason that their teams are consistently good is because they're hitting on their third and fourth and even fifth round picks. But you also got to, in a draft like this where it's so wide open at the top, you can't miss on that number 3 overall pick. So you have to commit some of those visits to that one too. It probably depends a lot on the year, obviously, and just kind of how the draft shakes out.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. But by way of example, let me just throw this name out here. Reggie Virgil is a name. Reggie Virgil. This really caught my attention. He's coming off his first season with Texas Tech after spending his first 3 with Miami of Ohio Basinonians. What's fascinating about this is he's got okay stats. There's no doubt, 6'3" and 187. He's really thin for the most part. And he's got, 57 receptions, 705 yards, 6 touchdowns. That's really not the big deal to me. What it is to me is he ran a 4.57 at the combine.
Okay.
A guy 6'3", 187 pounds, who's running a 4.57, playing wide receiver. Those aren't impressive numbers right there.
And it's not like
4-4 would be.
It's not like he was Texas Tech's main weapon on offense, or even their second main weapon.
So why do they want to talk to this kid specifically? And this is what I think you use the top 30 for, just guys that are really, really intriguing. They must see something on film with Reggie Virgil. They must see something on film that makes them go, that dude is special. We need to talk to him. We've got questions. We need to find out we need answers to A, B, and C. Whatever it is that piques your interest. You're talking about a guy that most people are saying will be drafted day 3 of the NFL draft.
But again, you need to hit on some of those picks too. That was weird to me because I don't view receiver as a huge need. I mean, it's complicated, right? We were talking about this before the show, and it's like, well, how do you feel about Marvin Harrison Jr.? Well, unfortunately, there's still some questions there. But I know Reggie Virgil's not going to replace Marvin Harrison Jr. if Marv's not the answer. You know what I mean? So that is we're looking for a depth receiver, which I guess is fine, but is that a priority right now?
Yeah, again, I don't know.
But if it's a day 3 pick, then
a day 3 pick, and yet you see something on tape that you can't get out of your head, and you want to talk to that guy. Once again, I think a lot of times, this is just me, I thought a lot of times you would bring some intriguing guys in, some guys, especially at the quarterback position, that you truly want to understand their mentality. It's one of the reasons why they're talking about Ty Simpson being a guy that they're going to bring in. You want to talk to that guy. You want to talk to Carson Beck. That's another guy they've scheduled their top 30 with, allegedly. Those two guys specifically, because you want to sit down. Quarterback is unlike any other position. Ron Wolfley reporting in the game of football, ladies and gentlemen.
My sources
is because it demands that they are mentally capable of playing the position. And the only way you can really do that, it's not just watching tape, it's also talking to that guy, talking to that prospect, getting his reasoning behind what it was that he was doing, how he sees things on the field or doesn't, frankly, see things on the field. You want to have a baseline conversation with a guy you're interested in, like Ty Simpson or Carson Beck, by way of example. And also, too, you might want to talk to some of these guys just to get, where are they coming out of college? And oh, by the way, this guy may be down the road for free agency. We could compare and contrast where he was coming out of college, and maybe we thought he was immature, so we didn't draft him, and then where he might actually be when we talk to him a second time around, when he's a free agent. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up the quarterbacks, and this is dicey, right? You don't want to read too much into this because it's not like we have the complete list of every player that the Cardinals are going to talk to, so we don't know that. So you don't have full context. But if they really did only talk to Ty Simpson and Carson Beck among quarterbacks, and you knew that, could you safely say it's either Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, or they're not taking a quarterback this year?
Depending on how the conversation went. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%. But it's just like, would you talk to Ty Simpson? Would you talk to Carson Beck and then draft whoever? I'll just use Drew Aller because we were talking about him earlier. Would you draft him without even talking to him?
Yeah, maybe. Depends what round you were going to draft him in.
I mean specifically at that position.
Yes.
Obviously, you can't talk there, but I mean specifically at quarterback. Could you do that?
Just having Ty Simpson in, and I see Mike LaFleur and Ty Simpson in a room, alone. I mean, honestly.
Just talking about quarterback stuff.
What's fascinating about it to me right now, Mike LaFleur, just how much is he into Ty Simpson? How could that possibly develop where maybe it was a situation where Mike LaFleur could look at Monty Ossenford and say, I'm telling you right now, this guy is gold, and nobody knows it. Ty Simpson.
It's a big interview if you're Ty Simpson because this is the team to move you up.
I know, exactly. And, Ty Simpson, when you think about it, for the first, I want to say maybe the first 6-7 weeks of the season for Alabama. You say, no, it's not 6-7. Knock it out. 7 and 8. I'm going to just say it. 7 and 8 weeks of the season. Ty Simpson, people were talking about him as a Heisman candidate. The Heisman.
He was Theismann.
You're right.
Theismann.
It was Theismann.
Yeah.
So, it's a situation where, again, man, boy, how the mighty have fallen, Basinonians. But this is a guy that is intriguing. And if you tell me that the Arizona Cardinals do move up into the end of the first round to draft him, that shows intent and that shows conviction. And that also shows me that Mike LaFleur is 100% spearheading that.
I don't really want that to be what they do, but if they do it, it speeds everything up. You know what I mean?
If they're right.
Well, right or wrong.
They do it and they're right? Are you kidding me?
But even if they're wrong, it speeds things up. Because if we're doing the draft show that Thursday night and all of a sudden there's the Cardinals, we have a trade to announce. The Cardinals are moving into the back half of the first round there, and Monty walks up there and drafts Ty Simpson, clock starts then. There is no – because right now there's kind of this thought of even if you go down the path that I want to go down where you just build this team up as best you can in this draft, and you better figure out a way to develop some of these guys you've drafted the last couple of years and keep them on the field, and then in 2027 take that quarterback in the first round. There's a certain level of okay, this is going to take a while. We're not even getting our quarterback for another 12 months. He's not going to play for another 18 months or whatever. If you take Ty Simpson, here you go. He probably won't start game one, but he is your quarterback of the future. I would guess if you're Monty Ossenfort, you get to draft one quarterback in the first round. So if you take Ty Simpson in 2 weeks, then that's probably your guy. And then either he is the answer, and that's great, and you got your quarterback for the next 5, 10 years, whatever. And then if you're Monty and you nailed it, then you can draft another one in 5 or 10 years. But if you're wrong, I don't know that you're going to get to draft the next one because you can't do it in a year. It's going to take a couple years to figure it out.
And also, too, Basinonians, I would take a top 30 visit. I would take a guy that's, he's had some issues off the field. He looks great on tape, but he's had some issues off the field. Maybe you want to look him in the eye. You know what I mean? Maybe a guy that you really like his tape, really like what he's put on tape. But he's had issues off the field. Maybe you want to look him dead in the eye and ask him some serious questions as to why he has behaved the way that he has, and maybe gauge whether or not you'll take a flyer on him at some point in time. Maybe 5th, 6th, 7th round, somewhere in there, draft him. That also I could see as a top 30 visit.
I will say this just to circle back to Reggie Virgil, who started this whole conversation, and you're saying they must have seen something. Somebody must have seen something because it's not random, but it seems like a random name to bring in. I'm just using ESPN's NFL draft best available at each position. So they have 33 receivers ranked in this draft. He's 31st of the 33. Wow. So that is, again, a position that I don't think is a pressing need. So one of their visits is going to be at a position that's not a pressing need, and it's going to be one of the guys who is the lowest rated. So they must have seen something.
Why? Or otherwise, why are you bringing them in? Why are you using one of these visits?
Yeah, these things are
they're intrigued,
valuable
of something that Reggie Virgil is doing or has done. Interesting. It's just fascinating to me.
All right, when we come back, D-backs Mets getting underway in about 15 minutes. What needs to happen for Ryan Nelson today? And what did we see from Zach Gallen yesterday? He's now 3 starts into his season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana Mornings.
Dylan Brooks had written this story, and you get to the end, and you get to the line about the monster still under the bed.
Yeah.
Who wants to play us?
And again, the idea about the Suns being the monster under the bed, I love that analogy. The team that makes you stare at your shoes. I love that verbiage. They're not that team anymore.
Problem with a monster under your bed? It's imaginary.
I don't know. The one under my bed seemed really real when I was a kid.
I had one under my bed and in my closet. I was more of a closet guy.
Yeah.
My wife says there's a monster in her bed.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. One of the things I love about Moving Team 6, they're a full-service solution for you. Yeah, you've got a move coming up, Basinonians. Moving Team 6, you've got to contact them. They're local. That's right, they're local here. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix and Arizona. That's going to be good. Smoother routes, faster moves, and a whole lot less stress. That full service Moving Team 6, they're going to take care of you. Local and long distance moves, they've got you covered, man. They can move you all the way across the country. Residential or commercial moves, that's right. Maybe you got a business move that is coming up. Well, Moving Team 6 can do that. They have secure climate-controlled storage facilities in Phoenix and in Mesa. Here's what you do. You go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with 1887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with 1519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with 1841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of award-winning styles, from IPAs to dark brews to sours, you can sip and celebrate without the hangover. Find Athletic Brewing Company's great-tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you. Or you can order online at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have another day game today against the New York Mets. First pitch is in just about 8 minutes over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are also in action tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And sticking with the Suns, guard Jordan Goodwin is this season's recipient of the Marley Hustle Award. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and with 3 games left in the NBA season, the Suns have a must-win game right in front of them. We'll discuss our basketball team. Tomorrow morning, shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, I was just out in the lobby, Wolf.
Yeah.
And like the lobby, that's the building, not our station, right? So it's not like music we control. They play like the most random music, and you could tell. I don't know what the song was, but you could tell it was music from a simpler time because it was just somebody talking about like sand in their shoes.
Wow.
It's like there's not a lot of songs about sand in your shoes in 2026.
See, that'd be something I just walk right through, Base audience. My powers of observation are not Sherlockian.
Well, I was talking to somebody.
I would not notice the music.
It was just so slow. And then, Rick just came back with Nirvana right there. And it's not like Nirvana's from this year, but like Nirvana, like that is a fast-moving, hard-hitting song.
True.
So it was quite the extreme there from whatever I was listening to out there in the lobby. Let's get into baseball. D-backs are going to take on the Mets in about 5 minutes. Ryan Nelson's on the mound, so we can get into how important this start might just be for him. But let's start with Gallen, because Gallen did get the start yesterday, Wolf. And he lowered his ERA again. Now it's down to 3 on the season. And those 3 starts have been against the Dodgers, the Tigers, and now the New York Mets. And really all the runs basically came on one pitch to Andy Pajas in the 5th inning of the Dodgers game, which, by the way, he's hitting like 500 this year. He's like all over the place.
Yeah, Andy Pajas run base and audience run. Okay, listen, Zach Gallen, I thought his outing was excellent. I did. I thought it was really, really good. To go 5 innings pitched, of course, he only gave up 1 earned run. He battled in, I would say, in the count, of course. And not only that, but the cold and windy conditions he was pitching in, I thought he showed a lot of toughness and resiliency. And you know what? Honestly, to go out there and do what he's done over the first 3 starts, I think Zach Gallen is on track. I think think about how difficult the teams he has faced so far.
Yeah.
3 really good teams and 3 good lineups, I would say. Yeah, you know what? I think Zach Gallen is on pace.
We saw the part of the game where he really got into trouble yesterday, where the bases were loaded early, and he got out of it for the most part. I mean, he gave up the 1 earned run, two total runs for Gallen in 5 innings, but just 1 earned. So now, again, he's pitched 15 innings this season, and he's allowed 5 runs earned, and 4 of them came in a 16th inning where he just didn't get any outs. But so in those other 15 innings, he's basically given up 1 earned run. I guess the criticism, or if you're looking for something like, okay, well, this can get better, with this bullpen the way it is right now, you'd like to get more than 5 innings from your starter. But I thought he gave him a chance to win. It was weird elements in New York. It might be again today. Honestly, we talked to Mike Fitzgerald earlier. He said it was beautiful outside there. He's there.
Yeah, Jody looks cold.
Yeah, that's the thing. One of us should have texted Jody and asked her just how cold it is.
Yes.
Like, does she need us to ship her, hand warmers quickly?
It does not look warm there. So, yeah, maybe. That's what I'm saying. Yesterday when she was talking to us, I'm convinced Jody had to move the time up because if you play in this weather and it's 7 o'clock in New York, that's going to be a little bit worse. Gallen's fine. I think the flip to the conversation here is what's up with Ryan Nelson? Because if Merrill Kelly's really coming back in a week and a half, as the hope is, somebody's getting bumped from the rotation.
Yeah, once again, let's hope it's not Ryan Nelson. Let's hope he restores a little bit of what he brought last year. And, again, his competitiveness, I think, is what makes Ryan Nelson so special. I expect him. I fully expect him. Are you worried about Ryan Nelson?
I'm not.
Because I'm not.
But let me tell you, the only reason the thought is in my head is when we talked to Bob Nightingale earlier this week, he did throw his name out.
Yes, okay.
And so I think
he's not getting the results, obviously, that we all thought he would, and I'm sure that he thought he would. And at the same time, I look at this, it's still early. He's been through two starts right now. He's going into his third. I do believe that it is important that he goes out and he looks a little bit more like Ryan Nelson than what we have seen in the first two.
Yeah, and just to be clear, when I say Bob Nightingale threw his name out, I don't mean like threw it out of the conversation. Like he's the one that brought him up as a potential. I think he said Fott and he said Nelson as two names to look at if they have to. Now, you just said it. It's so early that I think that works in Ryan Nelson's favor. If Merrill really comes back for the Orioles series, Nelson will have pitched 2 games plus today, and his next start is supposed to be Monday, April 13th against the Orioles. I just don't think you'd go away from Ryan Nelson, even if he's bad again today, because then it would have been, quote, only 3 starts. I just don't think you can go away from this guy who's your number 2 starter and was almost your number 1.
So you think of the Mets starter, Basin Onions, left-hand pitcher David Peterson, of course. And David Peterson has pitched 9 2/3 innings. Ryan Nelson's pitched 9 1/3. Okay? The difference is David Peterson has given up 15 hits. Ryan Nelson's given up 5. The problem is 4 of them have been home runs.
Yeah, 4 of them have been home runs, and he has walked some guys. You're talking about a guy last year who appeared in 33 games, Wolf, okay? So 23 of them starts, but he appeared in 33 games, 41 total walks. He's already got 6 this year. So, and not like 6 through 2 games is like, oh, he's done. It's not that, but it's just, if you're looking at Ryan Nelson, he lowered his ERA to 5.79 last game. This is a guy we know what he's capable of. And anybody who has high expectations or belief in this team this year knows they need Ryan Nelson just pitching the way he did last year. He doesn't have to be a Cy Young winner. He just got to pitch the way he did last year.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy too when you think of the fact that he's given up 5 hits. 5 hits.
Yeah.
In 9 1/3, 5 hits. Okay, 4 of them home runs. Wow.
That is a crazy stat
That
line.
is.
So he's given up 5 hits and 11 runs. Not all earned, but he's been on the mound for 11 runs, and he's given up 5 hits. I don't know what the advanced metrics say about that. You're the big advanced stat guy, but I'm guessing the peripheral stats suggest he might be getting a little unlucky if you've given up 5 hits and 11 runs.
Yeah, man, just how nice would it be to see Ryan Nelson go out there and pitch like he did last season? That would be awesome to see that. So Ryan Nelson, there's a lot of people thought Ryan Nelson should have been the opening day starter.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't. I would have given it to Zach Gallen as well, yet at the same time, there's a lot of people that thought he should have gotten the start after Merrill Kelly, of course, got hurt.
Well, we need to see a good start from him right now. Actually, it's coming up. All right, when we come back to football. What is the Cardinals' ceiling with Jacoby Brissett, and what specifically is this upcoming season about? You're going to hear what a couple of their players had to say about that yesterday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Most of the success you attained this year was with Royce O'Neal in your starting lineup. Now at the end, moving him to the bench, I don't think that doesn't make any sense to me. That's the one where I'm like, I think I just start Royce. He's been your starter almost all year long.
Unless they think that he could really give a lift to the bench.
I don't know. I still think it's going to end up being him. I think Jordan Goodwin's going to go back to the bench. I think it's going to end up being Royce O'Neal. But if you're going to do it tomorrow and stick with it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, it's Gambo. Joe went to Lifeguard Imaging just to be proactive, and his full body scan picked up possible renal cancer. No warning signs, no symptoms, but early detection let him get treatment fast, and it saved his life. Take that first step, a heart scan for you and someone you love for just $69. Here's what to do. Text SCAN to 620-620, and they'll send the scheduling link. That's SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
First and third. One out for the D-backs, top of the first. You said David Peterson puts guys on base, Wolf.
Yeah, now you've got to capitalize. Time to score some runs.
Incredible bunt by Jerry. Incredible bunt.
That's Jerry gets it done consistently. He's well, Gabby I think just got it done because he hit that ball far enough where Corbin's going to score. That's the most casual I've ever seen Corbin Carroll run. Like what's your impression of when he runs, Wolf, when he's coming around for a triple?
Yeah, no, it's like die.
That was 80% of that. I mean, it still wasn't casual by Manny Machado standards or something, just walking down to first base.
No,
but it was still.
He's got to make the triple face. That's what I call it. It's the triple. It's when he hits a triple.
Yeah.
You see him when he rounds second, running to third, especially when he's got to hit the deck. You can see the look on his face like this is everything.
When he doesn't have to slide or run like full speed into the third baseman, he almost seems disappointed. Like if the throw doesn't come in from the outfielder or something, or if it's past the third baseman, he just kind of has to walk in. So it is 1-0 Diamondbacks in the top of the first inning. All right, Wolf, we get to hear from a couple Cardinals. A couple current Arizona Cardinals. Yelda Froholt and Zaven Collins were both out there yesterday and spoke. Okay, so we're going to overreact to everything they just said. Here's Zaven Collins in the middle of April.
Just be honest.
Early April, giving his first impressions of new head coach Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, kind of just how he's clear and correct and like very to the point on how he wants things done, what he expects from us when we're in the building, what he allows, what he doesn't allow, stuff like that. You can kind of tell he's like a no BS yes guy, right? He's going to tell you what he wants, how he thinks, and just be upfront. I think it also, too, as an athlete, that's very clear when someone can tell you that and just be like, we want you to do this. Okay, it's easy to get it done. Sometimes guys try to make it seem, like they try to be too nice or this, or they don't tell you the right things, and it gets very confusing for athletes, especially young athletes. So I think that's something he does a very good job of as well.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. It really is. A head coach gets to make one first impression based on audience. That is it. And they've had a team meeting, and because of that, this is the beginning. This is truly the beginning right here. When you start getting guys into the building, the off-season program, here we go, and suddenly the OTAs, and then you move into mini camp after the draft, and you have that, man. It is critical that you really start laying the groundwork so that when you go into training camp, everything's covered. You've checked every box as to your culture and who you are. And then your expectation, it goes up for the players that are in that locker room or in that meeting room. It goes up because they know what to expect from you.
This is Zaven Collins' third coach with the Cardinals already.
Man, I know.
The only reason I even thought to like kind of go back and look at that is I remember us being out there talking to Zaven Collins when Jonathan Gannon first got here, and he's like, "Hey, this is different." Remember, he was like, "The meetings are different. There's a lot more like." There's a lot more like, okay, don't be eating in this meeting. Like
yes.
you're here, and that feels like that was yesterday, and that was before Jonathan Gannon coached a game with the Arizona Cardinals. And you're already on to a new coach with Mike LaFleur, which says nothing about Mike LaFleur or Zaven Collins. It's just more like, man, it feels like we've been doing this a lot lately. Like
yes,
we're talking about the importance of nailing these draft picks, and obviously, whenever you decide to go in on one of these quarterbacks, you better be right. But you also need to be right about this head coach. I think a lot of people are encouraged or optimistic about Mike LaFleur, but he's got to be the right guy. We can't keep changing coaches every 2 or 3 years.
No.
Here is more from Zaven Collins, actually on that exact topic.
Yeah, going into, I believe this, I'm going in my 6th year, second longest tenured guy now. That's crazy. That's wild to think about. Besides Buddha, I believe that's true. But yeah, I mean, me and Mike, Coach LaFleur, and he's awesome. Meeting with him and just getting to talk about all the things, how he likes Arizona, stuff outside of football, but also football. Having our first team meeting today with him and like how he wants things, what he expects out of us. He's very clear on all that. There was no confusion whatsoever. So it's really nice, and you can tell like how he wants his ship ran and stuff like that. And it's really it was a really good starting point to see how it's all going to go.
Oh, there it is right there, man. I just remember it. How many head coaches that I played for based on Orleans. I mean, once again, guys coming in and establishing themselves, their culture, what it is that they wanted. I can remember the similarities. There were so many similarities between one head coach or the other. What was different, of course, were some of the minor rules that they would actually enforce or not enforce. And yet at the same time, it was all about the culture, and you had to impress. Every time you had a new coach, you had to impress upon him that you could not only absorb the culture that he wanted from you and regurgitate it, maybe even model it for others, but the fact that he would always know that you were a guy that was going to give everything that you possibly had, and you had to earn that from him, and you couldn't do it until you went and got into pads.
Yeah.
And then you could play football, and then you could show him. It was like having to make a team all over again. Jim Hannafin was my coach my rookie year. He was fired after my rookie, Yes, he was fired after my rookie year.
So you had to do it all over again.
Had to do it all over again when Gene Stallings came walking in.
Before I play these cuts from Yelda Froholt, Jason Kelsey is announcing stuff from the Masters. Is Jason Kelsey everywhere?
Wow.
Is there more than one Jason Kelsey?
I was about to say, I think there's more than one Jason Kelsey.
Man.
Also, Mark Williams is out.
Okay.
Oh, Rick, that was okay. That's kind of a downer. You're just throwing that.
Sorry, I just,
We're over here trying to talk about Jason Kelsey.
Kind of put his shoulder down a couple of times.
Okay.
Grayson's questionable. Haywood Highsmith's out.
Stop reading the injury report. This is all bad news. Is Mark Williams out because he's hurt, or is it just kind of like managing?
Left foot injury management.
Okay, management is okay. Fine.
Yeah.
That would indicate he'll be good for the play-in game if everything stays the same. All right, here's Yelda Froholt. He was asked about the expectations for this season.
I think right now, if you get too far ahead and start thinking too far in advance, I know we all want the big one. That's the whole goal, to come here to win the Super Bowl. But in order to get there, we got to set the tone first and what the little things are. So, how do you set the huddle? What's the cadence like? What is the expectations in the line room? What's the expectations for the offensive meeting room? Like all the little things so we can cohesively work as a unit, everybody involved from the top down.
See, I love that. The expectations. What are they? What are the expectations? It is so cool because you got to figure that out. And it's not just Mike LaFleur that sets that. Yes, the umbrella is over the entire team with the head coach, no doubt. But at the same time, it's individually. It's with your own personal coach as well, your position coach that you have. What are the expectations that he has? What is it that he demands? Now, it's all got to fit underneath the umbrella of the head coach. And it's one of the reasons why head coaches need to hire their guys so that they know they can trust their guys to actually go out there and establish the culture that they want. But man, it's so cool because each coach is a little bit different in their position room and how they actually massage that culture and how they teach it and to what degree they do it.
Did you just hearing Yelda talk there and even Zaven Collins and, we're going to get this, I'm sure, like in, mini camp and all this stuff. It's no secret that most people don't expect much from the Cardinals record-wise this season. Right, you're in the NFC West. Right now, it seems like you're just kind of you didn't make a major upgrade to quarterback. We could debate. Some people think Jacoby Brissett was amazing last year. Some people think he didn't do anything. Clearly, the answer is between the two. Like he put up stats. I don't think they were all garbage time stats. He was trying to come back in a lot of these games. But either way, he's still your quarterback. So here's the question for you, Wolf, as a player. When you're in this position, when you're in the position Yelda Froholt is, did you ever have a year in your career where in April or May you didn't think you could do it all? I mean, he mentioned the Super Bowl right there. Did you ever have, this far out from the season where the goal wasn't to win it all? I think every player is going to feel that way, right?
Yeah, it's so weird to hear you say that because obviously I played on teams where we knew, we had how many rebuilds? The fact that it was going to be tough, Luke, for me to even think. Listen, when I was a player, all I cared about was doing the best job that I could.
Which kind of sounds like him right there, right? Just kind of focusing on what he can control, what's in front of him.
When you started thinking about winning games, Basinonians, I never thought of that. I thought of being the best football player I could be. And if I was the best football player I could be, then I could help my team win games. But man, when you start thinking about what we could possibly be and how many games can we win, I'm not saying that I never looked at a schedule and went, okay, that's going to be a tough game. That's going to be tough. I did that like everybody else. Yet at the same time, I can tell you right now, talk about where your feet are. For me, it was just, be the best player you can be. Prepare yourself to help your team win. And the best way you can be a good teammate to somebody else is to do just that. Prepare yourself to win and go out and play your best. You want to be a great teammate? Do that.
We come back over to basketball. Can the Suns recapture their early season magic in these final few games before the play-in? We're going to talk to their broadcaster. Kevin Ray joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
No time for Kleenex after that L. We're on to Dallas, and we preview that matchup on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports app, and on 98.7.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know what? Oh, my goodness, at Aria Dental Implant Center, my good friend Dr. Joe, he's helped over 2,500 full mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants. Man, think about that, 20,000 plus. Those are actual reps, man. That's not theory. And when it comes to the all-on-four, full mouth implant, experience is everything. The all-on-four, I've had the all-on-four base earnings, and I can tell you it truly is a game changer, man. Maybe you want to bite into a steak, you want to bite into an apple, or smile real nice for the camera, whatever it is. My good brother, Dr. Joe, and Aria Dental Implant Center, they're going to help you do that. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are playing another day game today against the New York Mets. It is currently 1-0 D-backs in the top of the second. The Phoenix Suns are also in action again tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns while Haywood Highsmith and Mark Williams are out. And sticking with the Suns, guard Jordan Goodwin is this season's recipient of the Marley Hustle Award. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th D-backs home game against the Toronto Blue Jays. plus food and beverage credit. That's seats to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Suns Mavericks tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns trying to at least lock up that, and now at most lock up because they can't get into the top 6, but lock up that number 7 seed in the Western Conference. Final home game of the regular season, but hopefully there will be some in the postseason. Kevin Ray joins us on the Arizona Sports Line right now for Game Day with K-Ray. What's going on, Kay?
Got my lid locked in like my boy Wolf.
What's up, Kay?
Oh, just, try to look ahead and not behind so much, guys.
That's fair. That's
fair. Boy, on that note, Kay, what'd you think of the Rockets game? I mean, how do you diagnose that?
Yeah, it, you go from, I think, at least statistically, your best opening quarter all season long. And you're thinking, my goodness, they have found it, and as quickly as they found it, they lost it, and part of it was, a large part of it was due to what Houston was able to do. And we talk about it all the time, guys, and this, having watched enough NBA games now. When you build an early big lead like that, and this is not excuses. You can just go back and look at the math, whether it's the Suns or anybody else. When you build a 21-point lead that quickly in an NBA game, the ability to hold on to it for 3.5 more quarters, 3 quarters, is incredibly challenging, especially against a really good team like Houston. Now, that's not an excuse. It's reality, because there were opportunities for the Suns to right the ship and not necessarily win the game by double digits, but the door was open for them, and that has been, unfortunately, kind of the rough trend that we've seen over the last month. Right, there are opportunities there to win the game. They've just not been able to capitalize on those.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, one of the good parts of the game last night, although it didn't end up adding up to a win, so take it with a grain of salt, I guess. But the Suns did get to the free throw line, and they are not a team that has been able to do that this year. I mean, there were games earlier this season where they would get to the line like 5 or 6 times. They got to the line 39 times last night. What did you make of that? And is there anything there where they don't need to get to the line 39 times a game in the postseason, but are there signs that maybe this can start to be part of their collective game?
Well, it doesn't hurt when your best player is getting there as frequently as Book is. And I just, I still laugh when I think about a little more than a week ago, he couldn't get to the free throw line against Memphis. Despite his, couldn't get to the free throw line. And meanwhile, the next game he gets there is 19 times. And then last night, 16 times. So it certainly helps when your best player is setting the tone and setting the standard and, creating other opportunities for guys. But I don't know that I don't think that is anything you can bank on, only because, as we've seen, guys, every night's a different set of officials. Every night it's a different set of kind of standards, how that whistle and when that whistle is going to be blown. But having said that, it does create a little bit of a precedent moving forward, so that you can kind of argue the point, like, look, 6 straight games, we've been there a minimum of 22 times. And, that is stuff that's not lost on officials, but it now becomes incumbent on the guys on the floor for Phoenix to continue taking advantage of those opportunities.
Okay, it seems to me he was one of my favorites early on, Colin Gillespie, how well he was playing. And we were all really jacked up and excited to watch this young guy develop the way that he was. He seems to have cooled off. What are your thoughts on where Colin Gillespie is right now?
Yeah, it's a challenging time for Colin, no doubt about it. Having moved back to the bench and those heavy minutes that were there, the opportunities with the starting five have been diminished somewhat. But I think that even said, I do think that there is somewhat of a physical toll that Colin has experienced. Look, playing more games, more minutes than he ever has in his entire career. So I think that is a contributing factor. But certainly those shots that were going down seemingly, every night, that's no longer the case. And I do think that part of it is um, much like the rest of the guys, those 3-point shot attempts that were wide open. And by NBA definition, wide open means a defender is 6+ feet away from you as a shooter. I think we have seen the way teams are suddenly defending the Suns. They've gone from being wide open threes to just open or super contested threes. And that makes a big difference. And so I think that is part of it as well. But no way around it. Like, he's got to find his way out of it sooner than later. And by sooner, I mean like starting tonight and moving forward. But I think Colin has given us a big enough body of work that he had a stretch. I think it was back in early March. I think it was 4 games, maybe 5 games where his shot struggle was off a little bit. And then he got it back. So I don't look for this to be something super extended.
Talking to Kevin Ray. Jordan Goodwin won the Marley Hustle Award today. That was announced, and this is a guy that has been instrumental to their success this year, kind of under the radar maybe if you don't follow the Suns, but if you follow the Suns, that's old news how instrumental he's been. How big has he been? How big of a piece has he been this year, and how different is his game in your eyes from even where it was a couple years ago when he was a Sun?
Yeah, well, look, the impact of Jordan goes way beyond the court. And you've probably heard EJ and I talk about it, but his spirit, like, this is a guy that he just has a joyful spirit. Always got a smile on his face and comes to work every day, ready to spread, just kind of that positivity. And over the course of a long NBA season, a grueling season, especially on the road, that's the kind of stuff that makes a huge difference in the locker room. It certainly makes a huge difference for the coach, because if you're Jordan Ott and any of those coaches, you don't have to worry about pumping up Goody. In fact, Goody is making your life a little bit easier because he's in the locker room while you and the staff are looking at film. He's in the locker room lifting other guys up just through his overall joy and positivity. So that's something that can't be quantified, but I see it on a regular basis when we're on the team bus, when we're on the plane, before games, after games. And that's the kind of stuff that, again, doesn't show up on some chart, but it's important to a team's NBA success. And what he's meant on the floor is it really comes down to, Luke, one word, and it's confidence. The confidence that he has in himself, but moreover, the confidence that he feels being given to him by this coaching staff. And, that only comes because of hard work. And, in talking to Goody throughout the course of the season, he talked about how much work he has put in the last 2 off seasons on his overall game. And look, the statistics bear it out. I mean, he's having a career year on both ends of the floor.
Kay, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate your time as always, brother. Really do. And God bless you and your family, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, Kay.
You got it, boys. A couple more games left here in the regular season. Then it's play-in time.
Play-in time in less than a week. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Now it's not that these games don't matter, but there's this sense of like that the first play-in game should be next Tuesday. Let's get going here.
Man, I know. Here we go. I'm jacked.
All right. When we come back, well, first, Arizona Sports giving you a chance to win a family 4-pack to the Diamondbacks game on April 18th. Be the first 10,000 or 20,000 fans. Be in that group. You're going to score a Ketel Marte T-shirt. Text Marte to 620 right now to enter. Speaking of, Diamondbacks are up 5-0 right now in the bottom of the second inning against the Mets.
Which is nice.
I'll take that. Is defense a big need for the Arizona Cardinals in this draft? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move into that dream home right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds ideal, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, get in there, get all set up, and then sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home that you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy. You can move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around for other people. You don't have to do any showings or double moves. You don't have to bend your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that, and I don't want to do it again. And then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way without the stress. In fact, their flagship program is buy before you sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, just visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Suns are locked into the play-in tournament after a loss to the Rockets, but home court is still likely. ASU's Clayton Smith moves back to defensive end after learning the offense at wide receiver, and the Cardinals get back to the basics as life begins under Mike LaFleur. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Gabby Moreno each have an RBI. Corbin Carroll has 2 RBIs. D-backs up.
The Predator, of course.
Corbin has a run scored, too. 5-0 after 2 innings from New York.
Man, what a great start to the season for Corbin Carroll right now. I think that is one of the best trends the Diamondbacks have going for them through 11 games right now. Well, now this is the 12th game. He's got 11 RBIs.
Great start so far to this game for Ryan Nelson, too. 2 innings, 3 strikeouts, no base runners. Well, no hits or walks. There was an error. I don't know who they gave that error to, but there was a base runner. The error, I think it might have actually been on Nelson. Jose Fernandez threw it behind him as he was running to first base to cover first. But either way, it got out of it.
Still a very catchable ball.
Yeah. But not necessarily where a quarterback would want to throw a pass to his receiver behind him as he's running across the field.
You know what I like, though? Ryan Nelson kind of stink-faced Fernandez.
And then struck out the next batter.
I know, I kind of like that. I do.
I saw this, and this has actually come up a lot, just going through like draft prep for the draft show in a couple weeks here, Wolf. A lot of Ohio State players. I saw a mock draft the other day where I think it was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th players all went to Ohio State. If you had to take one of the Ohio State players that's projected there, we should bring command and control in on this too, because Jamal, I guarantee you, has an answer queued up, and Rick's going to say something that makes Jamal angry. But what is that? That's Carnell Tate, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, and Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
If you had to take one of them for the Cardinals, who would you take?
Yeah, there's no doubt it'd be Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is my guy. I honestly, especially Jalen Thompson. Lost Jalen Thompson.
That's significant.
There's no doubt about it. Rabbit, I still believe Rabbit is going to be a big part of the defense going
You smell
forward.
something, Rabbit?
But, you need...
Fear.
Okay, thank you. You need 3 safeties. Yeah, Caleb Downs would be the guy.
Jamal? I mean, they're not going to take Carnell Tate, so I'm just throwing his name in there because that's one of the names, but there's no reason for them to take him.
Arvell Reese.
Reese.
Oh,
no. Pro Reese. Okay, Rick, you got anybody?
That one's bad. I would not do that. Caleb Downs. Definitely Caleb
Downs.
Yeah.
What do you think of Sonny Styles? Like, where do you think he would fit? Would he fit on the Cardinals?
I think he's going to be a good player.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a good player. He's just, I think Caleb Downs is going to be a better player.
Okay.
I think Caleb Downs is going to be a guy that is going to be a playmaker. I love his nose for the ball, and I love the fact that he's fundamentally squared away. He's an excellent tackler, and I think that's really, really underrated. I think one of the things that scouts don't look at enough is how good of a tackler a guy is, especially in the open field.
That was somebody who early in this whole process, unfortunately, with the season the Cardinals had, early in the process of looking at who they might take in the draft was like pre-Thanksgiving. But early in the process, I did not want Caleb Downs. But they also had Jalen Thompson at that point. I didn't think they needed a 4th safety. Right. They don't have Jalen Thompson now, so I'd be a lot more open to Caleb Downs being the guy there if they went down that path. So I'm looking at Pete Prisco's most recent mock, Wolf, and I now look for 3 things at the top of these drafts, okay? I look at who these guys have the Cardinals taking. He has them taking Ruben Bain Jr. I look at where Francis Mauigoa goes because I know you're going to be not pleased if the Cardinals don't take him. So looking at where Francis Mauigoa goes in the mock draft, he has him going to Baltimore at number 14. And then I also look at where Jordan Tyson goes, and he has Tyson going to the Jets at number 16.
Yes.
I don't want that for Jordan Tyson.
No, you do not want that.
No.
Jordan Tyson, you why do you not want Jordan Tyson? I want him to go as high as he possibly can.
That's why I don't want him to play for the Jets.
Okay.
There's 3 teams I don't want him to play for. The Jets, because they never have a quarterback.
Okay.
The Browns, because they always have 7 quarterbacks and they can't decide on one. And the Seahawks. Because I don't want him on the Seahawks.
I don't want him in the NFC West.
Yeah.
I don't want Jordan Tyson in the NFC West.
That's fine. I just didn't want to get greedy. And so I figured if I'm already using 2 of my he can't go here's, that's on the Jets and the Browns. If I can only pick one team in the West, and I don't want him going to the Seahawks. But okay, so Ruben Bain Jr. to the Cardinals at 3. That's somebody you see going in some of these mocks at like 10, 11, 12, whatever. But we talked to Tyler Drake about this earlier. just how big of a need is defense, because they spent pretty much their entire draft last year on defense. And they have used some resources as far as young players on defense. But they were all hurt by the end of last year, so it's hard to tell what they even have.
Yeah, for me, again, I'm not going to go defense. I'm not going to do that. I believe there are young guys on the defensive side of the ball that are going to continue to develop and have to continue to develop. Having said that, the offensive side of the ball is lacking greatly, especially on the line of scrimmage, if you ask me. I know the Arizona Cardinals went out. I know they went out there base earnings, and they did everything they could. They did a good job bringing in offensive linemen. They're going to rebuild the offensive line. But to me, you need to interject that offensive line with some new blood as well. And that's the reason why I am as adamant as I am in regard to Francis Mauigoa and somehow, some way getting him. Spencer Fano, am I going to be okay if they get Spencer? I will, because I think he's a pretty good player. I do.
He was really good in college.
Once again, it's a situation, it's about the odds. Do you think Francis Mauigoa has a better chance of being an all-pro tackle than Spencer Fano? I do. And that's the reason why I'm as nuts out of my mind for Francis Mauigoa as I am. It's just the odds. Do I think Spencer Fano, if somebody told me he developed into a perennial Pro Bowl tackle, yeah, I could see that happen. He's got all the talent. He's got all the tools you could possibly imagine. It's just a matter of going out and doing it. The only difference I see between those two guys, Fano and Mauigoa, is that Mauigoa has got dog all over him. And that's what I love.
Well, looking at this mock draft, Pete Prisco has, like I said, Mauigoa going 14th to Baltimore, Spencer Fano going 13th to the Rams.
Wow.
I mean, would that not just be so fitting for those two teams? Hey, yeah, you guys all need offensive linemen, but you can't quite take them that high. Well, they'll just fall to the Rams and the Ravens. By the way, thanks again to Atlanta for giving the Rams the 13th pick in this draft, a pick they really don't need. You could argue they were the best team last year. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they were certainly right there. And now they get a 13th overall pick. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Oh, I've got a whole party on tap Sunday.
Oh, you do?
House.
A Masters party?
Absolutely.
We did that last year.
We'll not miss a shot.
We got to wrap this up. I got to check my mailbox to see if Bickley's Masters party invitation.
There we go. There we go.
I'm the guy who wanted the golf party.
I didn't say I was inviting anybody.
It's a one-man party.
I was just saying. Just saying there's going to be a party going on.
Dan Bickley, the one-man party. Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to FultonHomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Baseball fans, Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is coming to Casino, Arizona on April 16th at 5 p.m. He's stopping by for a special meet and greet in celebration of National High Five Day. So come say hi, grab a photo, and celebrate a true D-backs icon. Be sure to bring your Diamondbacks Salt River Rewards card to join the meet and greet. Don't have one yet? No problem. You can sign up that day. Don't miss your chance to meet Luis Gonzalez at Casino, Arizona on April 16th. Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are playing another day game today against the New York Mets. It is currently 5-0 D-backs in the third inning. Corbin Carroll has had a big day so far. The Phoenix Suns are also in action again tonight. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns while Haywood Highsmith and Mark Williams are out. And sticking with the Suns, guard Jordan Goodwin is this season's recipient of the Marley Hustle Award. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Wednesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Let's see if he yells, "Hi, Gambo!"
Burnsy, what's going on?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not there.
We're not quite there yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah, I need. Tomorrow's a short show, so I'm going to spend the whole day just resting the voice.
You're not going to speak to anybody all day?
Try not to. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to.
That's impressive. I like days like a vow of silence.
Yeah, I just have to not talk. So like I've been trying to get to Thursday because I know we have like a real. I'm just trying to not talk. You know?
You know what? Sometimes when I get home after doing the show, I mean, I really do God bless my wife. She's so sweet. I'll just say, honey, I don't have anything left to say. I'm done. I'm all talked out. I'm not going to speak. You speak.
Yeah.
I'll sit here and listen.
I'll listen. Yeah.
I'll listen to every word you're saying. I'm intently invested in what you're saying. But a response from I just no.
I got a Jamba Juice today. I tried to help my voice a little bit there. I feel like it's coming back.
Sounds a little bit better. Yeah,
but then I'm going to talk for the next 4 hours and strain it even more.
Yeah,
but I went to the gym today and I tried to kind of work it out. You know, just like, let me see if I can move my body around. What are you looking at me for?
Work out to get your voice back?
My lungs. Just make my lungs work. Push my lungs a little bit.
Dr. Gambo over here is self-diagnosing.
Yeah,
he's decided that
go for a
45
jog.
minutes
Just
on the
go for a
treadmill is
jog.
good for the vocal.
Maybe contact your daughter first, ask for that advice.
Yeah, I probably should. Yeah,
probably.
My
Well,
doctor daughter. Yeah, let me go to the gym and see if I can just get my lungs going here.
Well, it does sound a little bit better. Unfortunately for you, we do have a lot that we need to talk about today, including this Diamondbacks game that's going on right now in front of our faces. 5-0.
Well, hey, Barossa.
Top of the fourth. They have the lead right now. Ryan Nelson pitching well. The offense came to play in the early innings of this one. But that is not our top story of the day. Here's what is our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Shot clock violation for the Suns, and the Rockets get it back. They inbound it to Josh Okogie, and that'll do it. Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
Officially one of the weirdest games of the season. It's got to be, right?
Yes.
A 24-0 run and you lose by double digits.
I was wondering last
one
night.
Of the weirdest games ever.
Listen, I could not be more impressed with the way they came out of the gates and just kicked their ass. Katie couldn't make a shot. Book's hitting everything. Mark Williams, man, running the floor and tip-ins and dunks and unbelievable. Mark Williams was so good and good. You know, Jordan Goodwin hitting a couple of threes and man, it was just a 24-0 run. Now, it was early. They're up 26-5, but I thought to myself, has anybody ever lost a game in which they had a 24-0 run? Somebody said Dallas had a 30-0 run and lost the game. I don't remember it, but I didn't know. I was just asking this guys, could they lose a game in which they've had a 24-0 run? Mm-hmm. Like they were kicking their ass, and just up by 21. And we haven't seen that type of basketball in the Suns in quite some time. So that's what my initial reaction was like, wow, just wow. I haven't seen the Suns play like this. Man, they're motivated. They're ready to play. They're energized. They're playing great. It was a blitzkrieg. It was literally blitzkrieg on Houston, but it was short-lived. That lead evaporated in a blink of an eye. The Rockets, they took that brutal first-round assault, right? It's almost like you get knocked down twice in the first round and you get up and you get to your corner and you kind of refocus everything. You come out and it's a whole different fight after that. And that's what happened. They came out. They were still standing. And by the second quarter, it's a 3-point game. They had a 10 by the third quarter. Houston had the lead at 59-58 after a Capella hook, and then a hook shot. And then the fourth quarter was the knockout punch. Uh-huh. It was all right, we're going to knock you out right now. And they literally knocked the Suns out in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was. And I don't know about you. I mean, I think we might be a little different on this one. I'm watching that 24-0 run, and I'm impressed like you are. I don't want to make it sound like I was not impressed by what I was seeing. I was all the things you were seeing. The energy, the focus, the intensity, the all of it was where it needed to be, and it had like a playoff-like atmosphere to it, and I felt really, really good about it. There was never a doubt in my mind that the Rockets were going to come back in that game. Never. Never for a second did I think that the Suns, and maybe this is just where I'm at with this basketball team right now.
Yeah, lack of faith.
Maybe I'm just not in a real good space with this basketball team right now, and I am lacking faith. There is not 1 second of that game last night where I thought, oh, yeah, the Rockets, they're totally coming back in this game. They're going to come back in this game. They're going to make it a game. And there's no way the Suns just go on a 24-0 run and cruise to a 20-point victory over one of the best teams in the Western Conference. And so when
because by halftime, it's 3. It's a 3-point game.
When it started to happen, when it was chip, and before you know it, it's a 3-point game, I hate to say, yep, that tracks, but Yeah, that kind of tracks. That's just where that's where I'm at with this basketball team right now, Gambo. It's not a great place to be, but that's where I'm at.
There's a lot of topics, and we'll get into this a little bit later on. But like, what's disappointing too is that you get up by 21, and they take the punch, right? They take your best shot. They took your best shot, and they're still standing, and they come back. But then when they started to punch you, Houston, they took the lead by 1, and then it was 6, and then it was 7, and then it was 9, and then it was 11, and then it was 14, and then it was 15. No response.
None.
As Genesis once sang, no reply at all.
There was
no reply at all.
There was no reply at all.
Is anybody listening?
That's a line from the song. Gambo's not asking. I hope people are listening. I hope so.
No reply at all.
Yeah.
Also, a reference that I got as a Genesis fan. So
no
rare.
way.
You're a Genesis fan?
Oh, then I guarantee you we're going to hear that song.
Solid.
I guarantee you we're going to hear that song sometime later today.
Early Phil Collins Genesis. There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
Now, did I first become a fan because he did the Tarzan soundtrack and then later realized he was part of Genesis?
Whatever the gateway is into Genesis and early Phil Collins, it's fine. If it's a song from a Disney, that's fine. This
would be a good line for the song. What excuse are you trying to sell me? Should I be reading Stop or Go? I don't know. Right? That's
Well, speaking of lines, you had a line from your email.
I did.
What started with such promise ended in disappointment and question marks. Honest question: are you talking about the season or are you talking about the game? What started with such promise ended in disappointment and question marks. Were you talking about the season?
I was talking about the game, but it very well could be the season.
I'm scared to death that last night's game is going to be reflective of the Suns season. That what started out with such, wow, look at them kicking ass and look at everything they're doing and look at this surprise that we didn't expect to find. And it's going to end with just a thud, like last night's game ended in a thud. Now, we'll find out. We'll find out next week in the play-in and the 7-8 matchup. And if the Suns lose, then and I don't want to assume they're going to lose, but I read that line in your email, and I thought you could just as easily apply that to last night's game, and you could just as easily apply it to this season. What started with such promise ended in disappointment and question marks.
Yeah, literally, they came out and they threw everything in the kitchen sink at the Houston Rockets, and the Rockets took their best shot. They took their best shot, and they said, okay, now watch what we can do. We're going to get back in the game, and we're going to take over, and the Suns just couldn't respond. They couldn't I loved how they came out of the game. It's the best, 10, 12 minutes of basketball we've seen from this team in quite some time.
Yes.
It's been a long time since we've seen them play like that. And I was so encouraged by how they were playing. Like, oh my God, this game means something to them. It means something.
Jordan, on what went wrong after the great start.
Yeah, I mean, we had the lead right there up into the fourth, so it wasn't just early. Our energy was great to start. Physicality, defensive intensity was high level. One-shot defense was great. Then it fell apart, so obviously the glass hurt us. Thought our first shot defense was pretty good. Just weren't able to come up with enough of those shots off the rim like we talked about. And they did a great job. Just that was when they were in that hole, we could tell that was their focal point. Even early in the first quarter, we talked about it. So just weren't able to come up with a rebound.
I would have said in a timeout, I would have said, hey, guys, you do understand, right? If they take a shot and they miss it, we're allowed to grab the ball. It's not against the rules. You are allowed. If they shoot it and miss it, you can grab the ball. You're allowed to get it.
Yeah.
Feel free to go get the ball.
Yeah. There was a lot of that not happening last night. There was a lot of no defense last night, especially in that fourth quarter. Especially that, 8-0 run at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was an 8-0 run.
Where it was just ole.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Şengün dunk, Amen Thompson, offensive rebound dunk, Holiday shot, then Amen Thompson dunk again. Dunk. 3 dunks and 4 baskets.
Yep, here's the lane. It's wide open. Go ahead. Do whatever you want to do with it. Yeah, another disappointing game for the Suns. They got another one tonight against Dallas Mavericks. We'll tell you what's on the line with that one. We also got an initial injury report for that game. We'll update you on that as well. But when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports.
We're going to rip Mitch.
We're going to rip Mitch? Why?
Yeah. What is these nice little drinks he's bringing in for everybody? I didn't get a phone call like, hey, what the hell? Do I not get brownies and stuff for you? I get stuff for you. Mitch comes in. He's got all the stuff. One for Lauren, one for him. Nothing for us. Didn't even call and say, hey, guys, I'm going here. You want something?
Coming up on the Burns and Gambo show, we're either going to rip Mitch or we're going to wonder why Dylan Brooks is talking so much. It's one of the two, and it's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
More of our reaction to last night's L and KD's return to Phoenix. And playoff scenario talk is on the way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union locations all across the valley. Joining is super, super simple, and you should absolutely become a member of Global Credit Union because when it comes to saving your money, when it comes to a better way of banking, one that involves fewer fees, no fees in some cases, better rates, the commitment they have at Global Credit Union to their membership to save their money and to keep their money in their pocket. It's real. It's a big reason why my wife and I decided a few months ago start moving our accounts over to Global Credit Union because it's just not enough to just have a car loan with them. That's how we kind of started with Global. It's just not enough for that when there's just so many other benefits that we're not taking advantage of if we just do a car loan with Global Credit Union. So we're doing more, and you should absolutely explore the benefits because, again, better rates, lower fees, fewer fees, no fees. Becoming a member is really simple. Sign up online by going to globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches and experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app. Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're helping so many people right now get homes because it's a great time to buy a home. The house prices have dropped quite a bit, and we're seeing the interest rates kind of settle down and have come down from where they were a couple of years ago. So a lot of people tired of renting are calling the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Now, what separates the Lund Mortgage team? Family-owned and operated. They only lend here in Arizona. They're a broker. They could shop to get you the best rate and the lowest fees. More importantly, they're going to take the time to understand what your needs are so they can get you the best mortgage for you, not rush you off the phone and move on to the next person because they're an 800 number in another state. The Lund Mortgage team is going to make sure you get the right mortgage. Whether you're refinancing, doing a new home loan, buying a new purchase, whatever it is, the Lund Mortgage team can help you. If you're looking at the rates, you can email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll keep an eye on the rates for you and alert you when the rate gets to where you want it to be. That's just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll be glad to monitor rates for you and alert you when the rate is right for you. Online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
Suns host the Mavs tonight. Pre-game at 6, game time at 7 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
I think he needed it more than I did, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't feel like he was a part of the game. He didn't take a shot at that point. He was like 0 for 4, 0 for 5. And that gets him going, you know? And I think that got him going. He made a couple shots after that, but I don't think about guys like Dillon Brooks when I'm out there playing. I mean, it's fun. It's cool to compete against guys that play hard, but I don't need him or anybody to give me extra motivation to play.
I don't think about guys like Dillon Brooks when I'm out there playing, says Kevin Durant. He don't get that type of credit with me. Maybe some other guys that may turn up because he talks to them, but he's not that important, especially with me, to get me going, close quote.
Yeah, it's something that we've been talking about a lot lately, Dillon Brooks, and, he's talking a lot. And the Players Tribune yesterday, and nobody wants to play us, and, the Minnesota thing, like, they can't beat us, and then they kick their butts, right? It's like, shut up. Like, you can't back it up anymore. Like, you guys can't back it up. Like, Dillon can't back it up. Like, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk, right? And what we're seeing now is Dillon did not have a good game last night. This whole thing, nobody wants to play us. No, everybody wants to play you right now. You guys are 13-17 in your last 30 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like nobody's afraid of the Phoenix Suns. In the last 30 games, you're not playing very good. This team, right now, does not strike fear in anyone. They did after 50 games. But right now, they're not striking fear in it. And I don't even know if they're going to be favored to get out of the play-in the way they're playing right now. So my message to Dillon Brooks is, look, we love you and you've done a lot for this, but stop. Just stop talking, because if you can't back it up, you can't say anything.
Yeah, I got a lot to say on this one, a lot of thoughts on this one. In the Players Tribune, what he wrote, and it was, Players Tribune does the first-person thing. Quote, "This season ain't over. We're still lurking. The monster is still under the bed, bro." And then he went on to say, "We got everybody in the league looking down, staring at their shoes. Honestly, answer me, who in their right mind wants to see the Phoenix Suns right now?" Close quote. Now, he could have said that 2 months ago and they just published it. I don't know when he actually did this first-person thing. They published it yesterday. So it gives a suggestion that these are recent thoughts of Dillon Brooks. But it looked out of place last night. It looked out of place watching him poke Kevin Durant. It certainly looked like Kevin Durant did get some motivation out of Dillon Brooks. I believe he scored or assisted on 16 of the next 23 points that the Rockets scored. After that point, he had that ankle-breaking move that put Dillon on the deck, and he had the mid-range shot standing there by himself, right?
It made Dillon look silly on that one. That was OKD.
The whole affair made Dillon look silly. And I know, look, this is the fine, and this is I think the main thing that I want to say about this. This is like the fine line that we're all walking as Suns fans right now, and I'm even seeing people on the YouTube chat. Trust me when I say I understand this season is a great accomplishment compared to what most of us thought at the beginning of the season.
Yes.
We had really low expectations, and they've, for the most part, delivered way above those expectations this season. That doesn't mean that we're not allowed to be disappointed about how it's ending. That doesn't mean that we're not allowed to be concerned about how it's ending. And I think the same is true with Dillon. Like, Dillon, a huge factor in changing the culture and changing the mood and changing the temperature of the team and adding a little dog to the fight. That doesn't mean we're not allowed to be disappointed with Dillon Brooks and the yapping that he's doing out there on the floor and the result that it's not bringing, right? Like, you can have both things at the same time. Both of them can be true at the same time. And I feel like we're losing the plot a little bit here with Dillon. Like yes, he meant all those things to the Suns. He still does. But that doesn't mean he doesn't look foolish when he's out there talking with Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant's, "Oh yeah, watch this.
He
and he
dusted
just
him.
blows them out, right?
Just dusted him.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at right now with this.
And it was a bad game overall. He shot 3 of 12 from the field, 1 of 7 from deep. He had 10 points. You know, and the play that you just mentioned in the second quarter where Durant kind of with the crossover and sent him to the floor. Look, here's the bottom line, too. You know, you want to, when you're playing against your former team, you want to send a message to them. You want to send a message. There's not a Rockets fan out there that's saying, oh, I wish I had Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green back after that game. Nobody said Jalen Green was terrible. 5 of 14 from the field, 0 of 4 from deep.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if you combine the two of them, they were 8 for 26 from the field. Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green. You know, no Rocket fans like, oh my God, I wish we had those guys back. No, Kevin Durant gives you, and this was why it was a good trade for Durant. You're going to a team that doesn't need you to be the leader, that doesn't need you to do all these other things. They've got plenty of shot blockers. They got plenty of physical defensive players. They got plenty of guys that can get up and down the court. And they don't need you to do all the things that Phoenix needed you to do.
Yeah.
Which you were incapable of doing. You're just going to fit in right there. I'm going to go. I'm going to fit at 20. I have 24 points. So, like, that was a great spot for him because he gets to just go do what he wants to do. Here, you were kind of asking him to, look, can you play defense? Can you block some shots? Can you guard? Can you play small ball center and guard? Like, they were asking him to, you don't have to do that in Houston. Katie doesn't have to play the 5. They got Şengün.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's really worked out for him. But I was kind of sad for Jalen and Dillon because that was their opportunity, you know, again, to just make a statement there for the Suns, for their future, for this year, and to the Rockets, and they just weren't able to deliver.
No, they weren't. And the thing that I wonder about Dillon is he capable of any other speed? All right, and by that I mean you're saying, hey, don't talk if you're not gonna. Don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. Is Dillon Brooks capable of not talking the talk? Does he have that gear in him to not talk the talk, or is that just who he is?
He's not a superstar player. He's a good player.
I know, but
probably not.
I don't know if he's got the ability to not talk it. Like, I just think that's his default mode.
Oh, he's going to talk it, but the ability to back it up is just on occasion he can, but not all the time, not consistently.
It was a lot more fun watching Dillon be Dillon when they were winning at the beginning of the year, wasn't it? I mean, because it was
Dillon the villain.
It was Dillon the villain, and look at him. He's such a bad dude, and he's out there.
Oh, we needed it,
and we needed it so bad. We needed the Suns needed that injection of that bad man kind of attitude in them to change the tone and to change the conversation. But when you're not winning, and when you're playing like the Suns have played for the last 2 months, it feels really out of place. It just and I just don't know if he can do anything else, you know, like if he's got another song that he can sing, or if that's just his go-to karaoke song is to just be that guy every single night, no matter how the team is playing, and no matter whether they're winning or losing, and no matter whether he's pushing the buttons of the opposition or not. Is that it? Is that the one karaoke song he's got, or does he got something else? I don't know.
It goes back to kind of what I told you about Dillon Brooks from all the players and coaches that I spoke to around the trade. On a good team, you get away with some of those antics. It gets overlooked, and on a team that's not playing well, those antics get magnified, and you see the faults in Dillon Brooks' game.
It's very true.
Right, we said that before the season started.
We just didn't expect that we were going to see both in the same season, right?
Yeah.
Like we didn't expect that we were going to get both sides of this in one 82-game season, and yet here we are. We're kind of getting both sides of the Dillon Brooks experience.
Yeah, it was exactly what I was told. And I'll try to find the exact quote for you from players that I spoke with. It says, Dillon's really good on a good team, but not on a bad team. Okay, because a lot of the antics and things that he does when the team's not doing well, it's going to stand out more. And that's what's happening. It's standing out more. Like, you could say what you want in the Players Tribune if you're going to win. You could say what you want about the Minnesota Timberwolves if you're going to win.
Yeah.
You could say that, everybody's afraid of us if you're going to win. But when you're not winning and you're not playing well, that stuff gets magnified.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, one of the Cardinals' potential top targets has decided to go for additional testing on an injury.
Uh-oh.
We'll tell you about that next on the Burns and Gambo show. Stay with us.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Listen to this story about lifeguard imaging. David and his wife wanted to be proactive about their health, so they got scanned at lifeguard imaging. That scan found that an implanted medical device had failed, something that could have turned life-threatening fast. Early detection gave him the info he needed, saved his life. Start the same way I did, a heart scan for you and someone you love for $69. That's right, a heart scan. Let's see how your heart is, because if we can catch something early, it could save your life. Many times, by the time somebody detects something, it's too late, right? Because by then, you've got symptoms, something's happening, you don't feel good, you could have a stroke, you could have a heart attack, and then by that time, it's too late for a lot of people. But getting this scan now, $69? Are you kidding? It's $69. For two people, get a scan. Takes 3 minutes. 3 minutes. You get a real good readout of how your heart is doing. And if there is any issues, you can address those issues with your doctor. I'll tell you what. Text SCAN to 620-620, and I'll get you all the info. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Walt's?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Back here for V's Barbershop, locations all across the valley. And I'm telling you right now, if you want to have that belief and that knowledge and that trust that you're going to walk into a barbershop and you're going to get a really great haircut and you don't have to worry about getting a really bad haircut, you can go to V's Barbershop. But that's not all you're going to get at V's. Like, yeah, they've got the best barbers in town, the best barbers in some cases in the country, and you always have that trust knowing you're going to get a great one. You also get an experience there that really is just unlike anything else. It's like a little sanctuary. It's a little mini 30-minute break where you walk into V's Barbershop and all of the stuff that's going on in the outside world, it all just kind of stays in the outside world. You get away from it a little bit. That is also the magic of V's Barbershop. They have created a really cool environment and a great place for you to go get away from it all, even for just a half hour to get your hair cut. So the next time you need to do that, get a great haircut, get a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks in the middle of Game 2 of their series against the Mets in New York, and things are going pretty well for the Diamondbacks. That's just the proper English. Ryan Nelson is pitching a shutout to this point, 2 outs into the bottom of the 5th inning, and he's got the run support today, thanks to 2 driven in from Corbin Carroll, who's got a couple of doubles. 5-0 Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Ryan Nelson going against the catcher Francisco Alvarez. We'll keep you updated throughout Burns and Gambo, but you can listen to the entire game right now on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns play their final home game tonight in the regular season. There's a chance of a potential postseason home playoff game. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Dallas is playing next to nobody, so I won't waste your time with their injury report. But couple names to keep an eye on as far as the Suns. Mark Williams, he will not play this second night of a back-to-back. He's listed as out with a left foot injury management. The name to watch as to whether or not he will play is Grayson Allen. He is questionable, listed with a right quadriceps contusion. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State center Masamba Diop is reportedly entering the transfer portal. Also per On3's Pete Nakos, he has entered with a do not contact tag, implying he probably knows where he's going. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th Diamondbacks home game against the Blue Jays. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. SEATS to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and with 3 games left in the NBA season, the Suns have a must-win game right in front of them. We'll discuss our basketball team. Tomorrow morning, shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's talk about our baseball team, though, for just a minute, because it is the bottom of the 5th. 1 on, 2 out, and the Diamondbacks have a 5-0 lead. Ryan Nelson's pitch count very manageable. He's at 67.
Love it.
So far as he's 1 out away from completing the 5th inning and putting himself in a position
great.
potentially for winning. He looks very, very good.
Yeah, he has not walked a batter.
Yeah.
I mean, he has not walked a single batter. He's only given up to 2 hits. He's again 1 out away from getting out of the 5th inning with no damage done. Got some terrific plays. That play by Barossa in center field was to die for. That was just incredible.
He can chase him down, man.
Oh,
he
man,
can absolutely chase him down.
They have told me, people in the organization have told me he is their best defensive player, their absolute best defensive player. So that is, to watch him play defense is a joy. He is fantastic.
All right, let's tell you about the draft news that is kind of coming down in the last few minutes or so. This is from Ian Rappaport at NFL Network and NFL.com. Miami tackle Francis Mauigoa, potentially the top tackle in the draft, has decided to go to the combine rechecks on Friday for additional imaging on a minor back issue that has caused him some discomfort late in the season.
Oh, damn.
The recheck is basically, there are certain guys, they say, hey, we want you to come back to Indianapolis so we can check on something that we red flagged back in February. So come back in April so we can recheck you a little bit. Rappaport goes on to say that Mauigoa started 42 straight games in college, including all 16 this season, and upon full professional consultation is not considered a candidate for immediate surgery. He did perform fully at his pro day and is currently symptom-free, but some teams have asked for additional testing on a disc issue, and with nothing to hide, Mauigoa heads to Indy. Close quote.
I was reading just a lot of stuff on him, and this Yahoo NFL analyst, Nate Tice, said you can't go wrong with a guy like this. He's the safest offensive line prospect in the draft. There's a lot of talk about the Giants, that, he could be their solution at right guard because it's a glaring need. They haven't been able to get him in free agency, and 6'5", 328, reliable 3-year starter. Right tackle, they think he could be a great guard for them. But to your point, and we've talked about this quite a bit, if he does project as a guard, you don't want to take a guard number 3 overall. You don't mind taking him later in the draft, but you don't want to take him at number 3 overall. it's still the biggest question out there. Is he a right tackle or is he a guard? He's big, he's powerful, but a lot of people do see him more as a guard than as a tackle, and that makes me a little leery because the Cardinals really need a tackle.
Here is his draft profile. We've played it. Jamal was the one who voiced it on Francis Mauigoa, the tackle out of Miami.
Francis Mauigoa, offensive lineman, Miami.
So you've heard of Godzilla, right? Okay, cool. So when you think of Godzilla, but like 10 times scarier, you get Francis Mauigoa. At 6'5", 329 pounds, Mauigoa has a dense build with a broad frame and outstanding lean muscle mass, hence the G-Zilla comparison. Mauigoa was a huge part of Miami's run to their national championship appearance in 2026, as he was a captain for Miami during their magical season. Mauigoa is very well balanced, delivering pop on contact into the opponent's frame. From time to time, Mauigoa tends to lean too much during his blocks, but when he has measured pass slides, his hands become very patient. NFL comp, New Orleans Saints offensive tackle, Talise Fuaga.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Now, this ties in perfectly to what we were scheduled to talk about here anyway, and that is this kind of lingering belief out there that the Cowboys are a team that's looking to trade up to number 3. And the reason why I think the two are tied is that if Mauigoa suffers any kind of a slip at all because of this back issue, and the Cardinals do end up trading with the Cowboys. Now, I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying the Cowboys are frequently talked about as a team that could move up. And as you point out, they're frequently talked about moving up to the Cardinals spot at number 3. It does make me wonder if it's more likely now that Mauigoa would be there at 12 if the Cardinals did want to move down.
Can Monty take it?
If he's dealing with a back injury.
Can Monty take a chance on a guy with a back injury? After what happened with Walter Nolan, what happened with Darius Robinson, what happened with Will Johnson's injury history.
You know, it's funny.
Can he take that gamble?
When you phrase it like that, it does kind of paint the picture of Monty Ussenford as a guy who's willing to take those chances, doesn't it? Like a guy who doesn't seem to be scared off by
in
a
the
player
second
with
round,
some injury issues, right?
I don't think in the first round, right? In the first round, it's Paris Johnson. Walter Nolan didn't have really a lot of injury history.
No, it was more the
Will
passion
Johnson
for the game. Will Johnson, Garrett Williams was a guy who had some injury
after
issues.
the first round.
Yeah, I don't like. It seems like he's okay. I'll rather than say injuries, I'll broaden it out and say guys who others have questions about when it comes to stuff like that. Monty doesn't seem to have a problem taking him. Whether it's Walter Nolan, whether it's Will Johnson, whether it's Garrett Williams, whether it's like it seems like.
Do you feel like you have more of a? It's more of a. It's easier to take a guy like that if you trade down and get extra picks because now I've got this extra inventory to go with.
Sure, I mean especially if I'm getting 12 and 20 from the Dallas Cowboys, so they can move up to 3. Maybe you feel like you can take a little bit more of a chance. Now, I don't know if Mauigoa is going to be there at 12. I don't know how far this is going to cause him to slip. I have no idea. And I think you're taking, you move down to 12 blindly. You're not exactly sure who's there, right?
You have no idea.
Like, is Fano there? Do you want him? Is Mauigoa there? Is Caden Proctor there? Like you have to do it. Like you did it with Max Melton a couple of years ago.
3 guys.
There's 3 guys we like. We know one of them's going to be there. And we're comfortable moving to this zone of the draft, knowing that somebody we like is going to be there.
There was Kool-Aid McKinstry and
Cooper
DeJean, and
Max Melton. And
they kind of liked all 3. They had them all rated about the same. We could trade down. We're definitely going to get one of those guys.
Yeah. But that's where, to your point, and you've said this many, many times, the idea of getting elite talent, you want to move down because you've got conviction about a guy. You want to move around because you've got conviction about a guy, not necessarily a range of guys. Like, oh, no, that guy, I like that guy. I want that guy. When they moved down for Paris Johnson Jr., when they moved down,
they knew he was going to be there.
But then they moved back up, right? They're like, okay, we're going to move back into a spot and we're going to get him. We have conviction. We want him. Moving down and taking whatever's there at 12, it just feels like you don't have conviction about a guy. You have conviction that one of those 3 guys will be there and we're happy with any one of them. And I don't know if that's the same thing,
I saw Will Anderson got his 5th-year option picked up today. Great player. Could have had him, but obviously they made the trade. They moved down. They got Paris Johnson, and they got the extra pick. You're definitely going to have a group of guys that you would believe are going to be at 12 that you'll probably like. But there's no way you could like the group of guys at 12 that you like at 3. There's no way.
Oh, no, of course. No
No
way.
It's not possible.
No way. Nope.
If you are, then you're terrible at what you do. You can't be said to, you know what, I've got the guys rated 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, all rated the same. Well, then you guys are doing something wrong.
Yeah. The mock draft that they had on, what was it, CBS Sports where you got this?
This is great.
Jerry Jones and the Cowboys moving up to number 3, taking David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech. We've talked about that scenario many times. The Cardinals move down. They get 12 and 20 from the Cowboys. They take Francis Mauigoa at number 12. They take Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher out of Auburn, with the 20th pick in the draft.
Yeah, and I was just reading about the kid, and it says the Cardinals fans are probably going to get flashbacks of all the other tweeners they picked on defense. But I think Falk is a bit undervalued in this class.
You just said tweeners, and I get a little twitchy. I get a little twitchy about the tweeners.
Yeah, 6'6", 276. They call him a tweener, but that gets you that extra pick right there. And says the Cardinals were 24th in the NFL in defensive rushing success rate and still need to get bigger. Falk helps them do that, so they do like the kid at 20. So you get Mauigoa and Falk, but man, what are you passing on?
Yeah.
What are you passing on? Reese? You passing on Bailey? What are you passing on at 3?
NFL Draft Day is Thursday, April 23rd. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live starting at 2 o'clock from Backyard Desert Ridge. Please come hang with us for the NFL Draft Roundtable. We'd love to see you out there. Watch Round 1 unfold, and it's brought to you by Bud Light. Hasn't been an issue today. It has been before today. The Diamondbacks offense sluggish to start the year. We'll talk about it next and give you an update on what's going on here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Thank you, Shipley, our guest. There was a lot of linking the Cardinals to Mauigoa from Miami, maybe at number 3, or Spencer Fano. It looks like both of those players, for whatever reason, are dipping. Are they good enough in your mind for the Cardinals and Monty Ossenfort to consider trading down and maybe getting them in the teens as opposed to number 3?
I would love that move, honestly. I would love to see them trade back. I think 3, if you don't have a surefire player at 3, it's hard to make that pick. I think you could probably trade back, get great value, get those guys a little bit lower.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. It's the best tire deal in town. It's the best tire deal they've ever had at Liberty GMC. Yeah, I'll tell you about all the great SUVs and trucks they have for sale right now and all the deals you can get on them. But first things first, buy 2 tires, get 2 free at Liberty GMC. Any make, any brand, buy 2 tires, get 2 tires free. If you've been putting off getting tires for your vehicle because you're not a big fan of spending money on tires for your vehicle, I get it, neither am I. This is the kind of deal that it's like, okay, I got to go take advantage of that, right? Buy 2, get 2 free, any make, any brand. Yeah, you can get that right now at Liberty GMC. You can also get 2026 GMC Canyon. You can lease it for just $279 a month. You can take advantage, if you want to buy one, of up to $37.50 off the 2026 GMC Canyon. And it's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every single day. Energy, metabolism support for men over 40. Built for steady energy, no extremes, no hype. For men who still show up. Because things change when we hit 40. Energy, hormones, muscle, metabolism. Your body just responds differently. Doing more is not always better, and extremes are hard to sustain. What works for men is M-Drive. It's the #1 selling supplement at Sprouts, the #1 men's health brand in Sprouts, but you can also get it online at mdriveformen.com. A terrific product that I've been using for decades to help me stay active longer. Staying active longer. That means a lot because better life, right? Better quality of life, right? You eat right, you sleep right, you exercise, but you need M-Drive to help you. It's a great product. Go online at mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for a discount.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, in steps Lauren to tell us what we need to know in today's poll question. You can find it on our Twitter page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. No idea what we're asking the folks today. So let's find out from Lauren. What are we asking the folks today?
All right, well, this poll question actually comes from you guys.
Oh.
And you said put it in the back pocket.
Okay.
Okay.
And today's that day.
Today's the day to reach into the back pocket and pull it out.
Yes.
All right, what do we got?
We're asking whose starts so far this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks have been more surprising? Is it Soroka's or Erod's?
We did talk about this yesterday. I'm going to stick with Soroka.
I said Erod.
Yeah, you
I said
Erod.
Erod.
I want to stick with Soroka.
Because I saw Erod pitch here, and he wasn't very good. And all of a sudden, he's good.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
62% of our audience is going with Erod.
Okay.
Yeah, on this one.
38% going with Michael Soroka. Erod goes tomorrow for the Diamondbacks. And Soroka will go against the Phillies, I think, this weekend, if I'm got the right. Friday against the Phillies, I believe, if I got it mapped out in my head
We got
correctly.
a rematch of the WBC final tomorrow with Erod and Nolan McLean.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Maybe they'll both pitch more than 4 innings in this one. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I would expect that they probably would. That's right. That is tomorrow, and that game will be here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. The meantime, okay, that's the poll question. You can find. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on our Twitter page. 5-0 right now. Bottom of the 6th. There's 2 on and 1 out for the Mets against Ryan Nelson, who's getting into a little bit of trouble this inning. He still has obviously some runs to work with, but I'm sure Torrey trying to get, I mean, we can sit here and talk about the offense all we want as being the biggest problem this season, which I know is something you and I both believe in very, very much. But the bullpen still has 4 blown saves, right? So I'm sure Torrey would like to get as many innings as he possibly can within reason out of Ryan Nelson at this point to avoid some bullpen guys.
Sure, yeah. If you could get him through this, I mean, if you could get him through the sick, look, Torrey loves nothing more than having to just go 7, 8, 9 with the bullpen. The problem comes in when you got to bring in a guy after 4 2/3 or a guy in the 5th, or a guy with 1 out in the 6th. I mean, it's a lot easier. And he might have to do that because I think the Mets are going to score their first run right here. Base hit 5-1. 2 on, 1 out, 5-1 on a base hit to center.
Brett Beatty hit that, yeah.
Beatty, yeah. So we'll see. If you take him out now, you've got to get 2 outs with somebody else. Then you could go 7, 8, 9. You're close. But it's not. Listen, you got a 5-run lead here. Let him battle through this. Let him battle through it. You got to learn what he's up. What he's got too in these situations.
I would agree. 5 1/3, 5 hits, the one earned run. He still hasn't walked anybody. He struck out 4.
One more hit, take him out. But
No, it's just pitching coach. The pitching coach. I thought it was Torrey.
This is something we talked to Torrey about too. Settle guys down. How do you settle guys down, right? Because you got it with the pitch clock. You got to constantly be through. You don't get a chance to settle down your thoughts and think a little bit. Take them. We talked to Torrey about this last week. Take the mound visit, settle things down. Breathe a little bit, get ready, and then go get that next guy out.
Yeah. The good, and Ryan Thompson is getting a little loose in the bullpen, but he doesn't look like he's doing it with any urgency, so it might be exactly what you suggest. They're going to give him a little bit of rope on this one to see if he can get out of it. But again, it's 1 out, runners at first and second, and now it's a 5-1 game in the bottom of the 6th with Mark Vientos, who's at the dish right now for the Mets. Other than Nelson, the big takeaway of this game was the 4-run second where the offense finally put some crooked numbers up there on the board. Now, they haven't done anything since, which is also kind of part of the problem of the Diamondbacks offense, right?
I didn't even think about that, but you're so right.
They haven't done
scored in the second,
since.
the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. That's something like the tack-on runs. Damn, the tack-on runs are what we're not seeing a lot of with this team. So they've got 7 hits today. I'm sure the majority of them came early. But if you start to look at it, could you get a few more runs and make it a lot easier? Because then if you're up 7-1, 8-1, you got a chance to let Nelson stay through this, even if he lets up another run or another hit. But that's what they do. They just stop hitting.
I just eyeballed it. It looks like they've singled and walked since the second inning.
You got a Vargas single I think the only hit.
Yeah, I think and they got a Perdomo walk in the 5th. Those are the only 2 base runners they've had
since the second.
Since the top of the second inning when they scored all those runs. Perdomo hit a sac fly. Carroll had a 2-run double. Ketel Marte had an RBI single after they loaded the bases. So the off. I mean, it's you take what you can get, right? In a 5-run explosion, you're happy with that. But, yesterday, in real time, watching the game as it was going on, we were talking about the bullpen. And obviously, 4 blown saves in 11 games is 4 blown saves in 11 games. No one's going to be happy about that. But the Diamondbacks offense was and has been a problem all season. They're bottom 10 in just about every category that you can, think of in terms of the ones that matter the most. And that, for as much as you want to blame the bullpen, and yes, we can sit here and agree that certainly that's part of the problem, I still think the offense is the bigger problem, and I think you do too.
Yeah, when the numbers that you have on this, right? They're 24th in runs, 23rd in batting average at .213, 30th in on-base percentage, 21st in slugging, walk percentage 27th, home runs 25th. They only had 8 home runs, 25th. Barrel rate 27th. All of these numbers are not good, right? These are not good offensive numbers, and it's a few key people that have really, really been holding him down. We've talked about, look, Alec Thomas didn't get the start today. They went with Barossa in center field because Alec isn't hitting. Gabby hasn't been hitting. Arenado, last I checked, he was 0 for 3 today. So here's a guy that's just not getting anything done offensively at all. He's been terrible for them offensively. I think Perdomo's got a hit today. He's got 1 hit today.
Perdomo's got a hit today.
Okay, but he's been he's struggling too. So a lot of your key guys, you mentioned it yesterday, the top of the lineup, right? It was Marte, outside of Carroll, Marte and Perdomo. They've got to get on base more. They got to kind of set the tables for everybody else. You don't want your 4th and 5th and 6th hitters coming up and nobody on base. You want those guys in a position to drive in runs. That hasn't been the case.
Yeah, and Vargas has a couple of hits today. Corbin Carroll. Those are the 2 guys. Corbin Carroll's hitting .325 on the season. Ildemaro Vargas is hitting .474. Just about everybody else is south of .250 so far to start the season. Jose Fernandez was in the lineup, is in the lineup at first base today. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored. I'll be curious to see if that, given Torrey looking for some kind of spark offensively.
At first base.
If Jose Fernandez gets a little more at first base, yeah.
Because it's been the black hole of all black holes in baseball, first base for them.
Oh, boy. So I'm glad you brought that up.
It might be the worst position offensively for any team in baseball right now, the Diamondbacks' production at first base.
Through 11 games, Arizona at first base is 29th in baseball in batting average, on-base percentage, OPS. Their first baseman combined 1 double, 1 triple, 2 RBI, 11 strikeouts, 3 walks.
Oh, boy.
It has been an empty – it calls to mind that idea, hey, First baseman, man, they're everywhere. You can find a first baseman. Yeah, until you can't. Until you can't. That's just a position you expect more than that out of.
And here's your situation. So Nelson got the second out of the inning.
And they pulled him.
They pulled him for Ryan Thompson.
Yep.
So this is the scary spots right here, I mean, this is if Marcus Semien hits a home run, now it's a 5-4 baseball game. If he gets a base hit, it's a 5-2 game. So that's the scary spot, is that sixth inning, that danger zone. I think they feel good about 7, 8, and 9. But it's like, okay, Thompson's coming in to get this one out in the sixth. Let's see if he can get it done. 2 on, 2 out.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll keep you updated on this game, of course, but it's time to talk little Suns basketball with our Suns guru, Kellen Olson. What were his thoughts after last night's loss to the Rockets? We'll talk about it next here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
This is a great time to get yourself into a new vehicle at Sanderson Ford. You could choose an Escape starting at just $26,999 or the Bronco Sport starting at $29,999. Vehicles for under $30,000. You're like, wow, that's this day and age, a vehicle for under the brand new vehicle. A 2026, this isn't even 25. A 2026 Ford Escape, $26,999. And the Bronco Sport starts at just $29,999. So if you're in the market for a new used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, Sanderson Ford. If you want a luxury vehicle like a Lincoln Navigator or an Aviator, maybe a Nautilus, you want to head on over to Sanderson Lincoln. Just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. For more information, go to sandersonlincoln.net.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship, because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. UACUnit.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're wondering why I'm not looking towards the camera, it's because I was watching Corbin Carroll leg out a triple. That's his third extra base hit of the game. Hello! Welcome back, Corbin. Diamondbacks in a good
triple
spot.
face, Mitch.
Yeah.
Give me the triple face.
Something like that. Entertaining for the YouTube audience. 5-1 Diamondbacks, top of the seventh inning. Runner at third, as with the Corbin Carroll triple. He's now at third base. Geraldo Perdomo set up maybe to drive him in, hitting from the right-hand side against the lefty Sean Manaea. The game right now is on ESPN 620 a.m. and the Arizona Sports app. Other things going on. Coming up tonight, we got the Phoenix Suns. Final home game of the regular season. This a second night of a back-to-back against the Dallas Mavericks. Mark Williams is not going to play in this game. He's listed as out with left foot injury management. Named to watch, Grayson Allen. He is questionable, listed with right quadriceps contusion. A right quadriceps contusion, singular. Sorry about that. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State men's basketball center Masamba Diop has entered the transfer portal. Per the reports, Diop also enters with a no contact tag, implying he probably knows where he's going to go. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Our weekly visits with co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, with our Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com, and with, generally overall speaking, a good guy, Kellen Olson. He joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show for his weekly visit talking Suns basketball. Kellen, how are we doing today? Newsflash, Corbin Carroll is good at baseball. Just thought I'd let everybody know.
And he's really fast.
He's really fast, too. That triple was something special.
Yeah.
So.
After his baseball career is over, he could have a job as Mr. Freeze.
because of the face?
The speed.
The speed that he has? Yeah.
The speed. Like, just go run people down.
Sorry, Kellen. How are we doing today, Kel? You good?
Oh, I'm doing great. I love it. We've been doing the Corbin Carroll MVP year loading thing around April and May for 3 straight years now. This is the year, we swear. It's happening this year. It's been incredible.
So I'm going to start with this. I was a little under the weather, so I couldn't go to the game last night. I got no voice. Tell me about the atmosphere. What was it like with KD returning and the fans? Just what was the atmosphere like early in that game and before the festivities?
It was fantastic. I think that the crowd was obviously eager to see the team find some new form or relocate its old form, if you want to put it that way too. And we saw that along with wanting to see Kevin or the Rockets get their comeuppance, or Jalen and Dylan get their version of comeuppance, facing the Rockets in that kind of way. There was that energy to the game as well. So it was fantastic in the first quarter. And then, of course, all the extracurriculars. There was Jalen and his buddy Amen getting tangled up super early. There was all the Kevin and Dylan stuff. It was incredibly entertaining. Unfortunately, with the way the seeding works, we would not see a playoff series between these two, but it would produce a lot of drama and intrigue, to say the least. So the next time these two teams play each other, probably next year, there'll be just as much of this as there was, I think.
But that's probably a good thing for the Suns that there isn't a potential playoff matchup, because this does appear to be a very poor matchup for the Phoenix Suns in terms of the physicality. You had a line in your story today on ArizonaSports.com pointing out how low the assist totals have been when the Suns play the Rockets. This does not look like a good matchup for Phoenix at all.
No, it's a terrible matchup, and I think it just really starts with those assist numbers again and their point totals. This was the first time in the 4 matchups where they cracked 100 points against Houston, and they had 105. Houston has a way of schematically taking Phoenix out of what it wants to do and instead forcing it to play more individually based basketball. And now this time around, with Brooks and Green and Booker all together as well, I thought it looked even worse. The Suns were incredibly fortunate that they were able to get to the free throw line as much as they were, or else their point total probably would have been in the 80s.
You read my mind a little bit when I looked at your Twitter feed today, because I was kind of prepping for the show today, and I was looking at the box score for last night's game and then using the eye test as well. The numbers, the bench production, it was not very good at all. Jordan Ott has kind of settled, it would seem, on this being his starting lineup and this being his 9-man rotation, and certainly that's debatable. But what's not debatable is that Colin Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, and Grayson Allen are not going through their best stretch of basketball right now. And that's got ramifications across the board. Tell me kind of how that seeps into everything else that they're doing, because that bench play is really affecting what they're doing right now basketball-wise.
Yeah, to start, they have to hit open shots, right? Like, those guys had a handful of open looks last night. They didn't go in, but they're getting far less open looks because what teams are doing, Grayson Allen talked about this a few times last night, is that they are cutting off the pass. Like, we talk about three-point shooting teams and how you chase them off the line, right? Well, you don't have to chase a guy off the line if he doesn't even get the ball. So the way he put it is, it's not like Book is missing passes. Like, we're used to seeing Booker, like the Gambo's favorite stat in the world, secondary assists or potential assists. Those are the Devin Booker numbers where it's like he's just moving the ball all game, completely dictating their ball movement and all that kind of stuff. That was nowhere to be seen last night because Houston was cutting it off. And that's where you go to Brooks and Green, who aren't really natural playmakers in their own rights. And they're fine letting them cook. Go ahead, guys, play isolation ball. We're not going to send the help any closer over to you. And what makes this Suns team go from a bad offensive team, which is what I thought it was going to be at the start of the season, to a pretty good to great one, is when guys like Royce, guys like Oso, guys like Colin, and guys like Grayson are playing extremely well. All of those guys having career years this year. That version of those players we haven't seen the last 4 games. I think it has a lot to do with how teams are choosing to defend them now, and now we're seeing the real roster limitations really catching up to them rather quickly.
I hate to bring this up, but I had a thought last night watching the game after the first quarter, more like the late second to the end of the game. It was almost like Arizona-Michigan. Michigan was just so big and so tough inside and getting all those baskets, and you couldn't score at the rim. And, and if you can't shoot the three, which Arizona couldn't, and that was the same thing with Phoenix last night. They just kept clanking all those threes. And if they're not able to shoot the three against a team like that, it's hard to get back in the game when you get down.
Yeah, and also how about how good the offense looked when it was able to play off misses at the start of the game, right? Like Houston's turning the ball over, they're taking bad shots or taking early shots, and the Suns are able to get out and play off misses. Not necessarily like Steve Nash 7 seconds or less and scoring within 3 or 4 seconds, but they're just able to play against a defense that isn't set. And once this game turned into a slog, and once the Suns were using the free throw line a whole lot, it just was going nowhere for them in the half court. So tonight's just like a ginormous game for them, because this is, for one, it's going to be really, in my opinion, their only opportunity left against a non-marquee opponent to kind of get back to what they need to do, which we saw at the start of this game. And then obviously the play-in ramifications are huge for tonight with the Lakers and the Thunder on deck. Maybe the Lakers will just sit everyone on Friday and they don't care about their seeding, and that can be another one to get everything right. But even if OKC sits everyone on Sunday, I wouldn't feel confident about that game at all.
Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. This is a strictly, I'm interested in Kellen's opinion question here. Do you think Rasheer Fleming should be part of the cutoff line when it comes to the playoff rotation and as a guy who gets minutes?
Absolutely. He's got to get in there. Now, whether it's for 12 minutes or 20 minutes, that's where it gets really difficult, because it is surprising to look at the minute totals over these 4 games where they've had Booker, Brooks, and Green, and see Grayson Allen only playing 22, 23 minutes a game. Collins, same kind of number. Royce, same kind of number. There aren't that many minutes to go around. But we've seen Royce's playing time really dip in the last 3 games. He's under 20 minutes a game right now. And that's, again, because of what we were talking about, where the gears aren't spinning offensively. So you're not getting all the value out of Royce as the super connector and shooter. And then defensively, it's a real issue. So would you rather just have Rasheer out there anyway and get the energy and everything else that he provides with his size? Look, he's not going to fix the rebounding. I know a lot of fans were extremely upset about the rotations last night and thought defensively rebounding. But if you look at when Rasheer got in the rotation, when Kaman got in the rotation, and the rebounding and defensive numbers since then, they're worse. So I think Rasheer still needs to get in there, but it's not going to solve all of their problems. It would help, though, because the main reason why Ott's going with this counterbalance thing is to try and get back to what worked in the first 40 or 50 games. But I don't think it can work anymore with how they're getting defended and the guys that they have playing offensively right now.
Yeah, big game tonight, as you mentioned, with the play-in and seeding and things like that, with only 3 games left to go on the year. Kellen, as always, we appreciate the time. I know it was a late night for you last night. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes of your day today, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Kellen Olson from ArizonaSports.com. Arizona Sports at Night, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, more mock drafts for the Arizona Cardinals, and once again, the pendulum has swung back the other way. Ty Simpson is being associated with the Cardinals yet again. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, Walt's has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Walt's made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Suns able to get back on track, or did Cooper flag and the Dallas Mavericks cause more problems for Phoenix? We're talking Suns tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Bottom of the 7th right now. Diamondbacks are still winning 5-1. Andrew Hoffman is pitching in relief. He's got one on and
I like this kid.
2 out. I like him too. The walks get a little high with him. At least they have so far. But he's turning into a very interesting part and piece for Torey Lovullo to use in the late inning of a game like this. You know, the late innings of a game like this. Yeah, he's
that 7th inning guy right now.
It would seem to be. Yeah, 5-1. Again, there's a runner on first, 2 out in the bottom of the 7th. Diamondbacks are winning by a score 5-1. The draft is 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Damn.
2 weeks from tomorrow. Then we'll find out. Like, Mitch is like, yeah, can we just get here already? Yeah, we're kind of at that. Aren't we? We're at that stage where it's like, God, can we just go?
Do I do a Gambo 5 on pick number 3?
I could probably do a Gambo 5 for you right now, and I'm not your source over at the Cardinals.
It might not be worth it.
Seriously, if they stay at 3,
it might not be worth
your
it.
Your Gambo 5 is Francis Mauanoa, David Bailey, Arvel Reese. Who am I forgetting? Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs,
Ruben Bain Jr.
Jeremiah Love.
Okay, you're right. I'll put so Jeremiah Love.
That's more than 5.
I know. I'm recapping now. Jeremiah Love, Francis Mauanoa, David Bailey, Arvel Reese, and to be determined.
Ruben Bain Jr.
And Ruben, here's your
5.
There's your Gambo 5.
Okay, good night, everybody.
And I don't even work for the Cardinals. I'm not even your source over there, and I just gave you your Gambo 5.
I think the ASU coaching Gambo 5 may have been the last one. We'll see.
Really?
I don't know if I'm going to do another one. I don't know if I'm going to do one for the Cardinals at 5.
I'll ask you this question again in a week and a half, just to see if you're doing a Gambo 5 or not.
I remember you
pick 3.
I remember you did this last year. You're like, no, and then all of a sudden it was like, boom, I got it. Gambo 5, here we go. I'm with Mitch on this one. I'm wondering if you're going to do the same thing this year where it's like, nope, and then one day you're going to walk in and say, I got it. Here it is, the Gambo 5. But I think you're right to this point at number 3. If they stick at number 3, I don't think it's that tough.
So,
I don't think it's that tough to figure out who the 5 are.
2 years ago, my Gambo 5 was Marvin Harrison Jr., number 1, Malik Neighbors, number 2, Joe Alt, number 3, Roma Dunze, number 4, Dallas Turner, number 5. I did a Gambo 5, even though they were picking high, but I had Marvin Harrison Jr. as my number 1 guy because I knew they were going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. Mm-hmm. It's more fun when it's more difficult. Right?
It is.
It's more stressful, it's more stressful.
What would throw a wrench in this is if you were starting to pick up steam on a potential trade out. That would be the only thing that would throw a wrench.
But the Gambo 5 doesn't do trades.
No, I know it doesn't do trades, but if you're hearing that, like, there could potentially be some sort of movement out, right?
Okay.
Like with Paris, the year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because did you... I'm assuming you did a Gambo 5 that year, but like we've always said, the minute there's a trade, it's like null and void.
It's null and void. I can't predict the trade.
That's it. We're not predicting that. Anyway, today on ESPN, and we just got done yesterday talking about how boy, it seems like the national perception has kind of shied away from the Cardinals going with Ty Simpson at some point in this draft. Not number 3 overall, but whether it's a trade with Dallas or a trade back into the first round or whatever. And then today on ESPN, Ben Solak, one of their top NFL writers over there, attempted to do the thing where he took all the quarterbacks available in the draft and mock where they're going to end up, where they're going to go. And he mocked Ty Simpson to the Arizona Cardinals and said that is the place for him to end up when it's all said and done, that Ty Simpson ends up with the Cardinals.
This has been, I don't even know how to think about this, right? Because we had we talked about this, the initial blast on Ty Simpson and are the Cardinals going to move up to get him and be aggressive? Then it kind of tailed off a little bit. It was like, okay, he's not going to go in the first round. But now still, when people say fits, right, this isn't about where the guy's going to get drafted. It's more about what's the fit for Ty Simpson. And who was it yesterday? Peter Schrager said, I don't really see a fit. I don't see a team.
Here's Schrager on that right there.
This is not a knock at Ty Simpson. I don't have a team for Ty Simpson. So whereas others are making these fictional trades to get back into the first round and moving back, the teams that make sense would be the Jets and Arizona. Ty Simpson's not going 2 or 3. They have the 33 and the 34 picks. They can wait and take him there. I don't see Cleveland taking him. And I made this mistake last year. I didn't have any team that wanted Shedeur Sanders in the first round, but in my mock draft, I put him to Pittsburgh because I was like, he's got to go in the first. You start doing these mental gymnastics and creating scenarios in your head. That's where you get in trouble with these mock drafts. Ty Simpson might be a very good player. He might be the number 1 quarterback in this draft, according to some. I don't have him in the first round right now, and there's still 3 weeks till the draft.
And this is where you get a wide variety of opinions, because whereas Schrager is saying that, Ben Solak very much looks at Ty Simpson and thinks he's a stylistic fit for the Cardinals, that he is the type of quarterback they would want, to the point where he writes, and I quote, Mike LaFleur, who struggled to get development from Zach Wilson when in New York, might not have all the answers for Simpson, but it's easier than ever to get functional play out of rookie contract quarterbacks in the league, and Simpson has more than enough talent to clear that bar. Once the Cardinals have a rookie contract starter, they can start the long process of spending their way into contention with the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers, with whom they share their division.
Like they did with Kyler Murray. Sorry, they didn't.
Taking the leap on Simpson, he writes, is the first step. So he thinks the marriage of LaFleur and Simpson is good enough to allow the Cardinals to exist on a rookie-level contract for 4 or 5 years.
The problem with that is if you marry somebody and you're not sure, you're kind of like, I'm not sure, and then a year later you want to marry somebody else, it's a lot harder to go marry somebody else a year later. So,
well, typically there's a divorce involved. Usually,
right, and then it becomes messy.
Usually, how that works.
I just don't understand. I don't understand look. If you love Simpson, okay, but if you're not, why would you waste a second-round pick if your thought process is, I love next year's draft?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You'd have to love Ty Simpson.
So then, where does Simpson go? Because other teams are going to feel the same. If I'm the Jets, aren't you feel the same way? Look, let's suck for another year and let's get one of these studs in the draft next year.
I think this is really simple. If they love Ty Simpson, if they look at him and say, you know what, we're not going to wait until next year to get our quarterback. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Like if I'm using this as a hypothetical, but if Mike LaFleur is in Monty Ossenfort's office every day saying, I've watched the tape, I know my offense, that guy can run it. That guy is the guy. That guy can do it. I don't care that he's 6'1". I don't care that he only started in 15 games. That's the guy. If Mike LaFleur is in Monty's office doing that every single day and has that kind of conviction, okay, then you jump, you leap, and you do it not at number 3, but you trade back into the first round. Solak's suggestion was that the Cardinals trade back up to 31. That they give up like a 4th rounder. They move up 3 spots, get back into the back end, the very back end. Jump the Jets. Jump the Jets. First pick in the 2nd round.
Yes, that's what you would have to do if you love them.
And then make sure you get him in the 1st round so you get that 5th year under the rookie contract salary so that you're not paying him as much. But you're right. It's only if you're convinced Ty Simpson is better than every other option you're going to have next year. And can you really know that for sure?
I was looking
2 weeks and a day from today?
I was looking at a story today, the quarterback hierarchy, ranking every power conference starter in 2026. Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, Arch Manning, Trinidad Chambliss, Darian Mensah, C.J. Carr, Gunnar Stockton, Sam Levitt at 8, Jaden I can't pronounce his name, the USC kid at number 9, Josh Hoover at 10. Like, it's like people like that draft class next year. They like it. Like, so I don't want to, if I draft a guy in his second round, I almost feel like I can't take a quarterback next year. I almost feel like I can't unless I play that game. If I don't play him in enough games, I can't take Ty Simpson, make him the backup to Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, not play him, and then draft a quarterback next year because I didn't give him a chance.
Nope.
So you'd have to actually play him to see if you like him or not. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
I did, and I'm not saying this is an endorsement of Ty Simpson from me or you or us or whatever, but I did see in one of the stories I read today, former NFL coach John Gruden has also praised Ty Simpson, calling him, and I quote, a CEO in the film room, close quote. And that is something that Solak mentioned in his piece as well, that for all the physical limitations and the fact that he's only started 15 games, everybody raves about Ty Simpson in the film room. Like, the guy, you sit down and you watch the tape, and he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's seeing. He breaks it down really well. That in itself is not enough of endorsement to say, okay, go ahead and take him. I'm just kind of throwing that in there as part of the equation. One of the things, of all the things to not like about Ty Simpson, the one thing that everybody does seem to like about him is his savvy in the film room when he's breaking down tape and judging himself. So I'll leave that at there.
A complete reversal from what they had with Kyler, right?
It's kind of what I was thinking, too. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, has our opinion of Jordan Ott changed based off of what has happened in the last couple of weeks? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
No time for Kleenex after that L. We're on to Dallas, and we preview that matchup on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizona Sports app, and on 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks in the middle of Game 2 against the Mets in New York, and they've added on here in the late stages. We're now going into the bottom of the 8th, and a couple more runs courtesy of a hit, error, deep fly ball that went off of Luis Roberts' glove. You decide how you want to interpret it. Either way, the Diamondbacks are now up 7-1. H, says Bernsey on the other side of the glass. Diamondbacks 7-1, bottom of the 8th inning on deck. You can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns have their final home game of the regular season tonight. They will host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mark Williams will not play on this second night of a back-to-back. He is listed as out with a left foot injury management. Of course, he's been out for most of this second half due to a left foot injury. The name to keep an eye on here is Grayson Allen. He is questionable, listed with a right quadriceps contusion. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State men's basketball center Masamba Diop has reportedly entered the transfer portal. Per those same reports, Diop enters with a no-contact tag as well. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight and start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any GLP-1 medication or their signature RM3 program with no startup fee. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. ASU center Masamba Diop is entering the transfer portal. Mark Williams has been ruled out for the Suns game against the Mavericks. And the Arizona Cardinals are hosting Northwestern tackle Caleb Tiernan for a top 30 visit. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Swear to God, there was a year straight where I would drive the kids to school and this song was always on every single time. Every single time. Dad, put on Nickelback. I want to hear that song again. Every time. Drive me nuts. I get so sick of this song.
I mean, at this day and age, the kids they put their headphones on.
I know. But back
then, you had the radio?
Back then, you had the radio, and
Now you try to talk to your kid, and they can't hear you. They got headphones in.
13-year-old Burns kid would go, put Nickelback on. I want to listen to that song driving to school every day and listen to this one. I'm going to read from the Twitter account of one John Gambadoro from last night.
Oh, okay.
Based on my social media timeline tonight, Suns fans are not happy and, in fact, very angry.
Very angry.
I hear you. Yes, too small with those 4 guards. Not like they don't have size and length. They just did not play those guys, close quote.
It was crazy how Fire Ott was going around last night. Are you people insane? Like, these people were so mad and they were so angry and it was so, Ott played an 8-man rotation while Houston used its entire bench. This is why all the fourth quarter collapses. Ott is burning out our vets. We're not getting our rooks experience. I mean, on and on and on. Ott showed his inexperience tonight. Suns looked like a college team in the fourth quarter. It was just time and time again. Every time I looked, it was like, I've seen this the past few games. The plot in the fourth quarter is always the same. Shooting percentage drops, physical plays poor, and then we lose. What's going on with Ott? Like, they were just really... he'll give you another. Ott looks like a rookie coach at the worst possible time. As soon as the other team makes adjustment, it's over. I couldn't believe. I mean, this guy's done a great job in his first year as a coach. The Suns are going to be in the play-in. And last night after that loss, nobody was blaming Jalen Green or Dylan Brooks. It was just Jordan Ott was taking the brunt of the criticism in that game last night. For playing too small, for not making any adjustments, and, on. And Ott is in love with Oso for some reason. Well, when Oso can't do anything, it's just like, it was, and I was like, all right, I responded. And it's like, okay, I get it. You're all mad at Jordan Ott. I get it. It was like hundreds and hundreds. Fire Ott was like trending with the hashtag. I was like, people were so mad last night at the game, and I know.
I mean, sometimes it really is.
Here's one more. Ott believes these lineups need time together to gel before the postseason and doesn't plan to play Fleming, Dunn, and Man. He's stubborn, and it's cost us a top 6 seed. People were mad last night.
Yeah.
They were mad.
Yeah, they were. Well, I mean, getting humiliated, losing a game in which you have 24-0 run, is going to do that to people.
Should never happen.
Right? Like, you had a 24-0 run in the first quarter and you lost by double digits.
Right.
What did they get outscored in the fourth quarter? 38-21? That's going to do that to people. Watching Houston time and time again get the offensive rebound and get the putback. What were the final numbers in terms of, 24 offensive rebounds that led to 37 second chance points for Houston.
By the way,
that's awful.
By the way, that's a season high for them in offensive rebounds.
Yeah, and they're one of the best teams
in the high.
One of the best teams in the NBA at offensive rebounds, and it was still a season high for them. Look, Jordan Ott. Okay.
No, it was a season high. It was 37 second chance points. My mistake.
It was the season
high. They
had
a season high 37 second chance points.
I think there's a couple things going on here, and
tell me what you think.
Tell me if you disagree with me. I think, and I heard Bickley talking about this morning, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think when you're a rookie head coach and you're doing it for the first time, your tendency is going to be to play the veterans and to trust the veterans and to lean on the veterans. And I think that's a big part of what's going on right now. That's what's going on with his rotations. That's why he's chosen the 9 guys that he's chosen. I think Rasheer Fleming should be part of that mix. I think most people think Rasheer Fleming should be part of that mix. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that unless something changes in these next 3 games, Rasheer Fleming's not going to be in that mix. He's just not going to be a guy that a rookie head coach is going to trust a rookie going into the playoffs for the first time. He's going to lean on veterans like Allen and O'Neal, and not that Oso's a veteran, but he's not a rookie either, right? And Colin Gillespie, who's been around the block a time or two, he's going to lean on those guys more than he's going to lean on rookies that he's afraid are going to make mistakes at crucial times.
Does that remind you of Monty Williams and the stubbornness after he brought all those guys in and wouldn't play them?
Yeah, but Monty was different because he was a veteran head coach who wasn't doing it for the first time. But he was very
stubborn with the guys that had been there. I'm not going to play the new guys.
Yeah.
I'm only going to play the guys that have been here. Remember they made all those moves and they T.J. Warren came back and a couple other guys, but he wouldn't play them. T.J. Warren's like, I don't know, they're not playing me. Like, things weren't going very well, but he was like, I'm just going to rely on the guys that have got me here.
I think that's part of what's going on here. I think there's very much a baked-in trust. I think the other thing that's going on here is that the flaws of the Suns roster are being revealed to us a little bit. They're loaded with 6'5" guys. They've got so many 6'5" guys, and that's been look.
Household's done 6'7".
Yeah, well,
Malowatch, Fleming,
but again, those are the guys that he doesn't trust. Those are the guys he doesn't want to play. The guys he trusts are all 6'5". Outside of Oso and Mark Williams, and I feel like the roster construction of this team, given that all of the veteran presence is loaded up in the 6'5", 6'6" guys,
right?
That he feels like he has to play those guys because he trusts those guys, and it just makes the Suns very, very small when they do that. And so if you're going to fast forward now to the offseason, whenever this ride ends, they're going to have to reconstruct the roster a little bit so there's more balance. They were always, Gambo, always out of balance with the high number of 6'5", 6'6" guys that they had on the roster, especially when you consider the ones who have the experience.
Let me ask you about this. I'm going to get your response here. Reed Shepherd started but played under 7 minutes in the second and none in the fourth quarter. Udoka said he went with Josh Okogie to start the second half because he wanted another defender on Booker. Amen Thompson was in the game, but he had 3 fouls. So the big adjustment was, I'm not going to play Shepherd. I'm going to get Okogie out there. I'm going to put another guy on Book to make sure Book doesn't go off in this fourth quarter.
Okay.
That was an adjustment.
Yeah.
And it worked for them.
It did.
And so a lot of fans are asking is, what is the Suns' adjustment? What is it? What adjustment did they make to try to combat what Houston was doing?
Well, what did we say yesterday about Jordan Ott and his rotation? Pick it and stick with it. Pick it and quit switch it around. Quit experimenting. No more experimenting. Pick it and stick with it. I think that's what he did last night. I think he picked it and he stuck with it. He got burned for it. Didn't work out well. But weren't we advocating for him to pick it and stick it?
Uh-huh.
Is that not what happened last night?
Right, but it could be, and look, and maybe that's just
because do we still want him experimenting now with 3 games to go, or do we want him playing the guys?
I think you got to stick with what you have. Last night was a bad matchup. That team's just too big and too strong for you. It's a bad matchup, right? Styles make fights. That's a bad matchup. If the Suns played Houston in a 7-game series, they'd get swept in 4 games.
Oh yeah,
they can't beat that team.
It's a terrible matchup.
They can't beat them.
But to your point about Ryan Dunn, he has shown wavering trust levels in Ryan Dunn all year long.
Yeah.
He's shown wavering trust levels in Kaman Malawach all year long. The only one he hasn't is Fleming,
who's playing 20 minutes a game last month.
Fleming is the guy who it seemed like had earned Jordan Ott's trust, and then when it came time to shrink it and condense it and pick it and stick with it, Fleming didn't make the cut. And again, that's the one I'm gonna get in a twist about, because I feel like he had. The other guys I get, Ryan Dunn hadn't earned his trust. Kaman Malawach hadn't earned his trust. Fleming had. Felt like he should have made the cut. I don't know if it would have made a difference last night.
No.
To your point, I don't think it would have made any difference last night.
I just thought that's a bad matchup. And sometimes you just got to look at it and say, I know how frustrated everybody was. That's a really bad matchup. Now, do you have to come back and beat Dallas tonight? Of course. Like, this 2-game lead, like, you got to come back and you got to win this game. But I do think that fans were looking for, okay, it's not working. Put Fleming in. Let's just try it. I know what we said. You got to run with it. But, that was a winnable. That game was somewhat winnable up until the fourth quarter.
Mark Williams is out tonight. He will not play. Left foot injury management. Grayson Allen is questionable for tonight's game. And the Clippers are playing, was it OKC tonight?
Yes.
So if the Suns win and the Clippers lose, the Suns are absolutely locked in the 7. They cannot move.
If the Suns win and the Clippers lose.
If the Suns win and the Clippers lose, it's locked in. If the reverse happens, the Suns lose and the Clippers win, oh boy, things are going to get dicey.
Yes.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo
We don't want dicey.
We don't want dicey. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks cruising in this one in the top of the 9th. But it hasn't been easy for the Diamondbacks up until today's game. We'll talk a little D-backs baseball next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Let's pick the guy that everybody's looking back in 3 or 4 or 5 years and being like, man, we all wish we had him. To me, that guy is Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love has the potential to be Jahmyr Gibbs like he was in that draft capsule. We've heard we've heard the Christian McCaffrey comparisons. We've heard the Bijan Robinson comparisons. Doesn't mean he's going to be those guys. If you're waiting till 2027 to draft your quarterback anyway, why not get Jeremiah Love?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Did the Suns conquer their ills in their last regular season home game against the Mavericks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hope everybody out there is having a happy Wednesday. We appreciate you joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If you're watching on the YouTube feed, hello, YouTube. Good to see you guys as always. Checking in on the chat every now and then, seeing what you guys are talking about there. Diamondbacks right now bottom of the 9th. They are beating the Mets 7-2. Taylor Clark is currently finishing this one up for the D-backs. There's a runner on, nobody out. Diamondbacks with a 5-run lead, well on their way to setting up a rubber match in tomorrow's game. As Mitch mentioned a little bit ago, a World Baseball Classic final rematch between Eduardo Rodriguez and Nolan McLean is the pitching matchup tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun, assuming the Diamondbacks can get their way out of this one.
I'm so impressed so far with Erod. I hope he keeps it up. I am very impressed with him.
Yeah, he's
starting pitching. Ryan Nelson, great today. Great outing by Ryan Nelson. Starting pitching has been really good. No Merrill Kelly, no Corbin Burns. Starting pitching has been terrific.
Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3 today. 5 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, struck out 5. The bullpen did give up a run. Andrew Hoffman gave up a run and 2 hits in his 2 innings that he threw. But Ryan Thompson came in and put out a little bit of a fire in the 6th. And as I mentioned, Taylor Clark is here finishing this one. The big story of the day today is
the Diamondbacks offense, not only putting up a crooked number in the second with the 4 runs they had there, that included a 2-run double from Corbin Carroll, but then adding on in the 8th a 2-run double by Jorge Barrosa.
What have we been begging for?
Late game offense to give you a little bit of breathing room and make you feel like not every pitch hangs in the balance.
I'm sure some people's prayers were answered. They said, can we just score some late inning runs? Can we tack on a few runs to make it a little comfortable? Yeah. Like right now, 7-2, the difference between 7-2 and 5-2, big deal. It's a big deal. Mets have a runner on base. If they put one more runner on, the tying run would come to the plate. But up 7-2, you've got margin for error. So no save situation. 5-2 would be a save situation. I like when you're not in a save situation. So I think they did a good job today. And my guy, Jorge Barrosa.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
He chases everything down in the outfield. If he can just hit enough,
Alec
he is
Thomas
really
is
good
in
out there.
trouble if Jorge Barrosa can hit.
Yeah.
Alec Thomas is in trouble.
Because, like you've said, Jorge Barrosa is the best defensive outfielder they have on the team.
It's not close.
Fantastic.
And I love Alec Thomas, and he's great, but Barrosa's phenomenal.
Believe the Diamondbacks just turned a double play.
They did. Taylor Clark on the mound.
1 out away from wrapping this thing up.
And this is going to, and you're going to be 500, and you're going to be instead of 10 games, now you're 12 games in. You're 500. You just got to stay at 500 until other guys get back.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you can do a little bit better than that and stink over 500, that'd be great if you could win the rubber match tomorrow. Now, obviously, we still had yesterday's game on our brain when we started thinking about what we were going to talk about today. And yesterday's game, still a lot to not like. I sent you a graphic of Nolan Arenado's defense. And this is exactly what we were talking about yesterday. And I mean exactly what we were talking about. If he's not going to hit, then he has to at least field the baseball, right?
Yeah.
And that has been a struggle for him so far this year when compared to years past. And the example that our friends over at D-Back Stats and Info pointed out is that over at third base, Nolan Arenado so far this year is averaging about 1 error every 43 innings or so. Typically, Nolan Arenado, 1 error every 176 innings. Every 141 innings, every 122 innings.
You don't want to turn him into Nolan Arenado.
No. You don't want the error in the head.
Arenado. Look, he dropped a ball today. It wasn't an error, but it was a ball in foul territory, and he should have had it, and he went to make a basket catch, and he dropped it. He had a play the other day that, you were like, that's an error. They didn't call it an error. But there's been what's he have, 2 errors right now? I think he has 2.
I think he has 2 on the season. Yeah.
And there was some others that were like, okay, that could have been an error. And again, today was like just a foul pop-up, and he went for it, and he tracked it really well, and it hit his glove, and it popped out of his glove. He just didn't squeeze it. And that's not, what you expect out of Nolan Arenado. You're expecting Gold Glove level defense.
You are. And I think we all kind of accept the fact that he's just not going to hit very well. You hope that he hits well enough to justify being in the lineup every day. But if he's not going to hit very well, he has to be a notch below Gold Glove caliber defense. And if he's not, then you have to really start asking kind of the tough questions, right? About Arenado. And even though you still got him for this year and next at $5 million per, $6 million per, whatever it ends up being, you have to start answering those tough questions. The other thing you went and looked up, because I know you well. this was bugging the crap out of you.
No, because I just remembered it from last year.
So and our guy Alex Weiner helped me out with some numbers here too that I'll back up what you're about to talk about. Yesterday's game went into extras. It was lost when the Diamondbacks failed to score the ghost runner in the top of the 10th,
right,
opening the door for the Mets to win the game if they could just get their runner in from second base. And it triggered like this memory, as it is a final, by the way, 7-2.
Here we go.
Diamondbacks get the win. Triggered a memory for you of all their struggles in extra innings last year. What did you?
So I looked it up.
Find?
I double checked it and crossed the T's and dotted the I's and all of that stuff. Last year, the Diamondbacks were 7-12 in extra inning games. If you would have turned that around and they went 12-7, they're in the playoffs. They're 85-77 and in the number 1 wild card team. That was the difference with extra inning games. They were 7-12. And I said, okay, let's just say they turned it around, they were 12-7. They're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're in the freaking playoffs. Instead of being 80 wins and 82 losses, they're 85-77. That's a good season. It's a good season. Then I said, okay, I remember a lot of struggles not being able to get the runs in. So I counted every inning. I was bored. I had nothing to do. And so they played 27 extra innings. Sometimes you play the 10th and the 11th. Like, it's not just always just one inning. Sometimes it's two. In 27 extra innings, this was crazy. 15 times they didn't score the runner on second base. 15 out of 27. They had a runner on second, nobody out, and couldn't get the run in. That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
Like, you got to do better than that. And that's why they had a losing record in the extra innings. They were not good at getting the ghost runner in.
Alex looked it up. They hit 189 in extra innings last year. Now, it's not specific to each inning, just in general.
In general, 189 in extra innings.
189, which I think was second to last in Major League Baseball. So.
Yeah, and again, like, I don't want this to be a repeat of last year. What are you going to do differently to score these runs? Because, again, if you're going to play 19 extra inning games, you need a winning record in those games. It could be the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs.
It's a different story today. Again, they got the win 7-2. The rubber matches tomorrow in a game that you'll hear here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. At a normal start time, they're not moving things around tomorrow, at least not yet. We don't have no indication that they're going to based off of the weather. It's a 4:10 first pitch time. When we come back, 4 o'clock reset time, we'll find out what's going on in sports from Laura next here on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only, roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It just went final at Citi Field in New York. The Diamondbacks back in the win column, and in an emphatic way, a 7-2 victory over the Mets, counteracting that extra innings loss yesterday. Ryan Nelson picks up win number 1 on the season with the victory. Corbin Carroll had 3 hits, 2 doubles, and a triple. Ooh, man, Corbin, that dude can run. These two teams will square off in the finale tomorrow evening. Eduardo Rodriguez and Nolan McLean, a rematch of the WBC final on deck tomorrow evening. But tonight, we've got Phoenix Suns basketball. It's the final home game of their regular season. They host the Dallas Mavericks at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mark Williams will not play in this contest. It's also the second night of a back-to-back. He's listed as out with left foot injury management. Name we're keeping an eye on right now is Grayson Allen. He's listed as questionable due to a right quadriceps contusion. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State men's basketball center Masamba Diop has reportedly entered the transfer portal. Per those same reports, Diop enters with a no contact tag as well. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time on this Wednesday. Here is Lauren to guide us through the top stories of the day on this Wednesday. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
Happy Wednesday to you.
Happy Wednesday to you, too.
What's cooking? What do we got?
All right, well, we'll dive into the game that just went final first, which is the D-backs. They have beaten the Mets in Game 2 of this series 7-2.
11 hits in the game. Jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Tacked on a couple runs in the 8th. Got a great pitching performance out of Ryan Nelson. 5 2/3, 1 run, 5 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts. And the bullpen, only Hoffman gave up a run. He pitched 2 innings, gave up a run. But you got 3 1/3 out of the bullpen with 1 run. It's acceptable. It's acceptable.
It is acceptable. Ryan Nelson was very good. You got a 2-run double from Corbin Carroll. He finished the day with 3 hits. You had 3 hits from Ildemaro Vargas, a couple of hits from Jose Fernandez.
How did Arenado do?
Nolan Arenado went 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts, Gambo.
Oh, boy. I didn't even look. That's why I didn't know. I was asking.
0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts.
Ruh-roh.
But Jose Fernandez got a couple of hits, and we'll see if that's good enough to get him back
Gabby Moreno?
Gabby Moreno was 0 for 4.
Oh, my goodness.
But he had a sac fly. But he also had 3 strikeouts.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah.
So, trying to see if some of the cold bats can get going here.
Cattell's up to 208. Geraldo Perdomo had a couple of walks, a hit, and an RBI. He's up to 179.
The Mendoza line's 200, right?
That still is, yes.
But he didn't really bat 200. He batted like 218 or something, I think. What did Mendoza bat? Let me see. Let's see if AI gives this to me. I don't know. It gave me Fernando Mendoza.
Okay, well, that's not. That's
I don't
not
care about his
Mendoza line is
baseball
baseball jargon.
Jargon.
Oh, God, I should have known that. for a 200 batting average, the Sepulveda threshold for offensive futility in Major League Baseball. That's what it is.
Thank God for AI. I don't know if we would have known that without that.
Yeah.
All right.
He says sarcastically.
Mendoza was a lightly used shortstop from Chihuahua, Mexico, who played for 3 franchises. When he had trouble staying above 200, teammates began to chide him. And they called it the Mendoza line, so that's where it came from.
There you go.
The more you know.
The more you know. Lessons from AI with John Gambadoro. I smell a future segment on the Burns and Gambo show. Lessons from AI with John Gambadoro.
Mario Mendoza.
If I have anything to say about it, no.
Yeah, if I have anything to say about it, no.
Career batting average 215.
Okay. All right. Now everything you ever wanted to know about
the Mendoza line.
You got it from Gambo.
Or you could just Google it.
Yep.
All right, well, the D-backs and Mets, they'll be back in action tomorrow at 4:10 right here on 98.7. So pregame starts at 3:30. We'll be off a little bit early tomorrow.
Okay.
And some injury news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Carlos Santana will be weeks, not days, when it comes to his right adductor strain. He's currently on the 10-day IL, but it will be longer than that. And Pavin Smith will also be out longer than expected. Torey Lovello said he is still experiencing some elbow discomfort.
So the first base black hole continues for the Diamondbacks. Pavin Smith, Carlos Santana. Doesn't appear as if either one of those guys will be the answer to the question anytime soon.
Where have you gone, Mark Grace?
Grace.
Paul Goldschmidt.
To
Christian Walker?
Christian Walker.
Oh, have you seen the start Christian Walker is off to so far? It's a really good one. He's a little out of sight, out of mind because he wasn't here last year, but Christian Walker, I believe, is off to a pretty good start for the Houston Astros.
Last year I followed that all the time.
He got off to a really quiet
and
start.
Jacques Peterson.
Yes.
He stinks again, Jacques Peterson. He's batting 120.
Yeah, but Walker's off to a good start so far.
Again, I feel like a broken record. Do not look up Blaze Alexander's numbers.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
We won't be happy if we do it.
No.
All right. Well,
Don't
do it, Gambo.
I'm going to do it.
I'm trying to help you.
Spread happy.
He's hitting 276.
That's on this team.
276.
On this team,
Did you just hear the batting averages Burnsy rambled off?
God.
Yeah.
This team, he'd have like the third highest batting
276
average.
if you batting third. Playing every day.
They would.
All right, some other baseball news. Rookie shortstop Connor Griffin and the Pittsburgh Pirates have agreed to a 9-year, $140 million deal.
Wow.
Guy's played what?
Wow.
5 games?
And he's not even hit. He's not hitting very well.
I mean, what was the Mariners prospect that they signed before he had even broken into the bigs? They're like, yeah, we don't care. We just want to lock you up now to make sure we have cost certainty now.
What would you do if you were 19 years old and you had $140 million coming to you? What the hell would you do?
Well, he's married, so.
You're 19 years old, you got $140 million.
I don't know. But I like dreaming about it. I know that. I'll dream about it.
Would you rather dream about being 19 again or having $140 million?
Yes.
Which one? You get to pick one. You get to pick one.
Oh my gosh, it's not even a choice.
You can have $140 million now, or you can be 19 years old again right now.
Is this a serious question?
Sure. I can give you your youth back.
$140 million like that.
But you're in the last quarter of your life.
Nope.
The last quarter of your life. Are you kidding?
Nope.
Yes.
Gambo, $140 million, and I wouldn't even think twice about it.
Average age for a man is somewhere in the 70s you die. I'm going to be 60. I'm in the fourth quarter. He's close to the fourth quarter, too.
This is not the way to be
I could give you your youth back. I could grant you your youth. You could be 19 years old with the whole world ahead of you.
And the $140 million can help buy me some
You're
youth.
telling me you'd rather be 19 than have $140 million. Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, come on. I know you like a good argument, but really?
I do love that villa in Lake Como that's like $27 million, but I can't afford that. I'd be able to afford it with $140 million.
There you go.
Does anybody want to go with me in on this villa in Lake Como?
No. But thanks for asking.
I'll take an invite, though. And
I will too. I mean, like, you want to invite me to the
I'm
villa,
just not going in.
But I'm not chipping in on it with you. No.
No.
All right.
Okay.
That's a fair question. I mean, I could give you your youth back. I could give you back 40 years.
It's an unfair question. It's a dumb question. $140 million every day that ends in Y.
Okay. All right. Okay, I thought it was a fair question.
Also, I don't want to go back to like being young and then watch everybody who's my age die before me.
That is the most Lauren way of looking at it ever. I love that.
Yeah, but
I love that.
I always tell my friends in my friend group, I want to outlive Bacala so I can spit on his grave. I just want to outlive you so I can spit on your grave. Say,
And
sucker.
that's the most Gambo thing.
I finally
you
beat
could've
you at
said.
something. I finally beat you at something. Finally. It took me 80 years, but I finally beat you at something.
This is the most wrong 4 o'clock reset
I know.
we've ever done.
We have 2 minutes left. I don't even know what to cut from this.
Yeah, seriously.
Good night, everybody.
No.
All right, I'll shut up. You talk. Go ahead. Go ahead, you talk.
Okay, I'm just gonna start rattling off. Cut me off when you're when you're ready to talk here. Okay, Dodgers great Davey Lopes and 4-time All-Star has passed away at the age of 80.
I loved him. That infield stayed together forever. Ron Say and Bill Russell and Davey Lopes and Steve Garvey with the Dodgers. Great infield.
Gambo halfway through the show, he
Go
said,
ahead.
"Oh, Davey Lopes died today."
Davey Lopes,
I'm like,
great
that's
player.
sad.
Great player.
Yeah.
My ESPN alert told me. All right, NBA news. The Phoenix Suns, they lost to the Houston Rockets 119-105. The Suns, they're back in action tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. Mark Williams and Hayward Highsmith are both out tonight. Grayson Allen is questionable with a right quadriceps contusion. That game starts at 7 pregame. Or that game starts at 7. Pregame coverage starts at 6.
I wondered who was going to sit on the second night of a back-to-back. It helps the Clippers have OKC tonight. If the Clippers lose to OKC and the Suns win, it's done. The Suns are absolutely locked in at 7.
All right. Are you done with the 4 o'clock reset?
Am I done with the 4 o'clock reset?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, what else you got?
Okay. NCAA.
You got somewhere you got to go?
No,
Yeah,
I had one thing.
you need
I
to
had
meet?
one thing I wanted to bring up. But go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I know what this is. Okay. All right, NCAA news. Arizona State star forward Masamba Diop has entered the transfer portal. He's also entered with a do not contact tag that implies he knows where he's going, so other teams can't speak to him. Then FanDuel Sportsbook gave the ASU Sun Devils football team the 9th best odds to win the Big 12 football championship this upcoming season and said their win total at 6.5 wins. And in WNBA news, Satu Sabali is not expected to re-sign with the Mercury this
Damn, I
season.
liked her. She was so good.
She was
so good.
Great. I'm kind of disappointed that the big three is breaking up.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm done.
I was going to say this. I've gotten the pleasure and incredible opportunity to work with some incredible women in sports. To get to work with Lauren, Sarah Cazell, before her Kindred de St. Aubin, Jody Jackson, a lot of just Paula Bovin, incredible women in sports that busted their ass to get where they were, and I have so much respect for them. I hate what Diana Rossini did. I hate what she did for all the women out there that work so hard in this industry. It's a hard industry. It's a male-dominated industry. They work so hard. I just despise what she did up in Sedona with Mike Vrabel. I just wanted to get that out because, again, I know how hard you work. I know how hard Sarah worked and Kendra and Paula Bovin and Jody Jackson, whoever else I'm missing. So many great people. They work so hard. And to have like Diana Rossini do what she did, because people think it's a black eye on a lot of it shouldn't be, but some people look at it the wrong way. So I really don't like what she did. I wanted to get that out.
Who aren't sure what we're talking about, there was a story in the New York Post, some photographs of her and current Patriots coach Mike Vrabel, in which, they say nothing happened. They were there with friends or whatever. The pictures...
No pictures with friends.
Potentially tell a different story.
Yeah, they're holding hands. They're hugging. They're in bathing suits. It
has got a lot of attention.
My wife would kill me if I was... she's just a friend. Yeah, I wouldn't be alive the next day.
Well said, Guillermo.
I wouldn't be alive. If that was your husband and there were photos like that, he probably wouldn't be alive
probably
either.
Not. No, probably not.
So
Not
I
at
just
all.
have so much respect for you and all the women that I've ever worked with. And when I see a story like that, it just really irks me because I think she's doing an injustice to everybody in the industry like you who works really hard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I agree with you, for
Thank
the
you.
record. Yeah. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Wow, that was a crazy 4 o'clock reset today.
Life, death, cheating, money.
Spitting
Get everything
on
you need.
graves,
You'll never be able to read any of her reports again with any how are you getting this information? Never again. She ruined her career.
Yeah.
She ruined her entire career.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are the Phoenix Suns ... soft? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar for dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Suns host the Mavs tonight. Pre-game at 6, game time at 7 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
First off, they're the elite of the elite offensive rebounding team. We have not been a good defensive rebounding team. We've been able to make up the possession game on the other end. We weren't able to get those tonight, offensive rebounds. And then in March, we have taken care of it. Their physicality and their pressure bothered us, so that's how we lost the possession game tonight. But these guys are good at doing it. They're playing 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", like they're big. We know it coming in. but we got to somehow find other ways to match that possession game.
Sure not. The head coach of the Suns on the rebounding issue that obviously was a real touchstone moment for a lot of Suns fans last night. Everybody very upset about how the Suns just got clobbered on the boards. But there was a lot to be upset about last night's game. Certainly a 24-0 run in the first quarter and you lose by double digits is the kind of outcome you just don't see very often in this league, and it's kind of hard to digest. But there was something else about last night's game, too, like really if you're going to look at it from the 30,000-foot view. The Phoenix Suns reared back and punched Houston in the nose hard in the first quarter of that game. Like, it was fun. You mentioned at the outset of the show, it was nice to see the Suns play with this energy and passion. And
Hadn't seen it in a while.
Hadn't seen it in a while. And it was fun. It was great, man. Houston punched back, and the Suns had no counterpunch.
Yeah.
There was no, the Suns pushed Houston.
No response.
Houston pushed back.
Yeah.
And there was no response from the Phoenix Suns after that. None.
You get in a fight, and you're doing all the punching, and you feel like you're in control until you get hit, and you get hit hard, and you realize you're in trouble, and that's what happened to the Phoenix Suns in that game. Look, they were up to the task early. There was the Dylan and KD talking crap. There was Jalen Green and Amen Thompson. They didn't seem to like each other. The Tate standing over Dylan Brooks and getting the technical after the shoulder on him. The Şengün foul on Colin Gillespie in which he wanted a challenge, and they lost the challenge because he obviously didn't have his feet set, and he kind of put his body into him. It was a physical, chippy game. Houston was fouling and Phoenix was getting to the line at an incredible rate. But the way Houston responded to the Suns' onslaught was, you got to respect that. You got to respect that they took control of the game, and then you're waiting for the Suns to respond, and you didn't get the same thing. And that's just the reality. Houston, they never got down on themselves. They just battled back. There was a lot of game left. They battled back. And then when Houston was able to take control of the game, when things went south for the Suns, uncontested dunk after uncontested dunk, the Suns just didn't respond. They got outscored by 30 in the final three quarters, by 30 points in the final three quarters. So to me, that was a little disappointing. I would have liked to have seen them fight back. But once they got down 2, remember, going to 6 and then 7 and then 9 and 11 and then 13 and then 15. It just kept going up. That's where that's where you know if a team's fighting hard or not. Take the first time they have the lead, and what happens? Well, the Rockets just extended the lead from 2 all the way to 15. And the Suns just never really fought back. And so to me, that was somewhat disappointing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to the point where the words you used in the email was soft. I especially didn't like the beginning of the fourth quarter for the Suns. I mean, that 8-0 run was the biggest kind of screw you from Houston to Phoenix, and the Suns had no response to it at all, right? Like, just open lanes, dunk, offensive rebound, dunk, right? Like, it was very much a out physicaled kind of display of basketball, and it was really, in some ways, it was the most disappointing thing about last night's game, because here's what's going to happen. They're going to have this play-in tournament next week, and the Suns are going to play on Tuesday, and hopefully they win and they lock in their spot. If they lose, they'll have another chance to win a game on either Thursday or Friday. Hopefully they win there and they lock in a spot. Then we're going to get to playoff basketball, and no matter who it is you play, it's going to get more physical. That's the nature of playoff basketball. That's how it goes. And I hope they're up for it. I hope they're ready for it, because they didn't look ready for it last night. They did initially, but I think once that initial surge was over and Houston just kind of stayed calm through the chaos, they didn't really lose their mind when Dylan Brooks was doing his thing. I think once that game turned into a physical match, it was no match for the Phoenix Suns. They're just, they're not that physical of a team anymore. I feel like they used to be early in the season. I don't feel like they are anymore.
Well, that's why everybody was really pushing for them to go get a power forward at the trade deadline and in the buyout market. It was like, get a power forward. Like, they don't have a power forward. Go get yourself a Charles Oakley type. Go get yourself a Dennis Rodman. Go get an AC. Go get a power forward. Somebody that can physically, because a power forward's not going to be 6'5", right? You're going to get a guy that's 6'10" and got some bulk and a power forward would have absolutely helped Houston not dominate the boards the way that they did in that game and not get as many second chance points if you had a decent one. But there weren't a lot of great power forwards out there, and they ended up getting Highsmith, instead, and he's hurt right now. And I think he could have helped a little bit yesterday, but I mean not that much because they just, you look at Capella, you look at Şengün, you look at Amen Thompson, like they're big and they're physical and they're strong. So like the Suns were lacking that. Look, you mentioned something in the break, and we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But at some point in the next couple of weeks, we're going to sit back and say, what's next? Okay, you had a good season. You surprised. You exceeded expectations. You got to the play-in. Whatever happens, happens. Mm-hmm. How do you make sure that you're not a play-in team for the next 3 years? Because some of those Miami Heat have been in a play-in like every year. They're in the freaking play-in.
Golden State Warriors the last 5 years. It feels like they're nothing but the play-in.
I think Miami's 4 or 5. You don't want to be that team that is always in the play-in for 4 straight years. You got to find a way out of that and into the top 6.
I hate to admit that my brain's already gone there, but in some ways my brain is.
It did. I know it did, and that's why I brought it up.
If only because I think we all understand the limitations of the Suns basketball team, and as great as this season has been, and I know this sounds like I'm already turning my back on how great the season has been. I'm not. I believe both things can be true. I think I can sit here and acknowledge how great this season has been, and at the same time say, as good as it's been, we can see the limitations. We understand the roster needs to be reconfigured in the offseason. And I know they're limited in how they can do it, but the roster needs to be reconfigured. They've just got too many 6'5" guys and not enough wing players that they can trust. And they've got to bring a little more balance to the roster. I think the other thing too, and I really do believe this, I think they're just running out of gas, Gambo. I think they've gotten to the end of this long season and they had to play their butts off in those first 50 games to set that tone and set that style. And I really do worry that they are just empty, that they have just spent it all and they got nothing left right now energy-wise. And that game kind of feels like a microcosm of the season. Like, just what a start. Oh, my God, can you believe this? Yeah. This is so great. And then it just fell right off the table.
Last year, one of the things that really irked me about that team was, when the inability to respond. When they would get down, it would turn into a big loss. And I saw that last night. And again, maybe it'd just be a matchup thing. That's a really tough team to play. That doesn't mean the Suns can't, win a couple more games, get the top seed, beat the Clippers in the first round or Portland, whoever it is, and move on. There's no reason that they can't do that. That is still in their possibility. They could still do that. But obviously, we're going to the end of the season, we're going to get to the point, and that's why they got Highsmith. At some point, you're going to have to trade Allen or Royce or somebody else.
Yeah. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards. One lucky winner will take home the grand prize of a $500 Sonic gift card. Text the word Smasher to 620-620 to enter. When we come back, we'll talk D-backs baseball with D-backs broadcaster Steve Zinsmeister. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks got back in the win column today, and the offense was cooking. Corbin Carroll led the charge with 2 doubles and a triple as the Snakes beat the Mets 7-2 in New York. Series finale is tomorrow evening. First pitch will be at 4:10. Phoenix Suns play their final home game tonight in the regular season. They host the Dallas Mavericks down at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mark Williams will not play tonight. Second night of a back-to-back. He's listed as out with left foot injury management. Name we're keeping an eye on right now is Grayson Allen. He is questionable, listed with a right quadriceps contusion. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. At Arizona State Basketball Center, Masamba Diop has reportedly entered the transfer portal. Per those same reports, Diop enters with a no-contact tag as well. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Baseball fans, meet Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez on April 16th at 5 p.m. at Casino Arizona. Just bring your Diamondbacks Salt River Rewards card and snag a photo with Gonza.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
When do you think Gambo will understand that this is the song that we've got attached to this segment? No? It isn't?
Chewing on a piece of grass. Walking down the road.
Man.
Gator lizards in the air. One of my favorite songs.
I know. It makes you very happy.
It does. It makes me very happy.
Makes me very happy. Which means
I've only seen this band in concert like 15 times.
So what it means is every time we have a D-backs broadcaster on, which happens the second game of every road trip, it will automatically always put you in a good mood because we're going to hear this song.
Yes.
We're going to hear Ventura Highway.
I love Ventura Highway.
It's going to make you happy. So,
What
Steve.
number one. I think it was number one. I'm going to look it up, but I think Ventura Highway was number one in the country.
Steve Zinsmeister, Diamondbacks broadcaster, who just wrapped up the post-game show, is our guest on this D-backs broadcaster segment. Gambo's very happy to see you because he got to hear Ventura Highway.
Well, it's very Pavlovian of you. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Do I get overtime for this? Have we checked into that? Okay.
I
don't know how that works.
Do you still work here?
I would much rather be here with you guys.
Are we paying you?
I have no idea.
I don't think we are.
I don't know if I work here. I have
think,
no idea.
I could message Kendrick and say that you want overtime.
Well,
We'll see if you
I
still
don't
have a
think this
job
is on
tomorrow.
him. I really don't think this one's
who
on him.
signed your checks?
I'll have to go and look at one of the checks.
Is it Ken Kendrick that signed your
Do
checks?
they even do checks anymore? I don't know how that works.
Direct deposit. Who's responsible?
I'll tell you
We
what.
got a guy here that wants overtime.
I would much rather be here than in the booth in New York right now, where it's
freezing your butt off.
I've been keeping my studio at 40 degrees in solidarity, but yeah, this is much better.
Watching Jody Jackson interview Corbin Carroll post-game, I'm like, man, she looks cold.
Yeah.
He looks like it's really cold there. Steve Zinsmeister is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and obviously everybody's in a good mood because the Arizona Diamondbacks, for one of the few times all year this year, just kind of cruised, right? Like just
stress-free for the most part.
Relatively stress-free. There was a moment or two, but thanks to Jorge Barrosa's double to give him those 2 extra runs, and that's where I want to start because Gambo made the point earlier, and he's not wrong. Just those 2 extra runs, right? To go from a 5-2 game to a 7-2 game, and the extra level of okay, we can breathe now. It's huge when you get those late inning runs like that. To just give you some room.
Think about it this way, too. If not for those 2 runs, then Taylor Clark would have been coming in the 9th in a save situation.
I mean,
and everybody's gripping.
And it's just a different feel to it. But yeah, no, I mean, they have had times this season where they did the majority of their scoring early and then kind of disappeared for 5-6 innings at a time. And I was worried that this was going to be another one of those games.
Yeah, you would be shocked at how many runs I'll try to do the math for later. Shocked at how many runs from the 5th inning on they've scored this year.
Yeah, it's not as much as you would think.
Yeah, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. They've scored very few runs in those innings this year.
And then not to skip to the other part of the game, but I mean the 4-run second inning, that's only their second inning this season that they've scored 4 or more runs in. There was a 6-run inning and a comeback in their homestand, but they really haven't had those big innings. But today they were able to build 2 of them, and fortunately it was the bottom of the order that was really setting things up for some of the guys at the top.
And that has been, and it goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway, the bottom of the order has really been a concern so far to start this year. That there has just not been a lot of production once you get. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of production at the top either. It's been a struggle for Cattell and Geraldo so far to start the year too. But once you get to 5th in the batting, it's been tough sledding so far this year.
Yeah, and they've got some new things working for them. Ildemaro Vargas has been a spark plug for this team, no matter where he's playing in the field necessarily. He had an ugly
He's going to be on this team 15 years from now.
He might be.
Hazen loves him.
But you know what? He'll
Just
be a free
loves him.
agent every offseason. He'll just keep coming back.
For some reason, they love Vargas. They just love the guy.
He's got positional flexibility. They can put him pretty much anywhere they want. He's been playing an admirable first base in place of Carlos Santana and Pavin Smith while they're out. He's been a spark plug. He's now 10 for 20 to start the year at the plate as well. So
they should just give him the same contract that the Pirates kid just got, the 19-year-old. Lock him up.
Ildemaro
Connor
Vargas,
Griffin?
$140 million.
9 years, 140, I think it was.
Ildemaro Vargas has been on the Diamondbacks in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 25, and 26.
In 4 or 5 different stints too. Like there were some other teams in the mix there.
Yeah, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Washington, but they always he's always welcome back here.
They always come back to him.
They love the guy.
From your perspective, what was different about Ryan today compared to the first 2 starts?
He was in the strike zone. I mean, it felt like he took a little bit of the velocity off the fastball today, which was still a really good pitch. Don't get me wrong. It's one of the best in baseball. But he was noticeably in the strike zone more. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think it was 86 pitches, 64 for strikes. It was almost 3/4 of his pitches were in the zone or swung and missed at. And so, he walked 6 guys in those first 2 outings combined. He didn't walk any today. He also didn't give up any home runs today. Before today, he had 5 hits given up. They were all for extra bases, including 4 home runs. So he did the 2 things necessary to get back on the right track today. And this was easily his best start of the season so far.
Yeah, I thought Thompson coming in and getting that out was big, too, to get him out of any further trouble right there. I think we talk about the bullpen all the time. I think the bullpen has been a pleasant surprise. You got a couple of blown saves there, but overall, I think the bullpen has been really good. Now, if you take out the McCann outing and you take out the Taylor Clark outing against the Dodgers, right? If you take those 2 out, you're looking at
or the Joe Ross outing.
The Joe Ross outing.
The Joe Ross and the James McCann outing, and I think you're talking about an ERA around 3.5 out of the bullpen. So
it's a good bullpen.
I pulled Paul Sewald off the mound on Saturday night after he got that save over the Braves, and he had blown the game in the 9th, or I think it was the 9th, the night before.
The 2 home runs.
Yeah, he had given up the 2 home runs, so I thought this was a good opportunity to talk with him about being able to bounce back and where this bullpen is at. And he made a good point. He's like, and it's basically what you just laid out for us, Gambo, is that this bullpen has not been bad when you kind of look under the hood. The numbers are very inflated by a couple of different things, and he feels that they've mostly performed well. I think even Jonathan Loaizaga, he blew 2 saves in 2 games, but at the same time, he's been fairly reliable, and they're throwing more and more on his plate as well.
I mean, the 4 blown saves on the season, I went, just to remind myself of it today, I went back and looked at them. 2 were in the same game. They were both a win, and not that justifies it and makes it okay. I mean, they're still among the league leaders in blown saves this season. I don't know. Does it feel different because it is different, or does it feel different because I want it to feel different? I think it is. I'm with Gambo on this one. I think it's different so far, where it just feels like they've got more options this year than they have in the past, which means to me, if Loaizaga, let's say he continues to blow saves and it becomes an intolerable kind of situation where you have to unleverage him a little bit, I feel like they've got the options to be able to do that now, whereas I don't know if they really had that last year with all the injuries.
And I'm curious, too. I mean, we've only got, a little less than 2 weeks of baseball under us. But, Andrew Hoffman has looked really good.
I like him.
Despite a run that he gave up today, but technically that should have been an error. Let's just be honest.
2 innings today. I like him.
He's done pretty well. I think he might have the best changeup on the team other than, Merrill Kelly once he comes back. I think that there are some real bright spots. Taylor Clark has rebounded well ever since that blow-up in L.A., so I'm interested to see how those roles actually change over the next week or 2 as Torrey starts to figure out what is this puzzle that is my bullpen.
And then Merrill Kelly's going to come back, and then we've got to see what's going to. Right now, my gut feeling says Brandon Pfaadt to the minors.
He's the only guy with options.
That's the guy I would send.
He's the only guy with options. I mean, you can run through the names.
Options, right?
I would think so, but I mean, I can't see them moving him around again.
Up until today, we were a little concerned with his pitching, but
But over the last 2 years, he's kind of been your best pitcher.
I thought he was last year for sure. I love Nelson, but I think Pfaadt's the guy right now that would go at this point because Soroka's pitched so well that I think it would be Pfaadt.
I do like how they bought themselves one more trip through the rotation just to, hey, we're going to – and I'm not suggesting anything nefarious here or anything, but let's give Merrill one more start to build up that arm strength. But I think it also buys them one more look at Soroka and one more look at Pfaadt, just so they can have as much data as they possibly can before they make a decision like that.
Yeah, and I saw your guys' poll earlier. Who have you been more surprised by, Soroka or Erod? And either one is a fair answer. I'm guessing it's probably pulling Erod just based on the way the first 2 years went.
60-40, yeah.
I would have picked Soroka, and only because with Erod, there's been signs for a while now that he's been turning a corner. He made 11 starts after the trade deadline last year. The Diamondbacks won 9 of those games. So, there was stuff behind the scenes, if you look a little deeper, that was suggesting that he was starting to figure things out. Then he goes to the World Baseball Classic and shuts down Team USA, representing his country. And I don't know what that did to spark something in him motivationally, but clearly it did something. And then he came out of the gates firing against 2 really, really good teams in the Dodgers. And I guess that would have been the Braves, right? Yeah, the Braves. If not for him, by the way, he was the game after the 17-2 blowout in game 1 of that series. Erod stopped the bleeding in game 2. I know they didn't win the game, but we owe it to him for that.
Always enjoy our baseball conversations.
All right, Steve.
Steve Zinsmeister does
Thanks for having me, guys.
Sister Golden Hair and Horse with No Name were #1 hits. Ventura Highway was number 3.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go.
It's a great song. Steve.
Pavlovian.
Every time brings a smile to his face every single time. Thanks, Steve. We appreciate it. Steve Zinsmeister, Diamondbacks broadcaster, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back here on Arizona Sports, he who was met with nothing but booze left the Suns fans groaning after last night. And then you should have heard what he said after the game. You will next on Burns and Gambo.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Dylan Brooks had written this story. And you get to the end, and you get to the line about the monster still under the bed.
Yeah.
Who wants to play us?
And again, the idea about the Suns being the monster under the bed, I love that analogy. The team that makes you stare at your shoes. I love that verbiage. They're not that team anymore.
Problem with a monster under your bed? It's imaginary.
I don't know. The one under my bed seemed really real when I was a kid.
I had one under my bed and in my closet. I was more of a closet guy.
Yeah.
My wife says there's a monster in her bed.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Steve Zinsmeister, when he was in with us just a second ago, actually referenced today's poll question. So here is Lauren to give us an update on a question we actually had on yesterday's show that Lauren put in her back pocket and threw out there for today's poll question. What do we got?
Sorry, I'm sitting a little bit too high for our cameras. Just looked over at the feed and went, gotta lower yourself
gotta lower
a little
the
bit.
chair. They're the cameras. We're getting used to them.
Yes. All right, poll question for today. Whose starts so far this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks have been more surprising? Is it Michael Soroka or Erod?
I still think it's Soroka.
I went with Erod because I watched him pitch last year and he wasn't any good. This year he looks great.
He had an ERA of 4 the last 2 months of the season. To Steve's point about him kind of turning a little bit of a corner, I was hoping that was a thing. So Soroka, I didn't know a thing about him at all. So to me, it's been a pleasant surprise to see a pitcher for $7.5 million pitch like this. You know, I wasn't expecting much.
He's been great.
He has been great. And this poll question has gotten closer since the last time that we checked in on it. Now, 55% are going with Erod in this one.
Okay. If we had a poll question on would you rather have $140 million or gain back years in your life to be 19, what do you think it would be?
140 million.
I think it would be...
It has to be over 50 to answer the question. You
Uh,
can't go to a 29-year-old.
I'm disqualified from the poll question.
Okay, look, I'm 50. I'm 59. Right? I gained 40 years of my life back.
So you can be Connor Griffin, but you can only either be 19 or you can get $140 million. I think
you could get your youth back. You could be 19 again right now.
I think 70 to 80% of our audience would vote for the money.
Okay.
I know that Walt, who I was chit-chatting with down the line, down at Sun, said he would take the 140.
He would take
He
the
would take
money.
the 140
Yeah,
million?
He would take the money.
I know Burnsy's a big believer in money buys happiness. So that's why, you know.
I think I've heard that sentence out of your mouth.
Line. That's your philosophy.
Well, it's true. It does buy happiness.
Well, I mean, I don't.
But man, it's something about gaining. You get you can't buy your youth back, right? You can't buy time. You can't buy time. $140 million is great, but if you're older,
I have no interest in being 19 again. None. Absolutely none.
Okay.
No interest.
I don't even have interest in being 19
Especially in this world.
Yeah, that's a good point on this world.
I don't have this crazy messed up social media, everything's chipping away at your self-esteem world.
I had to pay for my kid and all his friends to go play pickleball the other day because you have to get out of the house. You have to get out of my house. I don't want you in the house. Get out.
Go away.
What do you want? Because all they do is sit around and play video games all day, Friday and Saturday nights. We were never home on Friday. We weren't allowed home. I'm like, I will pay for you and all your friends to go play pickleball. I rented a place for 2 hours, cost me $140 or whatever it was. I said, get out of my house. I don't want you in the house.
I think you're just making more of an argument for the money now.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
get out.
Exactly.
I need some alone time with Mom. Get out.
You know the answer is money. You know the answer is the money and not being 19. You're
I liked being 19.
You're being stubborn and you're sticking to this, but you know the answer is $140 million.
It's a fair question.
You know it. All right. Kevin Durant, after last night's beatdown by the Rockets, quote, "It just shows our resiliency, the type of team we've been all season. Tuesday was one of my favorite wins of the year." Close quote.
Yeah, it should have been. I mean, it should have been. Their ability to withstand a 24-0 run, be down by 21, the blitzkrieg that the Suns threw at them, to stay calm, battle back, to get it to 3 at the second half, to take the lead in the third quarter, and then put them away in the fourth quarter. I mean, I could understand why it was one of his favorite wins. It also was an important win because it ties them with the Lakers for home court advantage with the 4th seed. So it wasn't like, it was my favorite win because we beat the Suns and the fans were booing me the whole time, and so I'm happy. No, because it was a big win in their goal to get home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I was reading another story on The Athletic today, the same one that had the quote from KD in which he called it one of his favorite wins, in which they pointed out the level of physicality that the Rockets attained last night was very playoff basketball-like.
Oh, yeah.
And so they should be very happy with that win. They called it, they said it was a really an Ime Udoka kind of win. Like, that's the kind of physicality he wants to impose. He wants his team to impose. He wants the other team to feel him. The Suns felt the Rockets last night. And that's, given that the playoffs are a week away, for them, for him, and I think this is why Kevin Durant answered the question the way he did, that's exactly the kind of tone you want to set going into the playoffs, because that is playoff basketball, brother, right? That is that physicality. So, yeah, now I'm sure Kevin Durant is also happy that it came in Phoenix and came that they were booing him every time he touched the ball.
Yep.
And certainly, even though he's going to downplay it, I'm sure some of it was Dylan Brooks tried to Dylan Brooks me, and I'm like, yeah, dude, not today. We're whatever.
Yeah.
Like what? You're a gnat. You're bothering me, kid. Go away. You go away, kid. You're bothering me. Like, whatever. I'm Kevin Durant. You're not. Leave me alone. I'm sure all of that stuff made for a really satisfying day.
He got off
Kevin
to a
Durant.
terrible start.
He did.
He couldn't make a shot in the first quarter. It's like 1 for 6 in the first quarter. He wasn't playing very well, but that's Durant. He's going to stick to it. He's going to get his shots. Look, he fits in really well on that team. They're not asking him to do too much. He just gets to be himself. He doesn't have to lead. He doesn't have to play defense. There were no defensive plays that he made in that game that stood out. It was everybody else making defensive plays.
Yeah.
So he's able to just be himself and fit in.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the Diamondbacks in action. Text the word SEATS to 620-620. Enter for your shot to win an unforgettable night at the ballpark. Now that the Suns cannot climb higher than 7, do we need to worry about them dropping lower than 7? We'll know a lot more tonight, and we'll tell you about it next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. TurboTax, free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form, 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family-owned, Arizona-built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks got back in the win column today, and the offense was cooking. Corbin Carroll led the charge with 2 doubles and a triple as the Snakes beat the Mets 7-2 in New York. Series finale is tomorrow evening. First pitch will be at 4:10. Phoenix Suns play their final home game tonight in the regular season. Some postseason basketball is on the doorstep, but first they got to get through the final 3 games. Dallas Mavericks are the opponent tonight. We will not see big man Mark Williams. He's not playing tonight. Listed as left foot injury management. As we know, Williams dealt with a left foot injury for a majority of the second half of the season. Name we're keeping an eye on right now is Grayson Allen. He's listed as questionable with a right quadriceps contusion. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State men's basketball center Masamba Diop has reportedly entered the transfer portal. Per those same reports, Diop enters with a no contact tag as well. And that is what's trending now.
Suns host the Mavs tonight. Pre-game at 6, game time at 7 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, we've kind of taken those back-to-backs this part of the season as a way to make sure we get to the finish line at the end of the season. So it's the same thing. We do reassess them in the morning, and then we'll attack that tomorrow night after we see those guys, how they bounce back. That is a physical game. It's a physical game. Some of our minutes are pretty high, so we have to see what it looks like in the morning.
I was Jordan Ott last night after the loss to the Rockets as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. What's wrong? You look troubled.
I just sent Lauren a message. Like, that's usually the no reply at all, 5 o'clock.
Oh, God, yeah.
She's too busy.
Yeah.
Taking all the goodies that Mitch brought in today and didn't ask us about, so she's probably just enjoying all the stuff that Mitch brought
Gambo really is doing a callback to the first hour of the show when he made a reference to a Genesis song.
Mm-hmm. Because the Suns had no reply.
I forgot all about that.
That's okay.
And then at the same time, Mitch brought Better Buzz in.
All this stuff.
And
thanks for asking.
And Gambo was a little butthurt that you didn't bring him something.
Yeah, I didn't ask. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It doesn't sound like you're sorry at all.
Next time I get you a brownie from Sprouts.
That doesn't sound like.
I was just playing this in the hallway.
When it seems like we're not listening, Gambo, we're listening. I promise.
This is one of my favorite songs ever. Top 5 song in my top 5 song.
So wait, you said you sent Lauren. Did you text Lauren?
Usually at 5 o'clock, she'll play a song that we referred to in the show.
Oh,
at 5.
I know. I've
yes. I didn't. This song is "Something About You" by Boston,
which is not the song you were calling.
It's one of my
for.
favorite songs ever. It's truly one of my top 5 favorite songs. But we were talking about because the Suns had no reply at all. After the Rockets got going, there was no reply at all.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the Boston song. I do love that song.
I've got the Boston song on easy Q over here.
Just
I do
ready to
not
go.
have the Genesis song on easy Q.
Yeah, no reply at all. No, I guess. But you two did have a moment earlier, though, when we found out that you are also a big fan of Genesis.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true. And out of all the songs he calls for, Rare, I also like the song, so disappointing that I
Hold on, I
forgotten.
found it, if you want it. Apparently, it was in the Jordan Bird archives.
There's no reply at all. There's no reply at all.
Is anybody listening?
I get the feeling you're trying to tell me. Is there something that I should know?
All right. As much as I enjoy taking the Burns and Gambo show and turning it into Gambo's personal iPhone here in his personal playlist, can we talk about the Suns and the Mavs?
I'd rather listen to the music than talk about Such a great song. I love music. All right.
You sure?
Yes.
You got it out of your system? You sure you're okay? You're good?
The Rockets replied to the Suns' big run.
I got that part. I got that. We all got that,
Suns
Gambo.
had no reply at all. There was no reply at all.
Like, of all the things that we got over the last 5 years, we got that part of it.
Yeah, just bear with me. I've had a tough week, man. I can't even talk.
We're good.
I lost my voice. I can barely speak.
We understand that part of it.
It's been a rough week. That's the first time I got 2 songs that I really like in the same segment. All right, go ahead.
Smile and wave, boys.
Lead the show.
I'll lead us into tonight's Suns-Mavs game because I've already lost my train of thought. Mark Williams isn't going to play tonight on the second night of a back-to-back. Grayson Allen is questionable on the second night of a back-to-back. We had wondered who was going to be available, and we had speculated yesterday. A lot would depend on kind of what was on the line today for the Phoenix Suns in terms of...
By the way, Mark Grace says he loves the group Boston.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mark Grace chiming in saying
thank you, Mark.
that he loves the group Boston.
And Mark,
he's listening right now.
Thank you for listening to the Burns and Gambo
Gracie.
show. We do appreciate it.
All right, go ahead. Give me what you got.
Are you sure?
I'm ready to move on now.
You sure?
I'm ready.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
This whole thing is a travesty and a sham and a mockery. It's a travesty mockery.
That's what it is.
You're damn right it is.
That's what it is.
If the Suns win tonight and the Clippers lose to Oklahoma City, the Suns
locked.
will clinch the 7th seed.
Okay.
It's over. It's done. 1 win by Phoenix and 1 loss by Clippers lock up the home court. Now,
Suns lose tonight and the Clippers win. We got trouble.
Yeah. I mean,
we got a little bit of trouble.
Then you got a little bit of trouble. Then it's down to a game. And then tiebreakers come in, and then
the Suns have the extra game because of the tournament.
The tournament, the NBA Cup tournament that gave the Suns an extra division game, which is what the next tiebreaker is between the Suns and the Clippers. If it comes to that, I mean, hopefully, look, if we're in here tomorrow and we're talking about the Suns losing to the Mavericks and the Clippers beating Oklahoma City, brother, we got bigger problems than whether the Suns are the 7th or the 8th seed. We got way bigger problems than whether the Suns are the 7th or the 8th seed. You've got to beat the Dallas Mavericks tonight. They're terrible.
They are terrible.
They're 10. I know they've got the
Cooper
the Flag, who might be the Rookie of the Year, second Rookie of the Year, to Knipple, but
I would give it to him over Knipple.
But
Cooper Flag's been unbelievable.
I mean, if this doomsday scenario we're talking about actually comes to pass, where you've lost tonight and they've won, we're already at the point, Gamble, where we're a little nervous about the Suns' ability to even get out of the play-in next week with
because
these two games.
In this terrible stretch in which they've gone 13-17, they haven't had a signature marquee win. They've played close in some games. The Boston game was close, the Spurs game. But they haven't had a signature win. They haven't had that win that gives you – last night would have been an incredible win. You would have been able to say, okay, the Suns are back. Look what they just did to the Rockets. Okay, the Suns, and I thought in the first quarter when they were kicking the Rockets' ass, and KD couldn't make a shot, that they were on their way. But, the Rockets imposed their will on the Suns, and the Suns wilted in the final three quarters, especially, late in the fourth quarter. There was no fight in that fourth quarter, and the Rockets pulled away. But I don't think a win over Dallas does anything to build your confidence for the play-in tournament.
No. It's just what a loss to Dallas does.
Yeah, a loss could do damage. A win is just you're supposed to beat Dallas. They're terrible.
Exactly. A win. All a win does for you is basically guarantee you're going to be 7. It doesn't inspire confidence. It doesn't make you feel good about it. A win against Dallas is like every win you've had from this team in the last 2 months. Okay, yeah, glad that you won, but have you beaten anybody impressive? And that's what would have made last night so special. I differ with you a little bit. Even when the Suns were up by 21,
yeah,
I never thought they were going to win that basketball game last night.
When they were up by 21,
they
had a 24-0 run.
To me, it was a matter of time until they. That's my state though with the Suns. That's where I am right now with this basketball team. I am fully.
I thought they were going to bludgeon them.
No.
They were playing so well.
I knew they were going to lose that game. I'm like,
wow.
This is only a matter of time until they find a way. All Houston has to do is cut it to 10, and once they cut it to 10, it's anybody's basketball game. That's all that it took.
And the second quarter, they cut it to I think Royce had to hit a shot. Let me look at it. I actually took notes on every freaking play. It was 57-54 at the end of the second quarter. So the whole lead was gone. It was just gone. They went on a 10-0 run in that second quarter.
I never thought they were going to win that game last night.
That's when,
even when they were up 21.
Yeah, wow.
I just didn't. I
thought this might. I guess I was just hopeful that this was the game that signified that they're back. They're playing the type of brand of basketball that we expect them to play.
The Mavericks have lost 9 of their last 11 games coming into this one. Cooper Flagg. He's on a bender.
He's playing unbelievable.
He had 25 last night against the Clippers, but before that, he had 45 against the Lakers, 51 against the Orlando Magic.
Somebody today compared him to Larry Bird.
I heard that too. Who was it?
I don't remember. Must have been on one of our shows.
I think it was Wolf.
Must have been Bill Simmons.
Was it
Bill Simmons?
No.
Somebody compared him to Larry Bird.
It was Wolf. It was actually Wolf who compared him to Larry Bird. Not saying he's going to have the same career, but just that he's got a similar skill set. So hopefully, because a loss tonight, I think a lot of Suns fans are already a little panicky about this team and their ability to
get out of the play-in.
And a loss tonight, I think you're really panicky about.
Two chances to win one game. I still like their chances, but I don't like the way they're playing. Like, I still like, you got 2 home. You'll find another gear. Once the playoff comes around, you'll find another gear. I just hope Ott is able to find the rotations that can help this team win because – they did play so well for 50 games, and there hasn't been any big changes to the roster.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, one of the names most frequently tied to the Arizona Cardinals in the mock drafts is going back for a medical recheck. We'll tell you the latest and what we know about that coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rockets win it tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, 119-105 the final score. Houston has won 7 straight games and gets to 50 wins on the season. The Suns have now lost 8 straight in the series with the Rockets and fall to 43-36 on the season.
More of our reaction to last night's L and KD's return to Phoenix. And playoff scenario talk is on the way on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It is time for the AC Summer Inspection Tune-Up from Christian Brothers. Yes, imperative to get it done. It prolongs the life of your AC unit. It makes sure that your unit is working properly and efficiently. If you see high bills in the summertime, your unit may not be working efficiently. It may need a tune-up, and you get a great one for $50 with Christian Brothers. What they're going to do for $50 is they're going to go through every major component. That's right. They're going to look at every major component, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear. You're going to know exactly how your system is performing. Make sure that everything is in factory specifications. They're going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, all the stuff that actually keeps your home cool during the Phoenix summer. Every tune-up includes a full health report on your system so you know what shape it's in. Because, listen, as your units get older, they need more care. As you know, they need, if you got a unit that's 7, 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old, they need some TLC, some love. So give Christian Brothers a call. For $50, let's get them over at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey, it's Wolf. Who should the Arizona Cardinals select with the third pick in the NFL Draft? We'll ask ESPN NFL Draft expert Mel Kiper Jr. tomorrow at 11:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'll be curious to hear what Mel Kiper Jr. has to say tomorrow with the Wolf and Luke show on what the Cardinals should do. The number 3 pick in the draft. The draft is 2 weeks from tomorrow.
He was going to say trade it for Shedeur Sanders.
God, I hope not.
Like you guys don't know, Cleveland's got something special over there at Shedeur Sanders.
I hope that's not.
He's
what
going to be great. People don't know it yet.
Say that. The big news of the day today, when it comes to the draft, as it relates to the Arizona Cardinals, is this, and this came from Ian Rappaport, kind of at the beginning of our show. Miami Hurricanes offensive tackle Francis Mauigoa, potentially, and I'm reading word for word from his tweet here, potentially the top tackle in the draft, has decided to be at the combine rechecks on Friday for additional imaging on a minor back issue that caused him some discomfort late in the season, sources say. The combine recheck, so they have the combine in February, and then they asked certain guys who maybe had some red flags that popped up a little bit medically in February to come back for rechecks, hence combine rechecks. So Francis Mauigoa has decided to go back to Indy for these combine rechecks just to be sure. I'll read more from the tweet. Mauigoa started 42 straight games in college, including all 16 this season, and upon full professional consultation is not considered a candidate for immediate surgery. He did perform fully at his pro day and currently is symptom-free, but some teams have asked for additional testing on a disc issue, and with nothing to hide, Mauigoa heads to Indy.
I mean, might as well. I mean, clear that medical. It's only going to help you. The question I would have, if there is a question on his medical, could the Cardinals and Monty Ossenfort afford to take a guy that might have a question mark on a medical? Because Will Johnson was a questionable medical guy. We've seen injuries with Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson. And so
Garrett Williams was a questionable injury guy when they took him. Yeah.
So they've had some guys that they've drafted that have been questionable because of the injury thing. Even Michael Wilson.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Was a big-time questionable injury guy coming out of Stanford.
That's a good pull by you. That's big time. He was a questionable
right. Can
guy.
You afford to do that? If you were, if you love Mauigoa, say you're gonna, I don't think you're gonna take him at 3, but say you traded down a few spots and are you comfortable taking a guy that has a little bit of a question mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been comfortable in the past. I don't know if that means they'd be comfortable in doing it again. I think Monty has shown a willingness, whether it's injuries or even just otherwise. I mean, there were questions about Walter Nolan and his love of the game a year ago. It seems kind of silly now, but there were questions about that. I think Monty Ossenfort has shown a willingness to forego those questions, to set them aside and draft the player anyway, whether it was Michael Wilson, whether it was Garrett Williams, whether it was Will Johnson, whether it was Walter Nolan and his perceived love of the game. So
second round's different, though, right? Will Johnson's like, I got a first-round grade of this guy, top 15. I got to take him.
Yeah, it is a little different. And you want something that's a little bit more of a sure thing. I get the impression Monty is a little bit of a risk taker when it comes to stuff like that. And I don't know if he's going to change his stripes all of a sudden just because it's a first rounder and it's Francis Mauigoa. But maybe he feels like this is the year I can't afford to do that. This is the year I can't afford to take a chance on an injured guy. And I can't take...
Has it burned him? I mean, Walter Nolan and Robinson and Williams and... I mean, he didn't draft B.J. Ojulari, right? That was somebody, that was the last regime, I believe.
No, he drafted B.J. Ojulari.
Did he draft B.J.?
Yeah,
was that his first year?
That was the second round, the same draft as Paris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right.
He drafted B.J. Ojulari.
You're right. Okay, it was off by a year.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, B.J. Ojulari can't get on the field.
So he might feel like he can't take that chance.
He might. That's what I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question is, this kid's got to go back and get rechecked again for back injury. Played all the games, no issues. The other question with him is guard or tackle. Many people think he's a guard. They need a tackle. They could use a guard too, but they more need a tackle. But with all of the guys that have been injured that they've drafted, I wonder if you can afford to take a guy that might have a little bit of a red. It's not a big red flag. It's not a big one, but it's just a little one.
On top of all the players that just got injured in general last year. Do you really want to keep going back to that? Well, I don't know. It's
something to think about.
Or at some point, and this is what happened with Will Johnson. Again, a little bit different because it's a second rounder. At some point, the value just screams, you got to take this dude, right?
Where's that value at?
I don't know. I mean, that's it depends on how
12?
far Francis Mauigoa falls.
12.
If he's there at 12. Like, let's say you're the Cardinals and you've made a deal with the Dallas Cowboys, which some people are rumoring might be in the works.
12 and 20.
And you drop down to 12 and 20. If you're sitting there at 12 and Francis Mauigoa is there, and some people had him as the best tackle in the draft, at that point you might go, man, I can't say no to him there.
Right.
It's like I can't say no to Will Johnson in the second round. I got to take him.
I agree.
I got to take him.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't know.
Hopefully he just goes into medical's fine. He's going there to prove that his back is okay and he doesn't need surgery.
Yeah, there are some teams that even the whiff of, especially a back, will scare them off. And we'll just say, yep, nope. Too rich for our blood. We'll pass. Take him off.
In the first round, too rich for my blood.
Yeah. Take him off the board. I'm not taking a player with back issues in the first round of the draft. I'm not doing it. Some teams are a little more risk tolerant. Some teams are a little more risk averse.
And when the Cardinals took Robert Nkemdiche?
Yeah.
Like there were red flags everywhere.
Even just Will Johnson falling last year.
Fell to the second. Yeah, but that value, it's because you don't pay the same amount of money. It's a lot less. So first round, my voice is really cracking right now. I feel like I sound like Peter Brady.
You're amped up about this, Gambo.
I know. It's just my voice is.
It's because you've been singing during the commercial break.
That's what it could be.
You've been in here singing Ventura Highway for an audience of two, you and me.
What was the Peter Brady song?
I don't remember the Peter Brady song.
Okay.
I really don't remember. As far as the Dallas thing goes, there was another mock draft today on CBS Sports. And there were comments, by the way, from Jerry Jones. He wasn't asked specifically about the Cardinals. He would never answer that. But he was asked a question about trading in the draft. He goes, oh, yeah.
That seems
we
to be
would
the team.
absolutely think about it.
Because they got 2 firsts and they want to move up and they want to get an edge rusher.
The mock had them trading up to get David Bailey at number 3, and the Cardinals would get 12 and 20 out of the deal.
I just don't want that. I just so don't want that. If that happens on draft, I'm just going to shake my head.
We have our draft show our 2 Thursdays, 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Right. You've already done the Gambo 5, you told me. Yeah.
I have.
I don't even have to do it now. Burnsy's like, I got the Gambo 5.
I'm not even your source on this one. I'm telling you right now, the Gambo 5 is Jeremiah Love, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Francis Mauanoa, and Reuben Bain Jr.
That's your Gambo 5.
That's the Gambo 5. It's going to be one of those 5 guys. If they stick and pick at 3, it's going to be one of those 5 guys.
First of all, the Gambo 5 is undefeated. It's never been wrong. Suns, Cardinals, ASU, it's never been wrong. And I did it when they had the Marvin Harrison Jr. pick. I gave you 5 guys, even though you knew it was going to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's worth it to do one this year at picking at 3. It's challenging when they're picking at 12, when you've got to try to guess Walter Nolan.
Who's going to be there? That's the biggest thing, yeah.
Yeah, when you're picking later in the draft, that's not easy to do. But 3 seems easy, so I don't think we'll do it, but we'll see.
I think this year, if you stick and pick at 3, it's
you just got it right there.
It's pretty easy, right? It almost feels like you could almost do a Gambo 4. No, I'm serious. I mean, it doesn't roll off the tongue the way Gambo 5 does, but Bailey, Reese, Love, Mauanoa.
Bailey, Reese. You got Reuben Bain Jr. out.
It just feels like it's going to be one of those 4 guys. But we call it the Gambo 5. We've branded it as the Gambo 5.
Yeah.
The folks in R&D love Gambo 5, and they test very well with the preview audiences. So we give you the Gambo 5. But
Grok loves it too.
Who does?
Grok.
Oh, does Grok's a fan of it?
Yes.
Boy, look at you and the AI.
I'm using a little AI.
Yeah, little AI? For somebody who claims to not like AI, you sure do refer to Grok an awful lot. You know that,
the Gambo 5 is successful, especially in the context of Arizona sports media, the NFL, NBA draft predictions. It has a strong track record over the years.
Okay.
Gambo and the show of highlighted cases.
Do you think Gambo uses the most AI out of anybody on this show?
Of course, because he's looking himself up. Of course.
I feel like that fights everything.
Who else searches themselves more than Gambo?
It's become a mainstay of draft season coverage in the Valley.
Well, given he's reading about himself, as you say, who Googles Gambo more than himself, answer right there.
I mean, you claim to hate AI. You love AI.
I just know how to use Grok.
It's AI. That is AI.
I know.
You love it.
I know I'm learning how to use it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win.
Adopt or die.
Google me.
Yeah. Currently narrowing down the options for the Cardinals in multiple drafts.
Grok.
Fans and local media treat it as a fun, educated, insider-style prediction.
I'm going to retire, and it's going to be the Gambo and Grok show.
Oh.
How about that? I'll retire. It'll just be Gambo and Grok every day from 2 until 6 here in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. That would be something to listen to.
Grok would probably learn how to break on time.
Oh, look at you. If you talk the talk, yeah, I would, except you've spent the last 2 minutes talking about Grok. You've been grokking yourself for the last 2 minutes. If you talk the talk, you have to walk the walk. Dylan Brooks did a lot of talking last night. Where was the walking? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wonder if Jordan Ott's like, I could use a few more games to figure out these rotations now, but he doesn't have them. He's got 4 games.
Once again, too, I wonder about this, the whole Jalen Green thing. And can you imagine if you're the last 5 minutes of the play-in? Hey, everybody, you really need this game.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
Can you imagine if it's not? I'm just saying.
That
starts a possibility.
That starts to raise questions about the offseason.
I don't think it is. I'm going to stand here resolutely and say no. He's going to be out there on the floor. Isn't that right, George? He's going to be out there on the floor.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Baseball fans, Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is coming to Casino, Arizona on April 16th at 5 p.m. He's stopping by for a special meet and greet in celebration of National High Five Day. So come say hi, grab a photo, and celebrate a true D-backs icon. Be sure to bring your Diamondbacks Salt River Rewards card to join the meet and greet. Don't have one yet? No problem. You can sign up that day. Don't miss your chance to meet Luis Gonzalez at Casino, Arizona on April 16th.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks got back in the win column today, and the offense was cooking. Corbin Carroll led the charge with 2 doubles and a triple as the Snakes beat the Mets 7-2 in New York. Series finale is tomorrow evening. First pitch will be at 4:10. Phoenix Suns play their final home game of the regular season tonight. They'll look down at Mortgage Matchup Center, set to take on the Dallas Mavericks. We know 2 candidates for the Suns are out, that being Haywood Highsmith and Mark Williams. Williams, it is listed as left foot injury management. Still waiting on confirmation for Grayson Allen's status. Per the latest injury report, he is listed as questionable, as I furiously try to pull up my Suns list on X to see if there's any updates. Thank you, Dwayne Rankin with AZ Central. Grayson Allen will warm up. Sounds like a game-time decision based on head coach Jordan Ott speaking moments ago with the media. So we're still in a GTD when it comes to Allen. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? I'm starving, so I know what I gotta do. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Did the Suns conquer their ills in their last regular season home game against the Mavericks? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think he needed it more than I did, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't feel like he was a part of the game. He didn't take a shot at that point. He was like 0 for 4, 5, and that gets him going, you know? And I think that got him going. He made a couple shots after that, but I don't think about guys like Dillon Brooks when I'm out there playing. I mean, it's fun, it's cool to compete against guys that play hard, but I don't need him or anybody to give me extra motivation to play.
Quote, he don't get that type of credit with me. Maybe some other guys that may turn up because he talks to them, but he's not that important, especially with me, to get me going. Close quote. Kevin Durant, when talking about
not surprised.
Dillon Brooks. No, not really. I thought, I mean, honestly, the most egregious part of all of it, seriously, was Dillon Brooks pointing to the scoreboard.
Oh,
like,
right.
Come on, dude. What are we in junior high now? Look, scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard. We're beating you. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, stop it, Dillon. Stop it.
I think that.
Stop it.
Yeah, I think that Dillon. When they were winning, everything was great. You could say what you want and do what you want. And now that they're losing, and these antics are like this is what we talked about when I spoke with a lot of players and coaches about Dillon Brooks. When you're winning, everything's great, and when he's not good, because now you're like, okay, you called out the Timberwolves and said that you've got their number and they can't beat you, and then they beat you, right? You're in the Players Tribune. Nobody wants to play us, and then you get clobbered by the Rockets.
You had a 24-0 run and you lost by double digits.
Like some of these things that he's doing, like you're right now, Dillon Brooks is talking the talk but not walking the walk.
No doubt.
And I think that is really. Again, when the first 50 games, all of this stuff, you could do whatever you want because you guys are winning. And be like, what are you going to do? We're winning. We're 11 games over 500. We're one of the surprises. But you're 13-17 your last 30 games.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be a play-in team. And so all of this stuff, nobody wants to play us. And, this stuff, I think this stuff is starting to hurt him right now because he can't back it up. He's not playing well. The team's not playing well, and he can't back it up.
No, he can't. In no way in hell they want to see us, said Dillon Brooks. Honestly, answer me, who in their right mind wants to see the Phoenix Suns right now? The season ain't over. We're still lurking. The monster is still under the bed, bro. Now, as Doug Haller from The Athletic pointed out, he wrote a story today. He said, look, he could have written this piece for the Players Tribune 2 months ago. Who knows when he actually wrote it? But the fact that it was published yesterday, who in their right mind wants to see the Phoenix Suns right now? We're still lurking. The monster is under the bed, bro. It does. It gives the impression like he just said it.
Yeah.
And it does. I think I really do think you can have it both ways if you're a Suns fan. And there was some feedback on the YouTube chat about this one. Like, no one is saying Dillon Brooks isn't responsible for the culture turnaround here. No one is saying he isn't one of the key pieces as part of what happened in the first 50 games. Obviously he was, and obviously the Suns needed a dog like that to change the culture of the locker room. But I think the other thing can be true too, and I think you're absolutely right. Now, I don't know if Dillon knows how to not talk the talk. I just think that is his default mode. I think that's just who he is. but it's just so out of place in last night's game. Like don't do that. Don't go poking Kevin Durant. Don't go. Don't go acting like the game's over 2 minutes into the second quarter and you're pointing up at the scoreboard. But I just think Dylan, and in reading that Players Tribune piece, I think it's just very obvious that is the kind of person Dylan Brooks is. Like that's what he does
to motivate himself,
to push himself, and to push those around him, and to ask him to take that toothpaste and put it back in the tube. I don't think he can. I think this is who he's gonna be no matter what, and we probably need to get more used to it than he does. Like, even in moments like last night when they're getting drilled and he's talking smack, it's like we're probably the ones who have to adjust our thinking, not him, because he's not going to change.
Yeah, and KD puts him on skates.
Yeah,
on the one play. Okay.
Almost immediately after Dylan was pointing at the scoreboard.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he gives him a little move, and now Dylan's on his butt, and KD's got a little 15-foot midi.
Yeah, the bottom line is what I was told about Dylan Brooks was, like, he's really better on a good team. When he's on a good team, a lot of the foolishness, a lot of the antics that he does, that you overlook it. You don't think about it because the team's good and they're winning. He's not good on a bad team because that stuff gets highlighted, right? I mean, we're sitting here. We've done it twice today. The Suns are losing. They're struggling right now. They're not playing great. Now we're talking about Dylan Brooks, what he said about the Timberwolves, what he said in the Players Tribune, pointed at the scoreboard, all of these things. When you're not playing well, that stuff comes out because, like, okay, is that really necessary? Do you really need to do? Now, again, Dylan Brooks he's a culture changer, and he's done a lot of great things for the Phoenix Suns, but he's struggling too. He had a terrible game last night. Him and Jalen Green. Nobody in Houston's like, I want those guys back after last. They didn't play well. Those two guys did not play well.
No, and in fact, honestly, since Dylan has come back, he's struggled to recapture some of that Dylan Brooks magic. I think they've really struggled just trying to fit in Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Dylan Brooks and figure out how it's going to work. And there have been so many bad things that we've talked about with the Suns lately. And I think that's one of them is just those three guys. They have not had a chance pretty much all season to really figure it out. And now here they are. It's crunch time. They've got 3 games to go. And Jordan Ott and them have to figure out a way for them to coexist on the basketball floor in the way that makes the best sense for all of them. And they're struggling with it. It's very clear to see them struggling with it. In addition to everybody else struggling around them. We talked to Kellen Olson earlier. The bench was a mess last night. Just a mess.
Right. Nothing.
And Grayson Allen looks like he's hobbling again. Royce O'Neal, he's had his minutes cut. Colin Gillespie, he's not going through the best stretch right now. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that are just kind of simultaneously breaking with this basketball team. And I don't know if there's enough time for them to put it back together for them to make a significant difference in this playoffs.
Well, last night was the last chance, in my opinion, because I don't think you play anybody in the Oklahoma City game. Last night was the chance to have that statement win, that signature win. We're back. We're okay. We could beat the top teams. Look what we just did to the Rockets. That was your opportunity. And they came out of the gates like gangbusters, and it was a blitzkrieg on Houston, and they were playing absolutely fantastic. Now, they'll get a chance tonight. Like, everybody's out for Dallas. Like, everybody's out. So you're going to be playing a team. Clay's out for rest. PJ's out left elbow. Najee's out. Flagg is probable with a left wrist sprain. But they're going to have a lot of guys that are just out right now. So there's a chance to get a win tonight. But to your point, last night was the last chance.
No doubt.
At being able to kind of get right in your own minds before the play-in.
You are so right, and they missed it. And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks didn't miss it. They had an opportunity to even up their series against the Mets, and they did exactly that. We'll recap today's win next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activities activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the ability for you to hire a financial advisor like Stuart Willis. Get that plan in order for your retirement, your financial plan. Look, I think early on, 20s, 30s, 40s, you want that financial plan in place. You want to be a little aggressive. You want to grow that money, and Stuart's great at that. But as you get a little bit older, you want to get a little more conservative, and you want to have that retirement plan start kicking in to where you protect your money a little bit more. I've done that recently to make sure that, during the highs and lows, I'll be protected to save my money, because with the retirement around the corner for me, I want to make sure that money lasts. That's why I recommend 5 locations in the Valley, getting that free portfolio review from Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. He does a great job, and he even has a tax plan, which many advisors don't. So all you have to do is call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball. 7 o'clock tip time tonight. The final home game, regular season home game of the year. We know there will be... Well, we don't know for sure, I guess, that there'll be one more, right? I mean, I guess in theory they could drop to 8, but then there would be one more if they won.
Yeah, they're definitely going to play one more home game.
Definitely going to play one more home game.
Yeah, guaranteed one more home game.
They're guaranteed one more home game.
Yes.
Yes. Right?
Yes.
Because
if
they're
the
eighth, because if they drop to 8,
you get the home game.
If they're the 8th seed, no, they wouldn't be at home. But then if they lose, they would be at home by playing the next game.
And if they win, then they're going to get home games in the next round. So, yeah, they're going to get another home game.
Yeah, there's another home game.
Just keep that optimism, people. We're almost there.
I know. It's been like...
Did Mitch, you did a post-game show last night?
I did.
How bad was the call? How bad were the callers?
It feels like it's reservation. Like, there's a lot of retrospect in terms of the success of the season overall, which is fine, but they're just not playing well right now.
I get
really
like
not.
It's a tough line to walk. You say anything critical about them, and now you're unappreciative of what they've done this season. You know? But if you sit here and say, hey, what a great season, you're ignoring what's going on right in front of your face.
Man, the devil is ready to hire me as his advocate. It's been like that the last 2 months.
Did you get a lot of calls on Ott last night?
Honestly, just one.
Okay, because there was social media was all over him last night.
Kellen and I are in the camp of, at this point, it's on the players. If your coach is trusting you to go out there and win the basketball game, you shouldn't have a 24-0 run and then lose by 14. That's unacceptable to me.
Yeah. Don't disagree with that. So Suns basketball tonight against the Mavs. Again, not the final home game, but the final regular season home game. Then we'll see what happens with the play-in tournament tonight. Also tonight in the NBA, the LA Clippers are hosting OKC. Portland is at San Antonio tonight. Those obviously huge implications, both in terms of the Suns for the 7-8 matchup, and then who they would play as the 8, assuming the Suns get the 7.
And Oklahoma City hasn't wrapped anything up yet.
No, it's a 2-game lead, I think.
2-game lead, I think, yeah.
Am I right? Is it a 2-game lead over San Antonio?
They still want to. They're going to want to win this game, take care of business, lock that up. Yeah, 3-game lead over the Spurs in the loss column.
3 games. So they're close to locking that up.
Yeah, and win tonight, they probably lock it up.
But if the Clippers lose tonight and the Suns win, it's over. The Suns are locked in at number 7. And that's that. Nothing can change it. It's only if the opposite happens and the Clippers should happen to win and the Suns should happen to lose, then it gets a little tight. That's on tonight. Those other 2 NBA games are on tonight. Diamondbacks baseball already took care of business today.
Good out by Ryan Nelson.
Good game overall. In fact, I saw this note
well played
from our own Alex Weiner, who pointed out that this was the first Diamondbacks win this year that did not require a save or a walk-off. First one. That feels kind of nice.
The first win.
This season.
Because they were 3-3 in one-run games, right?
That did not require a save or a walk-off.
Okay.
Even that night the home opener, when they jumped out to that 8-0 lead,
Tigers came back.
They had to say that was a 3-run game at the end. They had to save that game. Yeah.
6-6 through 12. I'm going to keep saying this. Play 500 for as long as you can until you get your guys back. You know, just don't, try to hang in there. Because, again, we've been around long enough to know with this wild card era, 500 going into June, you're okay. You're all right. You'll be in it. You've got a chance. So, I think they're playing good baseball. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Ryan Nelson went 5 2/3. He gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run. He didn't walk anybody, which was a really good sign. He didn't give up any home runs, which was a really good sign. He struck out 5, lowered his ERA on the season to 4.20. He threw 86 pitches on the day. Thompson, Hoffman, Clark, they were the 3 guys who came in and got the 3 1/3 innings out of the bullpen. Offensively, the best part of the day were the 2 runs they got in the 8th inning, tacking on late runs. So instead of a 5-2 situation in the 9th with Taylor Clark pitching for the save, it's a 7-2 game, and it's a totally different game. It's a totally different level of pressure, obviously, when you're dealing with that and you're not in a save situation. Carroll had a big day, 3 hits at the plate. 2 runs driven in. He had a couple of doubles.
Had another triple.
He had a triple,
with
right?
With his face. That face.
He had Corbin Carroll, 690 slug so far this season. 2 doubles and a triple today. And he did. He had the Corbin Carroll face as he was rounding.
I'd love to see how many triples he's got to be right up there among the leaders in history of the Diamondbacks for triples.
They put the graphic up over the weekend. I think he's
got to be right there.
3rd all time. And he'll there's a reasonable chance he will pass both guys on the list. Mitch, you've got
the amazing Diamondbacks comms teams was sending flurry of emails today. He's tied for 2nd, 46
with who?
Peralta.
with David Peralta. So Stephen Drew is next.
At 52.
At 52.
Stephen Drew's the leader.
Stephen Drew is the career leader in triples.
Just to emphasize this, though, this was Corbin's 500th career game. Peralta, we know he's not like the speed demon or anything, but 961 games for Peralta.
He did it in half the games Peralta did.
And Stephen Drew, 773 for those 52.
You know what's so odd? Stephen Drew played so long for the. He's one of those guys you just never think about.
Stephen Drew?
Just never think about him.
No.
Like he was with the Diamondbacks 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you don't ever think about him.
I don't ever think about him. You're right. I don't. And I don't think bad about him. I just never really think about him. He was fine.
He was an okay player.
He was fine. Corbin Carroll, and I know this observation's been made about him before, but just what we were watching today's game when we were doing the shows on one of the monitors in here. He does not hit a ball not hard. Like
Corbin?
Corbin. He always hits the ball hard. I don't know what his barrel rate is. It's got to be through the roof. You hardly ever see Corbin Carroll hit a blooper, a bleeder, a ground ball with eyes. I mean, he does. Of course, they all do. It just seems like almost every time you see him swing the bat and make contact, he's hitting the ball with a decent exit velocity, and he's hitting it kind of hard. He really, and that's why
barrel rate, exit velocity, all the stuff that never happened in my day.
A player so small like that can have that much power. He just has so much bat speed, and he just makes such good contact with the bat through the zone. He's great. That's a